الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على إمام الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Beloved brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to this another of our sittings. It is our principle that whenever we are doing a topic, we define the topic. The principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, a new topic which we haven't covered before, and I'm sure everyone is intrigued by this topic. What are the 25 principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? Now, why did we prepare this topic? Why did we prepare this topic? We prepared this topic because there are many people who claim to be AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, but they are lying, they are false to their claim. There are many people who are false to the claim that they are AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Take, for example, the Barelvis, the grave worshippers of India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. They have the audacity to call themselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, even though they worship the graves beside Allah. In life, people like to claim to be what they are not. Look at the Christians. They claim to follow Jesus, yet they are not circumcised and they worship three gods in a Trinity: God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit. That is a typical example in front of your very eyes. Did Jesus eat pork and worship false deities? He did not. So in life, people like to claim to be what they are not. So the Barelvis, the grave worshippers, they claim to be AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and this is a big lie. Now look at the Madkhalis. Look at the Madkhalis. The Madkhalis claim to follow Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Kathir. What do they claim to follow? Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah, the Madkhalis. Yet they believe to dismantle the Sharia is a minor kufr. This was not the Aqidah of Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah. So we put it to you, you're a liar. You don't follow Ibn Kathir nor Ibn Taymiyyah. You follow your evil and corrupted desires. If to dismantle the Sharia was a minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine? This is how you would checkmate a Madkhali. This is how you would checkmate a Madkhali. If to dismantle the Sharia was a minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine? Are you trying to insinuate that Allah was overreacting? This is the question you use to checkmate a Madkhali or a Saudi Salafi. The same people. Different name, same people. So because there are people who call themselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, even though they are lying to us, it is incumbent on us to outline the 25 principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH so that people will know who are speaking the truth and who is the liar. Now, what is the meaning of the word Ahl? Let us define AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Let us break up the words, the phrase, the expression. What is Ahl? The person taking notes, Ahl. A-H-L. Okay, what is Ahl? Ahl means people. That is the meaning of Ahl. Now, what is Sunnah? Sunnah means literally a path. That is the linguistic meaning. What is Sunnah? Sunnah means a path. That is the linguistic meaning. The technical meaning of Sunnah, the divine guidance of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the divine guidance of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in regards to Islam. So the way he prayed, the way he fasted, the way he paid zakat, all these things are perfect. They are divine. Now, why did we say that the Sunnah is the divine guidance of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Why did we use the word divine to describe Sunnah? We use the word divine to describe Sunnah because Allah said in Surah 53, verses 3 to 4, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. Muhammad doesn't speak from his hawa, his desires. Surah 53, verses 3 to 4. He, Muhammad, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. He, Muhammad, doesn't speak from his hawa, his desires. He speaks from a revelation which is revealed unto him. So Allah told you in the Quran that the Sunnah is divine. So the Rasul was infallible in regards to the Sunnah. The way he prayed was perfect, and the way he fasted was perfect, and the way he made Hajj was perfect. That's why he said, Sallu kama ra'aytumuni usalli. Pray the way you see me pray. And when he made Hajj, he said, Khudu anni manasikakum. Take your Hajj from me. Make your Hajj the way I make my Hajj. Because all these things are perfect. So we use the word divine to describe, the Sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam because the way he did things was perfect. Now, what is the meaning of the word Jama'ah? What is the definition of Jama'ah? Jama'ah means a group of people who gather together for the same purpose. That is a Jama'ah. A group of people who gather together for the same aim and objective. So, you in this room right now, you are a Jama'ah because you come here to seek knowledge, to listen to Quran and Sunnah. Isn't that so? Unless some people come to beg, to PM people to beg money and to say, my mother is going to die of kidney failure, I want money. Or some people come to look women. Or some people come to slander and backbite and gossip. Then you don't belong to the Jama'ah. That's why sometimes people get bounced because they don't belong to the Jama'ah. The definition of a Jama'ah means a group of people who gather together for the same aim and objective. That is the definition of a Jama'ah. In the time of the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there was no need for you to call yourself AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. There was no need. Do you know why? In the time of the Rasul, there was no Khawarij, the Puritans. No Khawarij. So if there was no Khawarij in the time of the Prophet, why would you want to call yourself AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? We call ourselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH to separate ourselves from all the deviant groups. That's why it is important to call yourself AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. To make a distinction between yourself and the deviant groups. The Khawarij. There was no Khawarij in the time of the Prophet. In the time of the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam, there was no Shiite. The shady Shiites. We didn't have them around. Who make takfir on the Sahabas. They weren't around in the time of the Rasul. In the time of the Rasul, there was no Mu'tazilite, the rationalist. There was no Rafidite, no Mu'tazilite in the time of the Rasul. In the time of the Rasul, there was no Asha'ira, those who deny that Allah Ta'ala is over the Arsh. So it is important for you to call yourself AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH in order to separate yourself from all these deviant groups. That is the reason why we call ourselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. In the time of the Prophet ﷺ, he was the Amir, and the Sahabas got their Aqidah from the Prophet, and they were united under one Aqidah. Subhanallah. They were united under one Aqidah. And the Rasul was the Amir. But after the first 3 generations of Muslims died out, that's when all hell break loose. The Rasul said, خَيْرُ النَّاسِ قَرْنِي ثُمَّ الَّذِينَ يَلُونَهُمْ ثُمَّ الَّذِينَ يَلُونَهُمْ. The best generation is my generation, then those who come after, and then those who come after. You will hear the expression AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and you will hear the expression Firqa Najiyah. There is absolutely no difference between these two groups. I repeat, you will hear the expression AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and you will hear the expression Firqa Najiyah, the saved sect. There is absolutely no difference between these two groups. Then you'll hear the expression the Ta'ifa Mansura. Well. Then there's a difference. The Ta'ifa Mansura. Then there's a difference. The Ta'ifa Mansura, they are the elite of the Ummah. They are the Mujahideen. They are the frontline material. Ta'ifa Mansura means the aided and victorious group. So the Firqa Najiyah, the saved sect, they are AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. There is no difference between them and AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. But when you say Ta'ifa Mansura, then that is a different group of people altogether. They have the same Aqidah as AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. They have the same Aqidah as Firqa Najiyah, but they are the elite of the Ummah. They are the frontline material. They are the cream of the crop. And not everybody is frontline material. A Munafiq is not frontline material. A Murjif is not frontline material. For Allah Ta'ala to choose you to be of the frontline material, this is a favor from Allah. Now, some of you don't want to go to the front line. You preach the covenant of security. You believe in marching. You don't believe in going to the front line. You say, I can't go to the front line because we have a covenant of security with the kuffar. Not everybody wants to go to the front line. Some of you hide behind the covenant of security. Even though the crusaders are urinating on the bodies of the mujahideen, those who they killed, you said still the covenant isn't broken. Okay, bring me the link where the Americans are urinating on the bodies of the mujahideen in Afghanistan. Maybe you are wondering why Shaykh Faisal knows fiqh al-waqi so much. I have 50 students online who are surfing the net, and they tell me everything that is happening around the world. At least 50 students every day who surf the net and tell me what is happening all around the world. Where is the link I asked you for of the Americans urinating on the bodies of the mujahideen? You're taking too long to find the link. Okay, click on the link and look at it in your own spare time. A woman in India got married to a snake. Now, my students did not tell me about that. I have to find it myself. A woman in India, you know, there's a movie called You Get Hitched. She got hitched with a snake. She got married to a snake. I'm disappointed my students did not find that. I have to find it on I have to find it on the internet myself. My question to you is, do you think she consummated her marriage? Did she consummate the marriage? I think that was a publicity stunt. She got married to a snake. A woman in India. How comes you didn't find that link for me? I have to go and find it on the internet myself. You're supposed to feed me with no fiqh al-waqi. And nobody in this room were able to find that link. I have to go and search for it myself. A woman in India got married to a snake. Maybe she booked into a hotel and consummated the marriage, and the hotel was right beside the hospital, because if a cobra bites you, you die within half an hour. It's amazing what people do for fame. It is amazing what people do in the name of fame and fortune. When I was on tour of Nigeria, a man went into the zoo where the lion was. And the lion backed up away from him because the lion could not believe his eyes. And this man, the lion, ripped him to pieces in front of full view of everybody in the zoo. And the people in Nigeria, they were clapping. They weren't sorry for him because they were getting entertainment for free. Wallahi, the lion ate the man in the zoo when I was on tour of Nigeria. And they said that if he had succeeded going into the lion's den and came out alive, he would be a multimillionaire. He would tour the world and go on over 1,000 television stations and give talk shows. Had he succeeded, he would have toured the world. He would get an American visa, a British visa, a German visa, a French visa. Tour the world and give talk shows. How he was able to go in the lion's den and didn't get eaten. That was his idea for fame and fortune. But the lion had other ideas. My African tour was exciting. But I can't tell you the minute details of the tour. The tour was very, very exciting, my African tour, of touring 12 countries. I saw things that were amazing, but I don't have time to go into the details of that African tour. All I can say, it was very exciting. Yes, we use the word AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we use the word Firqa Najiyah, and we use the word Ta'ifa Mansura. I put it to you that there are differences between them. Ta'ifa Mansura, AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH and Firqa Najiyah, they are the same people. It means the same sect. But when you say Ta'ifa Mansura, that is a totally different group. Ta'ifa Mansura, the aided and victorious group, they are the elite of the Ummah. They are the frontline material. Now, some of you are not frontline material. So you say, there is no jihad without a caliph. A'udhu billah. There is no jihad without a caliph. Because you are not frontline material, you preach that. There is no jihad without a caliph. Some of you are not frontline material, so what do you say? There is no jihad without a caliph. What a big lie. When the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan in 1979, Shaykh bin Baz of Saudi Arabia passed a fatwa and said, jihad has become Fardul Ain. He didn't say Fard Kifaya. He said Fardul Ain. It means all the Muslims have to go to Afghanistan to fight. And he said Afghanistan is a Muslim country, and when the Muslims are attacked, we are like one body. When one part of the body is affected, the whole body feels the pain. That is the hadith bin Baz used to say jihad has become Fardul Ain. 500,000 men entered into Afghanistan, and Osama bin Laden was one of them. He abandoned his luxury. He listened to the call of bin Baz. Osama bin Laden went into Afghanistan, fought the Soviet Union, and broke the back of the communists. Even the Americans joined the jihad. Ronald Reagan joined the jihad because a plane from South Korea was going to New York, and the plane went into the Russian airspace accidentally. In those days, they called it the USSR. Accidentally. And the USSR, they shot the plane down. Ronald Reagan, he said, never will we, the American people, allow this crime against humanity to go without taking revenge. And he cried when the plane got shot down because many American citizens were on board the plane. He said, we shall send missiles to the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to shoot down the Soviet helicopters. And he invited the Mujahideen to the White House, supplied them with missiles. Then Ronald Reagan wasn't satisfied. He sent CIA officers who dressed in turban, CIA officers dressed in turban, to teach the Mujahideen how to shoot the Stinger missiles. And he sent CIA officers who looked like Afghanis from Greek origin. And when the American weapons arrived on the battlefield, it turned the war around. And they broke the back of the Soviet Union. And I remember vividly when Ronald was signing documents to supply the weapons, he was laughing in the Rose Garden. Was laughing loudly when he signed the papers, because he realized this is the end of the Soviet Union. With the arrival of American weapons on the battlefield, this is the end of the Soviet Union. And the National Security Advisor said to Ronald Reagan, let us give them their Vietnam. Let us give the Soviet Union their Vietnam. And they flood the battlefield with American weapons, especially the Stinger missiles, to shoot down the Soviet helicopters, and it turned the war around. My question to the hypocrites, the Munafiqun: you claim there is no jihad without a caliph. When Shaykh bin Baz passed a fatwa and said jihad is fardul ayn, meaning it's an individual duty, we didn't have any caliph back then in 1979. We didn't have any caliph in 1979. Yet Shaykh bin Baz said jihad is fardul ayn to defeat the Soviet Union. So why then today you say there is no jihad without a caliph? Can't you see you're a hypocrite and a waste of space? You're a liar, a hypocrite, and a waste of space? And who's going to listen to you with that fatwa? Who? Somebody told me in private PM that this is the Aqidah of Bilal Phillips. Somebody sent me a private PM to say this is the Aqidah of Bilal Phillips. Let's hope. Have you got proof? Somebody said Bilal Phillips had that Aqidah. I'm being swamped. I'm being swamped with people saying that they have. Okay, never mind. In the year 1258 AD, what happened? The Tatars entered into Baghdad and killed the Caliph Musta'sim. Yes, he chose a Shiite as his national security advisor. Musta'sim, a 12er, a Rafidite. He said to him, don't worry about the Tatars. When they come to Baghdad, the women and children will be able to throw stones at them, and they will run away when they see the stones. And then he advised the Caliph to scale back on the army. Don't increase your army, cut back on your army. And this advisor was spying for the Tatars. What do you expect from a Shiite? So they entered into Baghdad and killed the Caliph, Musta'sim. And he died under gruesome circumstances because Musta'sim, they put blankets over his body and trampled on top of him with their horses, he and his 2 sons. What a disgraceful way to die. And then one of the sons, they didn't kill him, they took him back to Mongolia and married him off to a local girl. Because they didn't want to wipe out the royal family completely. Now, Allah Ta'ala told you in the Holy Quran that you are not allowed to take bitana. Surah 3:118. يَلَذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَتَّخِذُوا بِطَانَةً مِّن دُونِكُمْ. Or you believe, Surah 3:118. Don't take your advisors, your consultants, from people outside of your own religion. The Shiites have their own religion. So if Allah is telling you in Surah 3:118, don't choose for your consultants, your advisors, your bosom friends, your protectors and helpers, consultants, from people outside of your own religion. How can you have a Shiite as your advisor? Why Musta'sim died such a disgraceful death? He didn't practice al-wala wal-bara, to love it for the sake of Allah. If you don't practice al-wala wal-bara, you're going to end up like Musta'sim. You think it's only. Do you remember what happened in Spain? The same scenario. The exact same scenario. Wal-bara. If you don't practice al-wala wal-bara, you're going to end up like Musta'sim, killed by your enemies under gruesome circumstances. So, brothers and sisters, you don't want to do jihad. Jihad is not compulsory on the woman, but a woman can go for jihad if the Amir allows her. Because when Muawiyah built his ship to do jihad, women were on the ship going to jihad with Muawiyah. So a woman can do jihad if the Amir allows her, even though it's not compulsory on her. So some people don't want to do jihad and they preach the covenant of security. We have a covenant of security with the bloodthirsty crusaders who are killing Muslims every day. And they urinate on the bodies of the Mujahideen. I brought you the link on main. I have no regrets about bringing you the link. Even though it's gruesome, I have no regrets of posting the link on main. So the Ta'ifa Mansura, they are the Mujahideen and they are different from the Firqa Najiyah. Firqa Najiyah means the saved sect. The Ta'ifa Mansura, they are the elite of the Ummah. They are the frontline material. They are the Mujahideen. The Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, Man mata wa lam yaghzu wa lam yuhaddith nafsahu bil ghazu mata ala shu'batin min al-nifaq. Anybody who died and did not do jihad, neither did he make his intention to do jihad, he dies on a branch of hypocrisy. In the time of the Sahabas, you had one Aqidah. Now, what is the definition of a Sahaba? A Sahaba is a Muslim who met the Prophet and he died believing in him. That is the definition of a Sahaba. A Muslim who met the Prophet and he died believing in him. Now, some of you have so much wahan in your hearts, you don't want to leave the UK. So what do? You set up Sharia zones in Walthamstow, for example, in London. Sharia zone. You love the UK so much. And these people who love the UK so much, they are not educated and they live from handouts. They live off handouts from the Gora, the white kuffar. They love the UK so much, they set up Sharia zones in London, East London, Walthamstow. They call for Sharia in Dar Harb. Now, according to Sharia law, if a man is a gay, you are supposed to stone him to death and burn his body. And don't pray janazah over him. Can you implement that law in London? If you kill a gay in London, they'll lock you up and throw away the key. A lot of the MPs, the senators in the UK, are homosexuals because they went to boarding school. And when they went to boarding school, they practiced homosexuality at the boarding school. They were initiated into fraternities, devil worshipping fraternities, and one of the ritual in those fraternities is sodomy. Even Michael Portillo, one of the famous MPs, said he dabbled in it in the past. Homosexuality. You stone a gay to death in London and see what happens to you. They'll lock you up and throw away the key. So when you declare Sharia zone in London, you are making an ass of yourself. It is a publicity stunt. The 4 great Imams said you are not allowed to implement the Hudud, Sharia, in Dar al-Harb. Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, Ahmad ibn Hanbal. They said it is not permissible for you to implement Sharia law when you are living in Dar al-Harb. So if a person steals, you can cut off his hand. So when you declare Sharia zone in London, that is a publicity stunt and you are only making an ass of yourself. Can you imagine you kill a homosexual? The tabloids will be very happy. Front page news. Panic in the gay community as Sharia comes to London. The Sun newspaper, the Mirror, and the other tabloids, the Evening Standard that they have there. Panic grip the gay community as Sharia comes to London. That's front page news. The kuffar would like for you to make a mistake like that because it will sell their papers. Didn't you see when Dr. Harold Shipman was killing his patients and he killed 500 of his patients? A Jewish doctor from Manchester. The tabloids were happy because it sells their papers. They call him the doctor of death. Death by appointment. It's an appointment to kill you. Death by appointment. Without you, of death. Dr. Harold Shipman. Why he killed mostly women, Dr. Shipman? because he gave the jewelry. He killed the women and took off their jewelry and gave the jewelry to his wife. I'm surprised she did not go to prison. Only him. A Jewish doctor, Dr. Shipman. They didn't lock up the woman, only the man. Then he hanged himself in prison. And the psychologist or the sociologist or whatever the case may be said he hanged himself in prison so that his wife will get a good pension. And the reason why he killed those women and gave the jewelry to his wife is because he loved his wife. And these kuffar, they put a spin on everything. Dr. Shipman did a no comment interview. No comment, no comment, no comment. He took the secret to his grave while he killed 500 old people. So you have people who say that the pension scheme asked him to kill them. Because people live long in the UK because of good health care. The Queen Mother lived for 100 years. Many people live for 100 years. So can you imagine a person retire when he was 65? And then he died at age 100. That's 35 years of doing nothing. He's going to bankrupt the pension scheme. So let's ask Dr. Shipman to kill all these old people. If they don't die, they're going to bankrupt our pension scheme. So that is another theory why he killed all these people. He had a deal with the pension scheme to kill these old people because they will bankrupt the pension scheme. That is another theory why he killed all these people. What are the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? The person taking notes, the very first principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we practice Quran with heart, tongue, limbs. We hung on and limbs. We are doing the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. This Quran and Sunnah with your heart, you do not have doubts about the existence of Allah, and you don't doubt that Muhammad was the messenger of Allah. You don't doubt paradise and hellfire. You don't doubt these things. If you doubt, you're a kafir. You cannot doubt the deen. You cannot doubt a principle of the deen. The existence of Allah, the Quran is Kalam Allah, the speech of Allah, Muhammad is a messenger of Allah, Rasulullah. The very first principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we hang on to Quran and Sunnah with heart, tongue, and limbs. Iman is heart, tongue, and limbs, therefore we hang on to Quran and Sunnah with the three dimensions, heart, tongue, and limbs. How? By your heart, you don't doubt anything which is in Quran and Sunnah. You don't doubt what is in the Quran. By you testifying with the Shahada and the limbs, you're practicing the pillars of Islam. That's why you hang on to Quran and Sunnah with heart, tongue, and limbs. The second principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we do not raise our voices above the voice of Allah Ta'ala and His Rasul. You do not raise your voice above the voice of Allah Ta'ala and His Rasul. You hear and you obey, you surrender. Because if you raise your voice above the voice of Allah and His Rasul, you will nullify all your pious deeds, like Allah told you in Hujurat, Surah 49, verse 2. Here you obey and you surrender. Surah 49, verse 2. Allah told you, if you raise your voice above the voice of Allah and His Messenger, you nullify all your pious deeds without even realizing it. So you hear and you obey. And you enter into Islam wholeheartedly. Like Allah told you, O you believe, enter into Islam. 208, يَلَذِينَ آمَنُوا أُدْخُلُوا فِي السِّلْمِ كَافَّةً. O you believe, enter into Islam wholeheartedly. If you come to the masjid wearing a gold ring and we tell you gold is haram for men, and you say but and maybe perhaps because you did not surrender to the Hujjah and you are guilty of raising your voice above Allah Ta'ala and His Rasul. Raise your voice above the voice of the Rasul, you nullify all your pious deeds. Number 3, we do not practice bid'ah, innovation. Because the Rasul said, Man ahdatha fi amrina hadha ma laysa minhu fahuwa rad. He who introduces something into this matter of ours which is not of it will have it rejected. Man ahdatha fi amrina hadha ma laysa minhu fahuwa rad. Anyone who introduces something into this matter of ours which is not of it will have it rejected. So the third principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we do not practice bid'ah, curse innovations. We use sunnah to fight bid'ah, we do not use bid'ah to fight sunnah. The people who claim that they love the Prophet, the Goofy Sufis and the Brahmins and the Shiites, they dabble in bid'ah. They are swimming in bid'ah. The people of bid'ah, Allah asked them a question in the Quran, Surah 49, verse 16. قُلْ أَتُعَلِّمُونَ اللَّهِ بِدِينِكُمْ. Say, are you seeking to teach Allah the deen? So this is the question Allah Ta'ala put to the people of bid'ah. Are you seeking to teach Allah Ta'ala His deen? The Rasul said, إِيَّاكُمْ وَمُهْدَثَاتِ الْأُمُورِ. Beware of newly invented matter. فَكُلُّ مُحْدَثَةٍ bid'ah. Every newly invented matter is a bid'ah, a cursed innovation. وَكُلُّ bid'ah dalala. And every bid'ah is a dalala, going astray. وَكُلُّ دَلَالَةٍ فِي النَّارِ. And every going astray leads to the hellfire, to the nar. The people of bid'ah, you will come on Judgment Day to drink from the fountain of the Prophet, but the Prophet will say, Suhkan, Suhkan, get away from me, get away from me. Suhkan liman baddala min ba'di. Those who change my deen after me, get away from me, and you won't be able to drink from the fountain, the lake fount of the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So the people of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, they use sunnah to fight bid'ah. And the Prophet said, Man akrama sahib al-bid'ah faqad aana ala hadm al-Islam. Anyone who gives honor and respect to a bid'ati, you are helping to destroy Islam. Bring me the hadith. Man akrama sahib al-bid'ah. Anyone who gives respect to a bid'ati, a person of bid'ah, he is helping to destroy the deen. Those who give respect to the bid'ati, okay, shukran, surely will be counted as a helper of destroying Islam. Okay, shukran for the hadith. So you're not up to show honor and respect to a bid'ati, a person who adds or subtracts from Islam. The fourth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that you do not use your aql to veto the naql. You are not a Mu'tazilite. You do not use your aql to veto the naql. Naql means the text. Principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you do not use your aql to veto the naql. Okay, shukran. Because this is the manhaj of the Mu'tazilites. They prefer their aql over the naql. Naql means the text. Aql means reason. So they believe there is a conflict between reason and revelation. There is no conflict. The first Mu'tazilite, they are called the rationalist. The first Mu'tazilite was Iblis. And Allah told you what He said in Surah 7, verse 12. He refused to bow down to Adam. He said, Ana khayrun min, khalaqtani min nar, wa khalaqtahu min teen. I am better than Adam. You made me from fire, but as for Adam, you made of clay. So since fire is better than clay, I will never bow down to Adam. Why he didn't bow down? Because he wasn't intellectually convinced. A Mu'tazilite will never obey unless he is intellectually convinced. Because he is aqlani, he is a rationalist. And in Surah 17, verse 62, Allah told you again what the shaitan said, what ensued. Surah 17, verse 62. قَالَ أَرَأَيْتَكَ هذا الذي كرمت علي لئن أخرتني إلى القيامة لأحتنك. See this one you have favored over me, him fight, keep me alive until the day of resurrection. I will surely seize and mislead his prodigious offspring by sending them astray, all but a few. So Iblis, he's on the warpath. This is on the warpath. How can I prefer him over me? Because you prefer him over me, I'm going to lead him astray, and I'm going to lead his dhurriya, his progeny, astray. I'm on the warpath. I'm going to take revenge. Why is taking revenge? Because he was not intellectually convinced about what Allah did to prefer man over him. So Iblis was the first Mu'tazilite. And Mike, can you hear me? Okay, shukran. Okay, where is the notes? Iblis was the first Mu'tazilite, and he is on the warpath because he's not intellectually convinced about what Allah did to prefer man over him. Surah 17, verse 62. أَرَأَيْتَكَ هَذَا الَّذِي كَرَّمْتَ عَلَيَّ. Do you see this, who you prefer over me? He called Adam هَذَا, this. He didn't call him by his name. He said هَذَا. هَذَا الَّذِي كَرَّمْتَ عَلَيَّ. Is this what you prefer over me? Surah 7, verse 12. أَنَا خَيْرٌ مِّنْ خَلَقْتَنِي مِنْ نَارٍ وَخَلَقْتَهُ مِنْ طِينٍ. So Iblis is not intellectually convinced about Allah's justice. So he said to Allah, I am going to take revenge for what you did to prefer man over me. He is on the warpath. So Iblis was the first Mu'tazilite in history. Who is a Mu'tazilite? A rationalist. He prefers his aql. The Jews, they are Mu'tazilites as well. They wrote a book called the Talmud, and they said what the elders of Zion wrote from their aql, the Talmud, is better than what we. Before I went, I was saying that Iblis was the first Mu'tazilite, a rationalist. He rebelled against Allah's commandment because he was not intellectually convinced. He said to Allah in Surah 62, Surah 17, verse 62. Surah 17, verse 62. Because you prefer man over me, I'm going to take revenge. I'm going to lead them astray, and only a few will be thankful to you. Why is Iblis bent on revenge? Because he said Allah gave him a raw deal. How can you prefer man over me? أَرَأَيْتَكَ هَذَا الَّذِي كَرَّمْتَ عَلَيَّ. Is this you prefer over me? He refers to Adam as this with total disrespect. He begged Allah for respite. Give me life, let me live. Until Judgment Day, you'll see what will happen. I'll lead them astray. Only a few will remember you. Only a few will be thankful to you. So this person, Iblis, is bent on revenge because he believes Allah gave him a raw deal, and he is not convinced about the justice of Allah. That is a Mu'tazilite. They prefer the aql over the naql. The Jews are also Mu'tazilites. They wrote a book called the Talmud. And they said what we wrote from our aql is better than what Allah revealed to Musa. What we wrote from our aql, the Talmud, is better than the Torah that Allah revealed to Musa. Another Mu'tazilite is the son of Noah. When he was told to ride in the boat with his father said, Ya bunayya irkab ma'na. O my beloved son, ride with us. He refused to ride in the boat. He said to his father, the mountain is tall enough to save him from the wrath of Allah. His aql tells him that the mountain is tall enough to save him from the punishment of Allah. Therefore, there is no need to ride in the boat. That is a Mu'tazilite. But don't forget the cousin of the Prophet Ali ibn Abi Talib said, this deen is not by logic, it's not by opinion. Because if that was the case, it would have been more appropriate for us to wipe the bottom of the socks when we make mass. But I saw the Prophet wiping on top of his socks. Why? Because our deen is not based upon logic, it's not based upon rationality, it's not based upon opinion. Where is the statement of Ali? Laysa deen bi ra'i. So you're not allowed to use your aql to veto the naql, to veto the text. You need to surrender to Quran and Sunnah, and this is the fourth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We do not give preference to the aql over the naql. We do not give preference to the brain over the revelation of Allah Ta'ala. The fifth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that whenever a person has erroneous aqidah, we send a person to debate with him and refute him. And if he accepts the hujjah, we spare his life. If he refuses, then we chop off his head. That is the fifth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Whenever a person has the wrong aqidah, dodgy aqidah, erroneous aqidah, we send someone, a scholar, to debate with him and to defeat him and confound him. If he returns to the aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we spare his life. If he refuses, he is executed. Because when Ali ibn Abi Talib was the caliph, the cancer of the Khawarij emerged. And Ali sent Ibn Abbas to debate with the Khawarij. Because they were killing the Muslims and they were leaving alone the kuffar. Exactly like the Prophet said. When Ibn Abbas asked them, what grudges are you carrying against us? They said, we are carrying 3 grudges against you. We fought with Ali against Aisha at the Battle of the Camel. He didn't give us concubines. They wanted concubines. Ibn Abbas said, Aisha was one of the captives. Who would like to take her as a concubine? She is the mother of the believer, your mother. When they heard that, they hung their heads down in shame. What is the other 2 grudges? Or what are the other 2 grudges? Why did Ali scratch out his title Amir al-Mu'mineen? We gave him our bay'ah. So how can he listen to Muawiyah and Amr ibn al-As and scratch out his title? That is an insult to us because we gave him our bay'ah. Ibn Abbas reminded them that it's a prophecy of Muhammad that one day Ali will be forced to scratch out his title. The Prophet prophesied this at the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. The Prophet, scratched out his title, Rasulullah. And he said to Ali, one day you will be forced to scratch out your title. Because the Kafirs of Makkah said, we don't accept you as the messenger of Allah. Scratch it out. The third grudge that they carried, why did Ali send a man to be judge? Allah is the only judge. In al-hukmu illa lillah. Ali said, Kalimatul haq, yuriduna biha al-batil. The statement of truth, but they use it for a false reason. Batil. How can you say we can't use human beings as judges? Allah commanded us in Surah Nisa, verse 35, if a man is breaking up from his wife, send a judge from his family and a judge from her family if you want to save the marriage. Surah Nisa, verse 35. I'm sure it's not 25. Surah Nisa, verse 35. Allah Ta'ala said, وَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ شِقَاقْ بَيْنَهُمَا فَابْعَثُوا حَكَمًا مِّنْ أَهْلِهِ وَحَكَمًا مِّنْ أَهْلِهَا إِنْ يُرِيدَا إِصْلَاحًا. If a man is breaking up from his wife, send a judge from his family and a judge from her family if you want to save the marriage. So Allah commanded us to use human beings as judges. So what do you mean we can't use human beings as judges? When Ali defeated them, 8,000 left the aqidah of the Khawarij and came back to the aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. There were 12,000. 8,000 came back. 4,000 hung on to their stupidity. And Ali said, fight them and kill them. Wallahi, they can kill 10 of us. And when we are finished killing them, 10 of them will not remain alive. This was the Battle of Nahrawan. When Ali massacred them, only 9 of them remained alive. And they were only able to kill 9 of Ali's soldiers. Then Ali went and searched the battlefield. He found a man. One of his hands looked like the breast of a woman. Ali said, Alhamdulillah, Allahu Akbar. Allah used me to fulfill one of the prophecies of Muhammad. Because the Prophet told the Sahabas, when you fight the Khawarij, One of them, his hand will look like the breast of a woman. And Ali saw that with his own two eyes at the battle of Nahrawan. Nahrawan is one word. Nahrawan. Why did I tell you this story? Whenever a person has wrong aqidah, dodgy aqidah, you send a scholar to debate with them. If they make tawbah from their dodgy aqidah and accept the hujjah, we spare their life. If they did not accept the hujjah, we execute them like what Ali did at the battle of Nahrawan. Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Qasri, the governor of Hassan, he was the governor. On Eid day, Eid al-Adha, he said, people bring out your animals to sacrifice, your sheep, your goats, whatever you have to sacrifice, bring them to sacrifice, your cows, your camels, because I am going to offer my sacrifice. I'm going to chop off the head of Jad ibn Dirham from the Jahmiyyah madhab, because he said Allah did not take Musa as a friend, and Allah did not speak to Musa. Allah did not take Ibrahim as a friend, and Allah did not speak to Musa. And because he said Allah did not take Ibrahim as a friend and Allah did not speak to Musa, I'm going to chop off his head. And he chopped off his head in front of everybody. Why? Because he did not accept the hujjah. Now, there are people all over Europe and America who do not accept the hujjah. But you can't go killing them in Dar al-Harb. You have to leave this to the Caliph to carry out this punishment. There are a lot of hypocrites in Europe and America. The hypocrites, they like to live in Dar al-Harb because they know you can't touch them. So what Khalid ibn Abdullah al-Qasri did to chop off the head of Jad ibn Dirham because he did not accept the hujjah, you can only do this in the Islamic State, not in Dar al-Harb. This is the other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The fifth principle. When we meet people with the wrong aqidah, we send a scholar to debate with them. If they make tawbah from their wrong aqidah, we will accept their tawbah. If they hang on to their aqidah and refuse to accept the hujjah, we chop off their heads. This is what the caliphs did. Abu Bakr Siddiq did the same thing with those who refused to pay the zakah. When he presented them with the hujjah that they have to pay zakah, those who didn't pay the zakah, he chopped off their heads and took their women folks as concubines. I'm going to speak for another 5 minutes and I take questions. I have in front of me 25 principles and I don't expect to finish tonight. So please expect the long haul covering the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The sixth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We do not give the excuse of ignorance to those who worship a false deity. The sixth principle is what? We do not give the excuse of ignorance to anyone who worships a false deity. According to the wicked scholars, if a person worships a false deity, you can't make takfir on him because maybe he doesn't know better. That is the aqidah of the wicked scholars. If a person should worship a false deity, you are not allowed to make takfir on him because maybe he doesn't know better. So the sixth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is we do not give the excuse of ignorance to anyone who worships a false deity. We do not give the excuse of ignorance to those who worship a false deity. Okay, shukran. We do not give the excuse of ignorance to those who worship a false deity. According to the wicked scholars, if a person worships a false deity, we give them the excuse of ignorance. That aqidah is wrong. It's not the aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The sixth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we do not give the excuse of ignorance to anyone who worships a false deity. Because Allah said in Surah 5, verse 73, لَقَدْ كَفَرَ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ ثَالِثُ ثَلَاثَةٍ. Verily there are kuffar who said Allah is a third of three deities in a trinity. Allah did not give the Christians the excuse of ignorance. They gathered at a council called the Council of Nicaea, and they elevated Jesus to the level of God Himself. And they introduced the Trinitarian doctrine in the church. Allah did not give the excuse of ignorance to the Christians. Allah made takfir on the Christians in Surah 5, verse 73. لَقَدْ كَفَرَ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ ثَلَثُ ثَلَاثَةٍ. Verily they are infidels who claim that Allah is a third of three deities in a trinity. Another hujjah, another evidence to prove that you can't give the excuse of ignorance to anyone who worships a false deity. Surah 7, 172. Allah said in Surah 7, 172, I took you from the loins of Adam, and I made you testify against yourselves, saying, Am I not your one and only Lord? وَإِذْ أَخَذَ رَبُّكَ مِنْ بَنِي آدَمَ مِنْ ظُهُورِهِمْ ذُرِّيَّتَهُمْ وَأَشْهَدَهُمْ عَلَىٰ أَنفُسِهِمْ أَلَسْتُ بِرَبِّكُمْ قَالُوا بَلَىٰ شَهِدْنَا أَن تَقُولُوا يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ إِنَّا كُنَّا عَنْ هَٰذَا غَافِلِينَ. Allah said, Remember, I took you from the loins of Adam, and I made you testify against yourselves, saying, Am I not your one and only Lord? What did you say? You said, Bala, yes. Allah said, I did this so that on Judgment Day, you can't use the excuse of ignorance. You can't say, I wasn't mindful, I wasn't aware. You can't use ignorance as an excuse. So if you worship a false deity in the dunya, don't come on Judgment Day expecting to use the excuse of ignorance for Allah to let you off. Your destiny shall be in the hellfire to abide forever and ever. I put it to you, the sixth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we do not make the excuse, we do not give the excuse of ignorance. It's called al-udhr bil-jahl, excuse of ignorance, to anyone who worships a false deity. Number 2, I took you from the loins of Adam, and I made you testify against yourself, saying, Am I not your one and only Lord? You said, Bala, yes. Allah said, I did this so that on Judgment Day, you can't use the excuse of ignorance. Therefore, do not listen to the wicked scholars who claim if a man worships a false deity in the dunya, on Judgment Day, Allah will let him off because maybe the man did not know better. This is the wrong aqidah and it contradicts Quran and Sunnah. I'll pause and take 5 questions, and tomorrow is my day off. I used to speak every day, and the admin said I should take a day off, so I chose Friday. So Saturday is the conference. You are all invited. Invite your families and friends to the conference. Sunday we'll continue the topic, the 25 principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and please advertise it on Facebook. I didn't see it on Facebook. I'm taking 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. In some food sources like tomato, sauce, and mayonnaise, they have ingredients called spirit vinegar. Is this haram to eat? I don't know of any scholar who said spirit vinegar is haram. I don't know of any scholar who said spirit vinegar is haram. Next question. Does a woman have to redo her wudu and salah if she thinks about her husband and has a discharge? There are 2 types of discharge in Islam, and minor. Did you know that? There are 2 types of discharge in Islam, major and minor. Did you know that if a woman is speaking to her husband on the phone, she might have a discharge? If a woman supports a soccer team, Brazil is playing Germany, and Brazil score a goal, she has a discharge. Did you know that? This discharge is called a minor discharge. She needs wudu for this discharge. But if she has an orgasm, which is called a major discharge, she needs ghusl. So if you don't know that there is a difference between major and there are two discharges from women, major and minor, you are going to tell a woman to make ghusl for her minor discharge. So you are going to have the woman making 5 ghusl a day with your dajjaq because you are weak in fiqh. Even kufr, there are two types of kufr, major and minor. Shirk, major and minor. Why people become khawarij? Because they don't know that there's two types of kufr, major kufr and minor kufr. And the only kufr that can take you outside the fold is major kufr. That's why people become khawarij. If you don't classify Islamic knowledge, you become a deviant in fiqh and in aqidah. There are two types of discharge that women experience, major and minor. If she experiences a minor discharge, she needs wudu. If she experiences a major discharge, which is called an orgasm, she needs ghusl. If she experiences a wet dream, she needs ghusl because wet dream is considered an orgasm. According to your question, she needs to repeat the salah and the wudu because it's a minor discharge. And a minor discharge means you need to make a new wudu. If it's a major discharge, you need ghusl. According to question number 2, you have to repeat your salah and your wudu because you had a minor discharge. That's how much this woman loves her husband. She has a discharge just to think about her husband. Mabruk, I can say mabruka. Congratulations, you love your husband. A good woman is a woman who loves her husband. But make sure you love him for the right reason. Al-wala wal-bara, to love and hate for the sake of Allah. Assalamu alaikum. Where can we read about proper Islamic history, such as Battle of Nahrawan? Or you like history? I didn't tell you the details of what took place at Nahrawan. The aftermath. It's amazing what took place after this. These Khawarij, when they got defeated, they went to Mecca to regroup, to take revenge. The best book to read is Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. And no scholar can tell you anything otherwise. Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya by Ibn Kathir. That is the best book to read if you want to know about Islamic history. Because Ibn Kathir goes into before Adam was created. The creation of the heavens and the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Then he goes into Adam and all the prophets. Prophet Adam, Prophet Idris, Prophet Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad. Then he went into Islamic, then he went into Sirah, then he went into the Caliphate of Abu Bakr, Omar, Uthman, Ali, Muawiyah, the Abbasid dynasty, the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty. This book is a masterpiece, Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. If you understand Arabic and you pick it up to read it, you can put it down. When I did the speech, Adam and the Satan, where do you think I got it from? Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. Adam and the Satan. We have over 50 lessons to be learned. I think I might do that topic when I finish the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Adam and the Satan. I got it from the book Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. This book is a masterpiece. So to answer your question, where can you read about Islamic history? You need Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, but it's not in English. You need a Shaykh to translate it for you. It's not in English. We could do it in this room, inshallah. We're going to do the seal nectar, then we can go into Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. I don't mind covering it in this room. Who's going to translate that book? It's so thick. 8 volumes. Okay, where are the other questions? That was question number 3, I'm sure. Don't label 2 questions. This is question number 3. If Munkar and Nakir go to ask the dead in the grave questions, how do they do this if there are many people? If there are many people and they are only 2 angels, can they be more than one grave at the same time? Now you are comparing the powers of the angels to the powers of a human being. There will be a question in the grave, and there is no doubt about it because it's in the Holy Quran in Surah Ibrahim. When the Prophet used to bury his Sahabas, he said, beg Allah to give them firmness, because they are now, your friend, your companion is now interrogated in the grave by Munkar and Nakir, and they are severe in their interrogation. Surah 14, verse 27. يثبت الله الذين آمنوا بالقول الثابت في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة. All these scholars of tafsir said Surah 14, verse 27 is talking about Munkar and Nakir interrogating the people in their graves. That is the tafsir of the ayah. The Surah Al-Hakim Al-Takathur Hatta Zurtum Al-Maqabir. Rivalry between yourselves to pile up the pomp and glitter of the world, worldly encumbrances, distracts you from your deen until you visit the grave, then you'll come to know. The Sahabah said, when this ayah came, this surah came down, Hakim Al-Takathur, nobody doubted the punishment of the grave. Al-Hakim Al-Takathur Hatta Zurtum Al-Maqabir. The Sahaba said, when Allah revealed this surah, nobody doubted the punishment of the grave. Ali narrated, we did not cease to doubt punishment in the grave till surah was revealed, Al-Hakim Al-Takathur. Okay, shukran for bringing the hadith. Where are the other questions? I'm taking 2 more questions. This is question number 5. You said those that attend protest are munafiqs. I didn't say that. I said those who believe in the covenant of security. That's nifaq. Because when I was arrested in Kenya, people protested. Thousands protested, and shops were burnt down, cars were burnt down. They said a bank was looted because people hijacked the protest for their own gains. So I'm not saying that they are munafiqs. I'm saying those who believe in the covenant of security. You're not allowed to believe in the covenant of security because the covenant was broken when they killed Muslims. That covenant doesn't exist. Shaykh Hamoud ibn Uqla, he refuted the covenant of security. Is it not better to protest than do nothing, especially as it's very difficult to do jihad? Many brothers get caught in the airport. I personally attend protests and feel that living in the West, my voice can help the brothers suffering abroad. The best way to protest is jihad fi sabilillah. 1 million people march against the war on Iraq, and Tony Blair still sent the troops in. Tony Blair still sent the troops in because the Gora is a dictator. The white kafir is a dictator. Didn't you hear what David Cameron said? Those black countries who don't adopt homosexuality, embrace homosexuality, and legalize gay sex, you're not going to get our money. We're going to cut off our money. Why David Cameron, the British Prime Minister, said that? Because the white man is a dictator. He doesn't believe in freedom. He dictates. He doesn't believe in rapprochement. The white man doesn't believe in rapprochement. He believes in dictatorship. Don't you see they took B-52 bombers to Afghanistan and Iraq to bomb the people into democracy? They bombed the people into accepting democracy. Why? Because the white man is a dictator. He doesn't believe in rapprochement. He believes in dictating to you. Protest doesn't work. The only way forward is jihad fi sabilillah. You're wasting your time. People go and march, and they went home and drink tea and eat biscuit and said, oh, today I did something for Islam. At least I did something for Islam today. These protests don't work. The only way forward is jihad fi sabilillah. People march against the war in Iraq, and Tony Blair still sent the troops in. A protest is a shortcut way to avoid the battlefield. The Prophet said, those who die and did not make jihad, neither did they make their intention to do jihad, they die the death of a munafiq. Mata ala shurbatin min al-nifaq. I don't believe in marching. If I want to march, I march to the battlefield. That's the best place to march. Not in front of embassies and scream and shout. You want to march, go to the battlefield. 1 million people marched against the war in Iraq, and Tony Blair still sent the troops in because the white man is a dictator, the Gora. David Cameron said those countries who don't embrace homosexuality gracefully, legalize gay sex, you're not going to get our money, no funding, no aid. Why David Cameron made that statement? Because the white man is a dictator. Whether it is David Cameron or Tony Blair, the policies will be the same because it's the same white man, same mentality. Both of them, they are dictators. That seems to be the last question. I would like to thank those who made the dars a possibility. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, wassalatu wassalam ala Imam al-Anbiya wal Mursaleen, Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma arna al-haqqa haqqa wa razaqna tiba'ah, wa arna al-batil batilan wa razaqna shanaba. Brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to this, another of our sittings. We shall be continuing with the topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We are covering the topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The reason why this topic is very important is because many people claim to be AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Even the Barelvis who worship the graves, they claim to be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. So because you have many people who claim to be AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH and they are false to the claim, it is incumbent on us to outline the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, because people like to claim to be what they are not. Now look at the Christians. They claim to follow Jesus. They are not circumcised, they eat pork, they drink alcohol, yet they say they follow Jesus. When did Jesus walk around uncircumcised and eat pork? So this is how life is. People like to pretend to be what they are not. And people like to borrow from the credibility of righteous people. People like to borrow from the credibility of others in order to con you into believing in their cause. So there are many people who claim to be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, but they are false to their claim. And because of that, this topic was produced. Or this topic was prepared. One of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we do not make, number 8, we do not make excuse for those who ridicule the deen of Allah Ta'ala. Just a minute. I think we'll start from the 7th principle. Our manhaj is the dawah. Our manhaj for dawah is the prophetic manhaj. Let us start from principle number 7. Our manhaj for spreading Islam is the prophetic manhaj. In other words, we study the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ and we copy, we emulate the manhaj of the Prophet. Our manhaj is prophetic. Our manhaj, that is number 7. Sorry for the mix up. That is the 7th principle. Our manhaj for dawah is the prophetic manhaj. Therefore, our manhaj for dawah is the prophetic manhaj, yes. Therefore, we spread Islam with the manhaj of the Prophet. And this manhaj came from Allah. So, when you analyze the Quran properly, you'll find that there are 2 types of surahs in the Quran. Some surahs were revealed in Mecca, and some surahs were revealed in Medina. The surahs of Mecca are short and they focus on the Tawheed. For example, Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid walam yulad, walam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. That surah was revealed in Mecca. Qul ya ayyuhal kafirun la a'budu ma ta'budun. That is another surah revealed in Mecca. So the surahs of Mecca are short and they focus on Tawheed. And they focus on Yawm al-Qiyamah. They focus on who Allah is. The surahs of Medina are long and they focus on Sharia. How to get married, how to divorce, how to divide up the Islamic law of inheritance, the legacy of a man who has passed away. So the manhaj of Allah is that you call to Tawheed in Dar al-Harb. And you call for Sharia, you call to Sharia in Dar al-Islam. This is the manhaj of Allah and His Rasul. You call to Allah, you call to Tawheed when you are in Dar al-Harb. But when you are in Dar al-Islam, you call for Sharia. When the Rasul was sending Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he said to Mu'adh, "O Mu'adh, you are going to come across the people of the book, Jews and Christians. The first thing you should invite them to is the Tawheed of Allah. La ilaha illallah. And if they obey you, then invite them to Salah. And if they obey you, then you invite them to Zakah." The Prophet did not say to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, when you go to Yemen, you are going to find the people of the book. The first thing you should do is to tell them to stop drinking alcohol and stop committing zina. The Prophet didn't say that. He said the first thing you should invite the people to is the Tawheed of Allah. So this is the manhaj of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Our manhaj is prophetic. Because Aisha said when Allah sent Islam down, if the first thing Allah revealed was for people to stop committing zina and stop drinking alcohol, nobody would embrace Islam. Because the Arabs were addicted to these things. These are the words of Aisha. But the first thing Allah revealed when Allah sent Islam down was to call the people to Tawheed. So this is the manhaj of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We call the people to Tawheed in Dar al-Harb. Now there are people who have gone astray in regards to the manhaj. In the UK, in the USA, in France, in Germany, they call people to Sharia. How can you call a British person, a Kafir Brit, to Sharia, and this Kafir is an agnostic? An agnostic is a person who is hanging in between Iman and Kufr. An agnostic is not sure if Allah exists. He is doubtful. And the atheist says, "I'm sure Allah doesn't exist." So one is sure Allah doesn't exist and the other one is unsure. The one who is unsure is called an agnostic. He said, "Maybe Allah exists." That's the agnostic. Why don't you get people to Tawheed like what Allah did? Like what the Prophet did when he sent Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen. Why don't you follow the manhaj of the Prophet? How can a man obey the Sharia of Allah and he doesn't believe in the existence of Allah? Your manhaj is upside down and around. And your manhaj is not the manhaj of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and this is the 7th principle, is that we follow the manhaj of the Prophet in regards to the da'wah. And the manhaj of the Prophet is invite the people to Tawheed when you are in Dar al-Harb. Invite the people to Allah in Dar al-Harb. And when you are in Dar al-Islam, you invite the people to Sharia. That is the manhaj. If you want to spread Sharia, take it to Pakistan, take it to Saudi Arabia, take it to Algeria, take it to Libya. They want it there. When I was in Nigeria, the people were crying for Sharia in the northern parts of Nigeria. A man stole a cow and they chop off his hand. When they chop off his hand, the problem of stealing cows and goats was eradicated. All they need to do to stop people from stealing cows in Nigeria was to chop off the hand of one man. And when the news spread that his hand was gone, nobody steals cows anymore or goats. Take Sharia to people who want it. Don't take it to the Europeans who don't believe that Allah exists. When you take Sharia to Europeans, you are throwing diamonds to the swine. That's what you're doing. You are throwing the diamonds to the swine. Because you're taking Sharia to people who don't appreciate it. You take your Sharia to the Muslims who want it. Can't you see when the Muslims are given an opportunity, they vote for the party which is the most radical party? Because they want Islam. Can't you see when the Muslims in Algeria were given the choice to vote, they voted for who? For FIS, the Islamic Salvation Front. When they were given the choice to vote in Palestine, they vote for Hamas. They always vote for the party which appeared to be most Islamic, not the one that is liberal, the one that is most Islamic. So take your Sharia to Muslims who want the Sharia. Don't take it to Christians and Jews. When you give them Sharia, you are throwing diamonds to the swine. Because Allah told you in Surah 25, verse 44, they are the lowest of the low. إِنْهُمْ إِلَّا كَالْأَنْعَامِ بَلْ هُمْ أَضَلُّ سَبِيلًا. These Christians and Jews that you are trying to give Sharia to, they are the lowest of the low. They are beneath the level of the cattle. So if they are beneath the level of the cattle, like Allah told you in the Quran, how will they appreciate the Sharia? So those of you who are calling for Sharia in Europe and America, your manhaj is wrong. You need to call for Tawheed. Call to Allah. Call the people to Tawheed. Like what I did in Mecca. Allah said, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدٌ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدُ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. That is the manhaj of Allah and His Rasul. The eighth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We do not make excuse for the one who ridicules an aspect of the deen. We apply the rules of takfir on him. We don't make excuse for him. Because the ayah is clear, Tawbah 65 to 66. If you see a Muslim woman walking down the road and you say, Ninja, ninja, look at the ninja, and you make a mockery, you're a kafir. If a Muslim woman doesn't wear her hijab, she is not a kafir. She is called a fasiq, a sinful person. But if she laughs at a woman who wears hijab, then she becomes a kafir. Because you are not allowed to laugh at an aspect of the deen. Surah Tawbah, verse 65 to 66. Allah said, قُلْ أَبِاللَّهِ وَآيَاتِهِ وَرَسُولِهِ كُنْتُمْ تَسْتَهْزِئُونَ لَا تَعْتَذِرُوا قَدْ كَفَرْتُمْ بَعْدَ إِيمَانِكُمْ. Say, is it Allah, His ayahs, His signs, His Rasul, His messenger, you were mocking, you were ridiculing? La ta'tadru. Don't seek to find excuses. You have become infidels after you had Iman. This ayah was revealed for Sahabas who said something about Muhammad jokingly. And when they said something about Muhammad jokingly, Allah applied the rules of takfir on them. If you mock and ridicule an aspect of Islam, you become a kafir, even if you did not intend to become a kafir. Because we do not give the excuse of ignorance to the one who ridicules an aspect of Islam. This is our manhaj. This is the aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. People are divided up into 5 categories in regards to Quran and Sunnah. And the person who is taking notes, you're right. People are divided up into 5 categories in regards to the Hujjah, in regards to Quran and Sunnah. The first category of people in regards to Quran and Sunnah are those who take a Mu'tazilite approach. They are called the rationalist. If they read something in the text and it did not coincide with their aql, they reject it. So if they read a hadith where the Prophet said, when the fly drops in your drink, dip the fly, because one wing has the germ and the other wing has the cure. A Mu'tazilite, a rationalist, will say, are you crazy? You want me to dip a fly in my tea, my soup? Are you for real? And you'll say, but the hadith says you should do that. He said, what hadith? It's in Bukhari. He said, I don't give a damn, it's in Bukhari. I don't believe it. I'm not intellectually convinced. That's how they speak. I'm sorry, I'm not intellectually convinced. This person is a rationalist. He gives preference to his intellect over the text. And when he thinks that there is a clash between his brain, his reason, and the revelation, he gives preference to reason over revelation. This is the first person in regards to the Hujjah. The first rationalist was the devil. He did not bow down to Adam because he was not intellectually convinced. He said to Allah in Surah 7 verse 12, Ana khayrun min. Khalaqtani min nar wa khalaqtahu min teen. I am better than Adam. You made me from fire, and Adam you made from clay. So since fire is better than clay, I will never bow down to him because I am not intellectually convinced. This person, Iblis, was a rationalist. He gives preference to his intellect over the divine text. And then he said in Surah 17, verse 62, قَالَ أَرَأَيْتَكَ هَذَا الَّذِي كَرَّمْتَ عَلَيَّ لَإِنْ أَخَرْتَنِي إِلَى يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ لَأَحْتَنِكَنَّ ذُرِّيَّتَهُ إِلَّا قَلِيلًا. Iblis said, Surah 17, verse 62, do you see this one whom you prefer over me? You have honored him over me. If you give me respite, respite means give me life, don't let me die, give me respite. Till the day of resurrection, Yawm al-Qiyamah, I will surely seize and mislead his offspring by sending them astray, all but a few. All but a few. So, Allah said to him, اذهب فمن تبعك منهم فإن جهنم جزاؤكم جزاء موفورا. Allah said to Iblis, Surah 17, verse 63, go, you Iblis, go, and whosoever from Bani Adam who follow you, surely hell will be the recompense for you all, an ample recompense. Go, you Iblis, go. So he threatened to lead mankind astray. He is on the warpath, he is bent on revenge. He said to Allah, this who you prefer over me. And he referred to Adam as Hada. This, he did not show Adam any respect. This proves to you that whenever a person thinks that you are preferred over them, they will hate you. If you are working at a business place, an office, or a factory, and you got promoted, and the other person didn't get promoted, they might hate you for your promotion and try to destroy you. So when Adam was preferred over Iblis, Iblis said, I'm not going to take it lightly. I'm not going to go quietly. Allah said, go, idhab. But Iblis is not going to go quietly. I'm going to mislead all of them. Only a few will remain on the Sirat al-Mustaqim. And this was right because out of every 1,000, only one will go to the paradise. The Prophet said, out of every 1,000, only one will make it to paradise. There are two roads. One is flat and one is steep. In America we say the freeway. In the UK we say the motorway. In Africa we say the highway. There are two highways, two motorways, two freeways. One is steep and one is flat. The flat one takes you to the hellfire, but the steep road takes you to the paradise. Now, nobody wants to travel on a road that is steep because you burn more gas and it's pressure on the clutch. You burn more gas and it makes the journey longer. We all like to travel on the flat road in order to burn less gas and to travel quickly and reach our destination quickly. But the steep road takes you to paradise. And Allah said, you prefer فَلَكَ تَحَمَلْ عَقَبَةً. You prefer the flat road and you ignore the steep road. فَلَكَ تَحَمَلْ عَقَبَةً. You did not. Surah 90, verse 11. Surah 90, verse 11. فَلَكَ تَحَمَلْ عَقَبَةً وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا الْعَقَبَةُ فَكُّ رَقَبَةٍ أو إطعام في يوم ذي مسغبة يتيما ذا مقربة أو مسكينا ذا متربة. You did not choose the steep road. You ignore the steep road. You prefer the flat road, but the flat road takes you to the hellfire. Still, you prefer the flat road because you like ease in your life. You don't want difficulties. Then Allah said, وَمَا أَدْرَاكَ مَا الْعَقَبَةُ. And what will make you understand what the steep road is? To free a slave or to give food to people on the day of famine when they are starving. Or to look after the orphan who is near to you, like an orphan, your niece or your nephew. Or to feed the miskin who is clinging to the dust out of misery. The miskin, the poor man, he cannot find food. He has to go to Kentucky, Burger King, McDonald's, and eat the food that people throw away in the trash can. That's called the miskin. He can't find food. But the faqir is a poor man, but the faqir can find food. So the faqir is poor, but the miskin is needy. His situation is worse than the faqir. He has to go outside KFC, McDonald's, or Burger King to eat what people throw away in the trash can. That is a miskin. And after you have done all of that, then you have to become of those who believe. Don't be like Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa, she fed the miskin, but she has no reward to get on Judgment Day. Allah said, after you have done all of that to feed the miskin, to look after the orphan. Miskin means the needy. ثُمَّ كَانَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْمَرْحَمَةِ. After you have done all this goodness to mankind, to feed them with your own money, then you need to become of those who believe in Islam. Don't be like Mother Teresa. Fed thousands of poor people, but she did not die in Islam. She died believing in three gods: God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. So she has no reward to get on Judgment Day. So Allah said, don't be like Mother Teresa to feed poor people and then die as a kafir. Allah said, ثُمَّ كَانَ مِنَ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْمَرْحَمَةِ. After you have done all that goodness, you need to be of those who believe in Islam. Because the only religion Allah will accept from you is Islam. And recommend one another to perseverance, to sabr, and recommend one another to piety and compassion. أُولَٰئِكَ أَصْحَابُ الْمَيْمَنَةِ, they are the companions of the right side, Maymana, which is the paradise side. وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا بِآيَاتِنَا هُمْ أَصْحَابُ الْمَشْأَمَةِ, but those who did not embrace Islam, they reject our message, they are the companions of the left side, like Mother Teresa. She is from the Ashab al-Mash'amah, the companions of the left side, because she did not die inside the fold of Islam. Alayhim narum mu'sara, upon them will be the nar, the hellfire, kindled. There are 5 types of people in regards to the message. The person taking it. There are 5 types of people in regards to the message. The first type is the rationalist, who gives preference to the intellect over the text. He gives preference to reason over revelation. He gives preference to the aql over the naql. The second type is the culturalist. He gives preference to his culture over the text. Allah spoke about him in Baqarah 170. The second person he gives into aql over naql, okay. The second person, the culturalist, he prefers his culture over the revelation. And Allah spoke about him in Baqarah 170. So Allah Ta'ala said about the culturalists in Baqarah 170. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ اتَّبِعُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ قَالُوا بَلْ نَتَّبِعْ مَا أَلْفَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ آبَاءَنَا أَوَلَا كَانَ آبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ شَيْئًا وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. When it is said to them, follow what Allah has revealed, they say, nay, we shall follow what we found our fathers following. Would they do that even though their fathers did not understand anything, nor were they guided to the straight path? That is a culturalist. Allah is telling you about the culturalists in Baqarah 170. When they were invited to embrace the haqq, they say, we prefer to follow what we found our fathers and forefathers following. A man who is a Shiite, insulting the Sahabas, making takfir in the Sahabas. Why? Because he found his parents practicing Shiaism. He is loyal to a fault. He is loyal to a culture. The man who is a Brahmin who makes tawaf around the graves, when you ask him, why are you doing that? Where is the evidence? He said, I am making tawaf around the graves to circumambulate. Tawaf means to circumambulate, to go around the graves. Because I found my parents doing it. All the people who are practicing batil, wrong aqidah, wrong creed, erroneous creed, which is batil, their only evidence to practice what they are practicing is that they found their parents practicing it. Now, I was born in a Christian home. So, should I have hung on to Christianity? I embraced Islam when I was 16. So, if I should follow the Jamaican culture, which is predominantly Christianity, this means I should have hung on to Christianity. You can't follow what your parents follow. You follow Quran and Sunnah. So the Hindu boy who found his parents worshipping Ram, Sita, Hanuman. And Hindus, they also worship the male genitalia. Should the Hindu boy practice that, worshipping the male genitalia? Is that what you want to see the Hindu boy doing? Following his parents to worship the cow? And the Buddhist boy from Sri Lanka, from China, from Japan, should he follow his parents worshipping Buddha? And the Jewish boy who grew up to find his parents rejecting Jesus and rejecting Muhammad. They only believe in Moses, they don't believe in Muhammad nor Jesus. Should the Jewish boy follow his parents in rejecting the prophets of Allah? And they slander Prophet Suleiman and they claim Suleiman was no prophet, he was just a magician working black magic. Should the Jewish boy follow that? So you can't follow parents, you follow the Hujjah. We follow Quran and Sunnah, not parents. We don't follow culture, because not every culture is good. If it's an Islamic culture, then you can culture, not a culture which is Jahiliyyah. The third set of people, in regards to the evidence, the people of Hawa. They are not following their parents, they are not following anything, they are following Hawa. Hawa means your evil and corrupted desires. And Allah spoke about the people of Hawa in Surah 45, verse 23. Surah 45, verse 23. Hawa means your evil and corrupted desires. Allah said, أَفَرَأَيْتَ مَنِ اتَّخَذَ إِلَهُ هَوَى. Have you not seen he who worships instead of Allah his evil and corrupted desires? So Allah Ta'ala left him to go astray and sealed his hearing and his heart and put a covering on his sight. Who then will guide him after Allah has done this to him? Will you not then remember? The fourth set of people, in regards to the Hujjah, the evidence, are the blind followers. Blind followers of scholars. The blind followers of scholars. Now, some of you, you blind follow a scholar. Now, when a Madkhali say, fear and don't blind follow the scholars, what the Madkhali wants you to do is to blind follow Bin Baz, Uthaymin, and Albani. They don't have a problem with you blind following a scholar, but they should tell you which scholar to blind follow. You have to blind follow their trinity: Bin Baz, Uthaymin, and Albani. If you blind follow Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, they frowned upon you. But if you blind follow one of their trinity, they pat you on the shoulder. So don't think a Madkhali is against blind following of scholars. That's your mistake. They endorse the blind following of scholars if you blind follow their trinity: Bin Baz, Uthaymin, and Albani. But if you blind follow Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, and Ahmad ibn Hanbal, then they frown upon you. Now, you are allowed to blind follow in regards to fiqh, but you are not allowed to blind follow in regards to tawheed. That is the Islamic ruling in regards to blind following. You can blind follow in regards to fiqh, but you are not allowed to blind follow in regards to tawheed. It is haram to blind follow in regards to tawheed. As for following one of the four great Imams, it is not compulsory on you to follow a madhab rigidly. You are allowed to shop around. But you cannot shop around, a scholar will shop around on your behalf. I repeat, you are not allowed to shop around. You need a scholar to shop around on your behalf. If you don't know anything about computers, how can you go to a computer fair to shop around? You're only making an ass of yourself. You need to take a computer expert with you to shop around for you. If you're going to buy a used car and you don't know anything about cars, you're making an ass of yourself. You need to take a mechanic to check both the gearbox and the engine. Not just the engine, the gearbox on as well as the engine. That's how you buy a car. So, when you want to shop around in Islam to find out which opinion is the correct opinion from the four great Imams, you are not allowed to shop around a scholar of Islam, and it has to be a sincere scholar. A sincere scholar of Islam will shop around on your behalf. When I was in the classroom in Saudi Arabia and we were doing Eid, the fiqh of Eid, the teacher said some people believe Eid is Sunnah, Mu'akkada. Some people believe Eid is Fard or Wajib. Which opinion is correct? I was thinking the opinion that says Eid is Sunnah Mu'akkada is the correct opinion. The Shaykh said, no, 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 that's the wrong opinion. The Shaykh said to me, no, 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 that's not the right opinion. The correct opinion, Eid is wajib, Eid is fard. And this is the opinion of Abu Hanifa and Ibn Taymiyyah. How can you say Eid is Sunnah if Eid should clash with Jumu'ah? Sometimes Eid fall on Jumu'ah. Listen to the logic. Sometimes Eid fall on Yawmul Jumu'ah, on a Friday. When Eid falls on a Friday, you cancel out the Jumu'ah and you pray Eid instead. So if Eid has the power to cancel Jumu'ah, how can Eid be Sunnah? How can Sunnah cancel out Fard? That doesn't make sense. So the correct opinion about Eid is that Eid is Fard. And the Prophet used to command even menstruating women to leave their homes to come for Eid, except that they did not pray. There is no Salah for women who are menstruating. So if the Prophet commanded menstruating girls to leave their homes to come for Eid Salah, how can Eid be Sunnah? That opinion doesn't make sense. But when I was in the classroom and the teacher asked the question, what do you think about Eid? Is it Sunnah Mu'akkada or is it Fard? In my mind, I was thinking Sunnah Mu'akkada. And the Shaykh said, no, it's not Sunnah Mu'akkada. Eid is Fard. And those who say it is Sunnah, they are mistaken. Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah said, and consequently, we have deemed as being the strongest opinion that the Eid prayer is obligatory. Obligatory means Fard, upon all individuals. Like the opinion of Abu Hanifa, referred to Hashiyat ibn Abidin, and that which comes after it. Atiyah reported, the Messenger of Allah commanded us to bring out on Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha young women, hijabi women, observing adult women, and even the menstruating women found in Muslim. So this is the hadith used by the scholars who say Eid is Fard, obligatory, not Sunnah, not recommended, obligatory, mandatory, compulsory. And those who say Sunnah, they are mistaken. This is what I learned in university in regards to Eid. I said it is compulsory on you to have a scholar to shop around on your behalf to tell you which opinion is the correct opinion. A layman is not allowed to shop around. Only the scholars are allowed to shop around to tell you which opinion is the correct opinion, because Allah Ta'ala said, you should always ask those who know if you don't know. So since you were commanded to ask those who know if you don't know, the scholars will shop around on your behalf. And any man who has no Shaykh, the shaitan becomes his Shaykh. Any man who has no Shaykh, the shaitan becomes his Shaykh. Because Allah said in Surah 16 verse 43, and bring me the ayah, فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Surah 16 verse 43. Ask those who know if you don't know. Surah 16 verse 43. Therefore, you have to approach the people of knowledge when you are jahil about something. And this ayah is general. If you want to know about dentistry, go to the dentist. If you want to know about agricultural science, go to the farmer. If you want to know about computer, which computer is the best to buy, go and speak to the computer engineer. If you want to know how to make Hajj, go and speak to the faqih, the scholar who specializes in fiqh. If you want to know about the creed, the correct aqidah, go and speak to the scholar of aqidah. If you want to know which car is the best car to buy, go and speak to the mechanic. This ayah is general. Ask those who know if you don't know. If you want to know which mobile phone is the best, the one which is not crap, that keeps breaking down, go and speak to the people who specialize in mobile phones. Ask those who know if you don't know. This ayah is a general ayah. Don't ask a person who is a doctor about dentistry. You're making an ass of yourself. Don't ask a farmer about brain surgery. Don't ask a farmer about brain surgery. You're making an ass of yourself. Don't ask a shoemaker about chemistry. Which medicine is the best medicine? Ask those who know if you don't know. فَاسْأَلُوا أَهْلَ الذِّكْرِ إِن كُنْتُمْ لَا تَعْلَمُونَ. Surah 16, verse 43. Now, the blind, he follows a wicked scholar. Wicked scholars like Yusuf Qaradawi, which half of the Ummah has already made takfir on Yusuf Qaradawi. A famous scholar who is always on the television of the Taghut. Yusuf Qaradawi is an example of a wicked scholar. Some people follow him. Another example of a wicked scholar which you cannot take from is Tariq Ramadan. Hamza Yusuf, Tariq Ramadan. Yusuf Qaradawi. Yusuf Qaradawi makes it halal to have interfaith dialogues, to put Islam and Christianity and Judaism on the same even keel. It is halal to join the army of the Taghut and kill Mujahideen. Many people pronounce him a Zindiq. Other scholars pronounce him Zindiq. A Zindiq is a heretic. Another example of a wicked scholar is Mohsin Hendricks from South Africa, Cape Town. Mohsin Hendricks, the gay Imam. The other scholars, they call him a Satanist. They didn't even call him a kafir. They said he is a Satanist. Mohsin Hendricks, the gay Imam, who makes it halal for Muslims to be gays and establish a circle called the inner circle. And then he wants to establish Mohsin Hendricks. You can Google him, bring me the link. Mohsin Hendricks, that's another scholar who's a kafir. He established the inner circle, and he stars in a film to promote homosexuality in the Muslim community. I think he spelled his name Mohsin, M-O-H, Mohsin. Mohsin Hendricks. Okay, shukran for the link. That's another scholar who's a kafir. Many of you believe that if a person is a Maulana or a Shaykh, khalas, he's going to go to Jannah and he's the best of Muslims. He's like the Sahabas. That's how naive you are. Once a person is a Shaykh and Imam, khalas, he's home and dry. He's going to Jannah. He has the Iman of the Sahabas because he's a Shaykh, a scholar. Very, very naive. Allah told you in Baqarah 166, when you blind follow scholars, if it's a wicked scholar you blind follow, Allah is going to dump you and your wicked scholar together in the hellfire. Baqarah 166. إِذْ تَبَرَّأَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبِعُوا مِنَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوا وَالْعَذَابُ وَتَقَطَّعْ بِهِمْ الْأَسْبَابِ. When those who followed, disowned, declare themselves innocent of those who follow them, and they see the blazing fire, the torment, then all their relations will be cut off from them. So Allah promised you that He will dump you and your wicked scholars, your Hamza Yusuf, who believes that he can become an advisor to Bush, to advise Bush how to crush Islam, and who believes that the firefighters who died on September 11th, these kafir firefighters, who are Jews and Christians and atheists and agnostic and homosexuals, they will be in paradise. Because he's a Sufi, and Sufis don't make takfir. They are called the Ghulat Murja. You and your Hamza Yusuf, your Tariq Ramadan, and Yusuf Qaradawi and Bin Baz. You blind follow these people because you worship personality, you don't worship Allah. Are you worshipping personality or are you worshipping Allah? Allah said He's going to dump you and your wicked scholars together in the hellfire. Baqarah 166. So don't come on Judgment Day and expect Allah to let you off because you follow a wicked scholar. Allah will give you a squeeze and let you off. That's not the case. Allah gave you an aql to think for yourself. And Allah said the worst of creatures are those who don't think. If you don't think, you are a creature. You are no longer a man. You have lost your status. And Allah said the worst of creatures are those who don't think. Surah 8 verse 22. Inna sharrad dawab indallah as-Sunnah wal alladhina la yaqilun. The worst of moving creatures in the sight of Allah are those individuals who are deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't think for themselves. Surah 8, verse 22. So don't come on Judgment Day and expect Allah to let you off because you follow a wicked scholar. You and your Yusuf Qaradawi, Tariq Ramadan, Hamza Yusuf. These people, many of them believe in democracy. Democracy and interfaith dialogues. That's their aqidah. They call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. And they peddle falsehood in the Ummah, claiming to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr. If to dismantle Sharia was minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine when they dismantled the Sharia, the law of Allah? Surah Ma'idah verse 60. Bring me the ayah. Ma'idah 60. Allah turned the Jews into apes and swine when they dismantled the Sharia. This took place in the time of David. So if it was a minor offense, why did Allah turn them into apes and swine? Are you trying to tell us Allah was overreacting? Is that what you, the Madkhali, is trying to tell us? So these wicked scholars, they believe in interfaith dialogues. They believe in democracy. They believe in fighting in the army of the Taghut. Even though the army of the Taghut, they urinate on the dead bodies of Muslims. Don't say they urinate on the dead bodies of the Taliban. Don't use that word. Say Muslims. They want you to join this army. Even though this army they allow bestiality in the army and sodomy. The army of the Dajjal. The wicked scholars, they pass fatwas that you can join the British army, the French army, the USA army. The army of the Dajjal. And they call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. The dogs of Jahannam, Khawarij. And they preach to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr. Forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. And they preach you don't need to learn fiqh al-waqi'. To learn current events, which is fiqh al-waqi', for you to learn current events, it's like learning the Bible, the Injil. You don't need it. That's their aqidah. You can't listen to these wicked scholars. They are a cancer in the body of the Ummah. A cancer tumor in the body of the Ummah. Whenever a person is a munafiq, a fake Muslim, they gravitate towards wicked scholars. If you want to know who is a munafiq, it's easy. Just ask him who you listen to. If he says Yusuf Qaradawi, Hamza Yusuf, that person is a munafiq. A fake Muslim, a munafiq, they take their deen from wicked scholars. Why? Because there is no comfort in the truth. They gravitate towards wicked scholars because there is no comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer finds comfort in the truth. They gravitate towards wicked scholars because they make the deen easy for them. I don't have to do jihad. There is no jihad unless there is a caliph. What a dodgy aqidah. No jihad unless there is a caliph. So because the wicked scholars, they water down the deen for them, and people don't want to sacrifice, they gravitate towards wicked scholars. Why they gravitate towards wicked scholars? Because there is no comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer finds comfort in the truth. Sometimes you invite a person for dinner to your home and they can't eat the food because he says, I have stomach ulcer. There's nothing wrong with the food. The problem, his stomach is messed up. He's not healthy. The food is good, but he can't eat that food because he has stomach ulcer. Sometimes a man comes to the room and he hears Quran and Sunnah and he becomes angry and leaves the room and did not return. There's nothing wrong with Quran and Sunnah. The problem is his heart. His heart is corrupted. So because his heart is corrupted, he can't relate to the Hujjah. So he leaves the room and he swears, he uses obscene language and leaves the room. There's nothing wrong with Quran and Sunnah. The problem is his heart. His heart is corrupted. And this is the reality of the Haqq. There is no comfort in the truth. And because of that, Allah said, Kutiba alaykum al-qital wa huwa kurhun lakum. Fight is prescribed for you, but you hate it. Baqarah 216. Baqarah 216. Fighting is prescribed for you, but you hate it. Why you hate it? Because there is no comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer finds comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer finds comfort in the truth. The fourth category of people in regards to the deen are those who are blind followers of wicked scholars. The fifth category of people are those who are yo-yo Muslim. The yo-yo Muslim. Do you remember when you were kids and your fathers bought you a yo-yo? A toy that dangles on a string. Some Muslims are called the yo-yo Muslim. They go backward and forward in Islam. Allah spoke about them in Surah 22, verse 11. Surah 22, verse 11. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْفٍ. Allah said, there are some of you, you worship me, Allah, on the edge, ala harf. So your attitude is, I'm coming into Islam and I will apostate if I suffer a calamity, a catastrophe, a disaster. وَمِنَ النَّاسِ مَنْ يَعْبُدُ اللَّهَ عَلَى حَرْفٍ فَإِنْ أَصَابَهُ خَيْرٌ اطْمَأَنَّ بِهِ وَإِنْ أَصَابَتْهُ فِتْنَةٌ انقلب على وجهه خسر الدنيا والآخرة ذلك هو الخسران المبين. ذلك هو الخسران المبين. And among mankind is he who worships me, Allah, on the very edge, with a condition, in doubt. If good befalls him, he is contented, he is happy. If a calamity should befall him, a trial, a tribulation, a catastrophe, he turned back on his heels as an apostate from the deen. He loses both this world and the next world. This is the clear loss. This is the evident loss. He has lost both this world and the next world. What an evident loss. Now, these are the 5 categories of people in regards to the Hujjah. The first, those who are Aqlani, rationalist. Like the shaitan, he gives preference to his aql, the brain, over the text. The second, the culturalist who follows his parents blindly. That's why many people die as Jews, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, Barelvis, Shia, Goofy Sufi, Shady Shia. Because they follow their parents blindly. They are culturalists. Allah spoke about them in Baqarah 170. The third category, those who follow their evil and corrupted desires, the people of Hawa. They can't embrace Islam because they like their lifestyle of drinking wine, eating swine, their wife swapping, their homosexuality, their lesbianism. They worship their Hawa. Allah spoke about them as well in Surah 45, verse 23. The fourth category of people are those who blind follow wicked scholars. Baqarah 166. Yes, shukran for the Hujjah, the people of Hawa. Surah 45, verse 23. The fourth category are those who follow, they blind follow wicked scholars. Your Hamza Yusuf, your Tariq Ramadan, your Yusuf Qaradawi, your Azam Tamimi, who believe in democracy, your Bin Baz, who allowed the American troops in the Holy Land. And these American troops are the same troops who urinate on the bodies of dead Muslims. Your Bin Baz, who gave his wallah, his allegiance to the army of the Dajjal. And many of you worship Bin Baz instead of Allah, because the disease of hypocrisy has become rife and widespread in your hearts. You think you worship Allah, but you're a pagan. You worship a scholar, a personality, and not Allah. And the fifth category of people in regards to the Hujjah are the yo-yo Muslims. They go backward and forward in Islam. They are not steadfast in the deen, even though Allah said, وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. And these are the five categories who went astray in regards to the Hujjah. The sixth and last category, that category is you, AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The sixth category is who? AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. You do not prefer your brain over the text, you surrender to the text. You don't follow culture. Many of you are reverts. If you to culture, you would have still been Christians till today. You don't follow your Hawa. You practice Quran and Sunnah and you don't follow Hawa. If you're following Hawa, you'll still be drinking alcohol and eating pork today. You don't blind follow wicked scholars. You ask for the Hujjah, the evidence. You are not a yo-yo Muslim. Today you're a Muslim, next month you're a Kafir, and then you come back into Islam, then you leave again, then you come back again, then you leave again, then you're a Muslim. You are AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. And from AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, there is another group called the Ta'ifa Mansura. Who are they? The Mujahideen. They are the elite of the Ummah. The Ta'ifa Mansura, they are the elite of the Ummah, because the Rasul said, the peak of the matter is jihad. The peak of the matter is jihad. So within AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, there is another group, the elite of that group. So the Ta'ifa Mansura is different from the AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. They are the elite group. Who are they? The frontline material. They are called the frontline material. The people who are living in Dar Harb, many of them are not frontline material. If you're addicted to crack cocaine, how can you, subhanAllah, how can you be frontline material if you're addicted to crack? How can you be frontline material if you are an alcoholic and you can't give it up? How can you be frontline material if you have many, many girlfriends? How can you be frontline material if you are peddling falsehood, the covenant of security? You go to the embassies and you shout, down, down USA, and then you go home and drink tea and eat biscuit and say, today I did something for Islam. I did jihad. My jihad is verbal jihad. I'm a verbal jihadi. I only march because I believe in a covenant of security. The Kuffar broke the covenant of security when they urinated on the dead bodies of Muslims. The covenant has been broken. So you are preaching kufr when you preach covenant of security. The covenant of security was broken in 1924 when they dismantled the Khilafah system. The covenant was broken when they supported Salman Rushdie with his book to slander Allah and His Rasul. The book is called The Satanic Verses. The covenant of security was broken when they invaded Iraq and Afghanistan with a pack of lies, dodgy doses, weapons of mass destruction, WMD, None of that was found. So that rubbish you are preaching has been broken 1,000,000 times already by the kuffar. The only reason why you are preaching covenant of security is because you have the disease of wahan in your heart. Love for the dunya and fear for death. That's why you are hanging on to something which is kufr, covenant of security. Why you hang on to the covenant of security? Because Allah said, Kutiba alaykum al-kital wa huwa kurhun lakum. Fighting is prescribed for you, yet you hate it. Because you hate fighting, you hang on to the covenant of security. Even though the scholar of Islam, Shaykh Hamoud ibn Uqla, refuted your argument of covenant of security. That doesn't exist. He was from the ulama of Najd, the ulama of Saudi Arabia. He said that covenant you believe in doesn't exist. The Rasul said the Ummah of Muhammad is one body. When one part is affected, the whole body feels the pain. So when the kuffar urinated on the dead bodies of Muslims in Afghanistan, they urinated on the 1.5 billion Muslims in the world. I repeat, the Ummah is one body. So when they urinated on the dead bodies of Muslims in Afghanistan, they urinated on every single Muslim in the world. And the Prophet said, you are not allowed to break the bone of a dead Muslim. You can't disrespect the dead. You can't even break the bone of a dead person. You can't disrespect the dead. Maybe their religion, Christianity, taught them to do that. I was only 16 when I left Christianity. Had I seen any good in it, I wouldn't have left. Maybe their religion, Christianity, taught them to urinate on dead bodies. What's the use of a religion if it can't teach you morals and ethics? What's the use of a religion if it causes your character to be worse than the shaitan? Your character is worse than the shaitan. So what's the use of Christianity? Had I seen any good in it, I wouldn't have left when I was 16. These are the 6 categories of people in regards to the evidence. The 6th and last is AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The ninth principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We love the Ummah, we are soft and gentle to the Ummah, and we are stern towards the kuffar. This is the 9th principle. We love the Ummah, we are soft and gentle to the Ummah, and we are stern towards the kuffar. Because Allah told us in Surah 48, verse 29, Muhammadun Rasulullah. وَالَّذِينَ مَعَهُ أَشِدَّاءَ الْكُفَّارِ رُحَمَاء بَيْنَهُم. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah, and those who are with him, أَشِدَّاءَ الْكُفَّارِ, they are stern towards the kuffar, but they are gentle and kind towards each other. Kind and gentle towards each other, but harsh against the kuffar. You'll see them bowing, making rak'ah and sajda, seeking Allah's pleasure, Allah's bounties. And you will see in their forehead the mark of sajda from their constant salah. Obviously, the person with the mark of sajda in his forehead has to be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Did you know Brahmins have the mark in their forehead? Even though they are grave worshippers, and the goofy Sufis, and Shiites, they have the mark in their forehead. So this ayah is talking about those with the mark in their forehead, but they belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Because dodgy people have the mark in their forehead. So don't get carried away with the mark in the forehead that Allah is talking about. Here in Surah 48, verse 29. The mark of sajda, which Allah is talking about, the person with the mark of sajda in his forehead has to be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Because the grave worshippers have the mark in their forehead. So don't be naive and get carried away by you seeing a person with a mark in their forehead. Pay attention to the aqidah. Go deeper. Don't look at the external features. Go deeper. Don't be naive. Pay attention to his creed. Some of you pay attention to the external appearance. Don't you know the hadith? Allah doesn't look at your bodies and your external appearance. Allah looks at your heart. Okay, shukran for bringing the hadith about breaking the bone of the dead person. Not allowed to break his bone. If you cannot show disrespect, look at the superiority of Islam over Christianity. We don't show disrespect to the dead. We don't even break their bones. In Christianity, they don't have anything to teach you. That's why these people are so evil in character. They disrespect the dead. Their religion has no morals, no ethics. Had I seen any good in Christianity, I wouldn't have left when I was 16. So Islam teaches morals and ethics. We don't show disrespect to the dead. The body of a Jew was passing through Medina, and the Prophet stood up to show his respect. A Sahabah said, "O Messenger of Allah, O Messenger of Allah, it's a Jew. Because he was surprised why the Prophet stood up to show his respect to a Jew. The Rasul said, "Alaysa nafsan khalaqaha Allah." Isn't the Jew a nafs, a soul created by Allah? Look at the superiority of Islam over Christianity. We don't disrespect the dead. The Rasul stood up for the body of a Jew. The kuffar living in Darhab, they have no morals, no ethics. They don't know right from wrong. They are human devils. And it makes no difference whether it's a black kafir or a white kafir. The kuffar in Darhab, they are human devils. And it makes no difference whether it's a black kafir or a white kafir. If you give power to a black kafir, he becomes worse than the white man because he has something to prove. I put it to you. If you give power to a black kafir, he becomes worse than the white man. Why? Because he has something to prove. Don't doubt me, I'm a house nigger. How dare you doubt I'm a nigger? You give power to a black kafir and see what happens. He will kill twice the amount of Muslims. He'll even kill sheikhs and imams. Because the black kafir has something to prove. What is he has to prove? I'm a nigger. Never you doubt me. I believe in the white man program and the white man agenda. You give the black kafir power, he'll become worse than the white kafir. Because he has something to prove. That I am a nigger. He might even kill his mother to prove. And this nigger will even kill sheikhs and imams to please and appease his master. Because he's a figurehead. The Illuminatis are behind him pulling the strings. He's just a figurehead. The Illuminatis are behind him pulling the strings. So the 9th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we are soft with the Muslims and stern with the kuffar. The 10th, we love the Sahabas and we don't insult any of the Sahabas. The 10th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We love the Sahabas and we don't insult any of the Sahabas. Because there's an ayah in the Quran that taught us not to insult the Sahabas. The companions of Muhammad, they are called the Sahabas. The companions of Muhammad, they are the Sahabas. A Sahaba is a Muslim who met the Prophet and died believing in him. The Rasul said, "La tasubbu ahadan min ashabi." Don't insult any of my Sahabas. فَلَوْ أَنْفَقَ أَحَدُكُمْ مِثْلَ أُحُدٍ ذَهَبًا مَا أَدْرَكَ مُدَّ أَحَدِهِمْ وَلَا نَصِيفَهُ. Because if any one of you should spend as much as Mount Uhud in gold, it would never reach to the measure, the sacrifice of my Sahabas. Not even half of it. Don't insult any of my Sahabas. Because if you should spend as much as Mount Uhud in gold, it will never measure up to the sacrifice of my Sahabas. Not even half of it. There's an ayah in the Quran in which you were taught not to insult the Sahabas. Surah 59 verse 10. What did Allah say in Surah 59 verse 10? وَالَّذِينَ جَاءُوا مِن بَعْدِهِمْ. Those who came after. What do they say? You belong to those who came after the Sahabas. What do you say? Listen to the dua. رَبَّنَا اغْفِرْ لَنَا وَلِإِخْوَانِنَا الذين سبقونا بالإيمان ولا تجعل في قلوبنا غلا للذين آمنوا ربنا إنك رؤوف رحيم. Our Lord, forgive us and our brothers who came before us in faith, and put not in our hearts any hatred against those who have believed. Our Lord, you are indeed full of kindness, you are the most merciful. This ayah is teaching you to love the Sahabas and not to harbor in your hearts any hatred for the Sahabas. There is a death squad in Iraq killing Sunnis. Why did you bat an eyelid when you heard about it? If they hate Abu Bakr and Omar, how can they love you? Impossible. If the Shiites hate Abu Bakr and Omar, how can the Shiites love you? And maybe Allah will use America to break the back of the Shiites in Iran. If America attacks Iran, you should cheer for both sides. It's kafirs killing kafirs. That's what you should do. You cheer for both sides. If they attack Syria, you cheer for both sides. It's kafirs killing kafirs. Allah is great. Allah can use kafirs to exterminate kafirs. You can't support Iran if they are attacked. They are Shiites. They make takfir on the Sahabas. And who started the Shiite movement? A Jew, Abdullah ibn Sabah. That's why they hate Islam so much. Where is the link about the death squads of the Shiites killing Sunnis? Where is the link? These Shiites are so stupid. They don't realize when they insult the Sahabas, they are insulting Muhammad because he gave his daughters in marriage to the Sahabas. Uthman was married to 2 daughters of the Prophet. When Abu Hanifa was alive, he heard that a Shiite was saying Uthman was a Jew. What did he say? Uthman was a Jew. This Shiite had a daughter. She was pretty, but she couldn't find a husband. Abu Hanifa approached the Shiite and said, I know a man who is rich and handsome and pious, who is good for your daughter. The Shiite said, yes, bring him to me, bring him to me. I would like him for my daughter. Abu Hanifa said, but he's a Jew. The Shiite said, A'udhu billah, astaghfirullah, how can you recommend a Jew to marry my daughter? Abu Hanifa said, but you accuse the Prophet of marrying 2 of his daughters to a Jew. Because you are spreading the rumor Uthman was a Jew. Look how Abu Hanifa checkmated him. Subhanallah. Look how Abu Hanifa boxed him in. Boxed him in a box he couldn't get out of the box. The Shiite was so embarrassed he stopped spreading rumor Uthman was a Jew. When you insult the Sahabas, you are insulting Ali. Because Ali gave his bay'ah to Abu Bakr and Umar. You, the Shia, you are so stupid. You don't realize when you insult the Sahabas, you are insulting Allah. Because you are saying Allah saw his messenger Muhammad taken for his closest companions, hypocrites, and Allah kept quiet and allowed the mistake to go unchecked without correcting the mistake. So when you insult the Sahabas, you are actually insulting Allah. When you insult the Sahabas, you are insulting Ali. Yes, because he gave his bay'ah to the Sahabas, Abu Bakr and Umar. You are saying Abu Bakr and Umar were kuffar, and Ali gave his bay'ah to them. So Ali is a kafir as well. Only a kafir gave his bay'ah to a kafir. You see how easy it is to checkmate a Shiite? If Abu Bakr and Umar were kuffar, Ali is a kafir as well. Only a kafir gave his bay'ah to a kafir. So look how easy it is to checkmate a Shiite. The shady Shiites. Their nation is pitiful, appalling, and pathetic. So a person who insults the Sahabas, he doesn't belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Impossible. Because one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we do not insult the companions of Muhammad. One day a person approached Hassan al-Basri and said, tell me about the fitna of Ali and Muawiyah when they fought at the Battle of Siffin. He quoted for the man a beautiful ayah, Baqarah 134. How did he answer the man? Baqarah 134. What a beautiful answer he gave the man. Tilka qad khalat. Laha ma kasabat wa lakum ma kasabtum wa la tus'alunna amma kanu ya'malun. What a beautiful answer he gave the man. He gave him an ayah from the Quran. Deal with that. You want me to talk about the fitna of Ali and Muawiyah? Here is the ayah. Deal with the ayah. Baqarah 134. That nation, that was a nation that has passed away. They shall reap what they sow. And you will reap what you sow, and you won't be asked about them in regards to what they used to do. That is the ayah. What a beautiful answer the scholar gave the man. And he did not delve into the matter about the fitna of Ali and Muawiyah. If you delve into the matter, you might end up insulting Ali, or you might end up insulting Muawiyah. The Khawarij, they make takfir on Ali and Muawiyah. And the Shiites, they insult Muawiyah. This is an issue you are not allowed to delve into. Whenever a person asks you about the fitna of Ali and Muawiyah, don't forget Baqarah 134. Please don't forget the ayah. Tilka ummatun qad khalat. That nation has already passed away. They shall reap what they sow, and you will reap what you sow, and you won't be asked about them on the day of judgment. Never forget this ayah when a person asks you about the fitna of Ali and Muawiyah, or the war that took place between Aisha and Ali. That's another fitna. It's called the Battle of the Camel. And you should hold your tongue and don't insult any of the Sahabas. Those who insult the Sahabas, they don't belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 11th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We are a balanced nation. The 11th principle. We are in the middle between the Mu'tazilites and the Sufis. How is that? The Mu'tazilites, they don't believe in following the scholars and show respect to the scholars. They follow the Aql. The Sufis, they do the opposite. They follow their scholars blindly. Two extremes on opposite sides of the spectrum. Two extremes on the opposite sides of the spectrum. Okay, please explain how we are in the middle between the Mu'tazilites and the Sufis. The Mu'tazilites, they have no respect for scholars and they follow the Aql, the brain, the intellect. The Sufis, they do blind following of their masters, the Sufi masters. The Pir. Pir means the Sufi master. They have no respect for scholars, they follow the Aql. The Mu'tazilites have no respect for scholars, Sufis blind follow. Okay. But in the middle between the Qadariyah and the Jabriyah. The Qadariyah, they deny Qadr. The Jabriyah, they believe in Qadr and they say, if I should cheat on my wife or drink alcohol, don't blame me, blame Allah, because what I did was predestined. We are in the middle between who? The Qadariyah and the Jabriyah. We're in the middle between the Qadariyah, spell it the way I spell it. We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadr. Okay, spell it the way I spell it. Qadariyah, from the word Qadr with a Q, Qadr. They deny destiny, they deny Qadr. We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadr. We are in the middle between the Qadariyah and the Jabriyah. One denies Qadr and the other one believes in Qadr and blame Qadr for his sins. Jabriyah means those who believe we were forced to do haram by Allah. Allah forced us to do the haram. We are in the middle between the Madkhali and Hizb Tahrir. The Madkhali, he doesn't pay attention to fiqh al-waqi'. Abu Khadija said, I don't know who Afia Siddiqui is. Afia Siddiqui, the Pakistani woman who was brutally raped by the American army repeatedly and now in prison. Now it is all over the internet. They captured two Swiss and demand the release of Afia Siddiqui, 2 Swiss citizens. I don't know who Afia Siddiqui is. The Madkhali, they don't pay attention to fiqh al-waqi', current events, because they hate Muslims and they don't give a damn about the affairs of the Muslims. They're Khawarij, they hate Muslims. So because they hate Muslims, they saw the Salafis, the Madkhalis, they don't pay attention to fiqh al-waqi'. They don't give a damn what is happening in Kashmir or in Iraq or in Afghanistan. All they care about is their paycheck from the apostate regimes. They don't pay attention to fiqh al-waqi', the current events of the Ummah. Hizb Tahrir, they pay so much attention to politics and fiqh al-waqi', they forget to study Aqidah. So they believe our Iman is static, it doesn't go up nor down. These are two opposite Jama'ah in the UK right now, as well as the USA. And ignore fiqh al-waqi', the Madkhali, to the extent they don't know who AHLUS Siddiq is. They don't care about the affairs of the Ummah. And the other one, he pays so much attention to fiqh al-waqi', to politics, current events, he forgot to study Aqidah, so he believes our actions are not a part of our Iman, and our Iman is static, it doesn't go up nor down. These two groups are on the opposite side of the spectrum. We are in the middle between these two extremes. We are in the middle between the Khawarij and the Rafidites. The Khawarij make takfir on Ali ibn Abi Talib, and the Rafidites, they idolize Ali ibn Abi Talib. To the extent some of them said Ali should be the Prophet, not Muhammad. Rafidites means Shiites. Did you know that? A Rafidite is a Shiite. It's just why they are called Rafidite. Rafada. They reject the Sahabas. That's why they are called Rafidites, from the word Rafada. So one makes takfir on Ali, and the other one makes takfir on Ali, and the other one he idolizes Ali. These are two extremes. We are in the middle between the Murji'ah and the Khawarij. We are in the middle between who? The Murji'ah and the Khawarij. The Khawarij believes if you should do haram, you're a kafir. You're finished, you're a kafir. He makes takfir on Muslims for the haram they do, even though no haram. We are in the middle between the Khawarij and the Murji'ah. Could you please write that on screen? We are in the middle between the Khawarij and the Murji'ah. We are in the middle between the Khawarij and the Murji'ah. The Khawarij believes if you do haram, you are finished, you're a kafir. Even though no haram. No haram can take you outside the fold of Islam unless the haram was classified as kufr akbar. If haram wasn't classified as kufr akbar, it can't take us outside the fold of Islam. The Khawarij said, I beg to differ. Every haram takes you outside the fold of Islam. The Khawarij are so jahil, they don't realize there are two types of kufr, major and minor. And the only kufr that can take you outside the fold is major kufr. They don't know this. The Murji'ah, who is on the opposite side of the spectrum, his aqidah is, regardless of how many alcohol you drink, regardless of how many girlfriends you have, don't worry about it, because you recite the Shahada, it is fard on Allah to give you Jannah. So he's called a liberal, and the Khawarij is called a Puritan. So one is a Puritan and one is a liberal. Who is the Puritan? The Khawarij. He is the Puritan, because they claim purity for themselves. And the liberal is the Murji'ah. Regardless of how many girlfriends you have and how much vodka you drink, don't worry about it. Because you recite the Shahada, it is far on Allah to give you Jannah. He is a happy-go-lucky Muslim. These are on the opposite side of the spectrum. We are in the middle between the materialist and the spiritualist. The materialist spends all his days and hours in his shop making money, and he refused to go to the masjid to pray Salatul Jum'ah. He worships money. That's called the materialist. Then you have the spiritualist. He spends all his time in the masjid praying and reading Quran and making dhikr. And he refuses to work and feed his family, even though to work and feed his family is an act of ibadah. Because you are AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you are in the middle between all these extremes. all these extremities in life. You are ummatan wasatan, the balanced nation. Like Allah told you in Baqarah 143, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. The other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH: when a person speaks with ambiguity, instead of condemning the person, we ask for an explanation. Baqarah 143, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Baqarah 143, we have made you a balanced nation for you to be a witness over mankind, while he, the Messenger Muhammad, will be a witness over you. Okay, I think you are tired. I'll stop here for today. Baqarah 143 is the ayah I request. I'll stop here for today. I think you're tired. I'll take 5 questions. I'm taking 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We will continue our topic tomorrow. I'm not in a rush to finish the notes. I'm not in any rush to finish the notes. Bismillah. First question from the 5 questions, Shaykh. When we speak about the shirk of obedience, such as Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, given the tafsir of the people of the book, taking their priests and rabbis as lords beside Allah, what do we mean about obeying Shaykh? Is it just doing what you are told, or believing it, or all of these things? Whenever you commit the shirk of obedience, that's when you follow a person who makes up his own religion. You know that the man is making up his own religion, and you follow him. In that case, you become a kafir like him. You are not allowed to follow a man who is a zindiq, who has made up his own religion. So the people of Mecca, they used to eat animals that died by themselves. Allah told the Muslims, if you eat the animal, you become a pagan just like them. So if you know that a man has made up his own religion, you are not allowed to follow him in his new religion. Some of you might say, I will follow him in his religion, but in my heart I don't believe I am doing right. That is not the right aqidah. I'm going to follow the man in his religion. He has made up his own religion. I'm going to follow him, but I'm not a kafir because in my heart I don't believe he's doing right. This is the aqidah of the Murji'ah. You can do major kufr as long as in your heart you didn't make it halal. Those who say you can follow kufr as long as in your heart you didn't make it halal, you are still a Muslim, that's the aqidah of this Saudi Salafis. But they try to embellish the fatwa of Ibn Taymiyyah, not Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Kathir. Okay, bring me the fatwa of Ibn Kathir. Let us unravel the mystery about this issue. Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya of Ibn Kathir. Bring me the fatwa of Ibn Kathir, please, admins. Ibn Kathir in his fatwa said, the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad and to follow another Sharia makes you a kafir. The mere abandonment. Now listen to the fatwa. It has become in his sons a followed law to which they followed, and they have given precedence over ruling by the book of Allah and the sunnah of the messenger. Whosoever does this is a kafir who must be fought. I asked for Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. Okay, this is the fatwa. Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. That's what I asked for. So, whosoever abandons the wise Sharia, listen to the fatwa. Whosoever abandons the wise Sharia which was revealed upon Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the seal of the Prophet, and goes to another Sharia which is abrogated for his judgment, he becomes a kafir. So, how about the one who goes to Al-Yasir, man-made law, for judgment? So, Ibn Kathir said the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad and go to another Sharia makes you a kafir. Ibn Kathir didn't say you need to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad, then you have to make it halal in your heart. That's what the Salafis are doing. They are putting words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. These people are very evil. They are putting words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir didn't say that in his book, Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. He said the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad to follow another Sharia makes you become a kafir. What the Salafis are saying, you have to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad, then you have to follow another Sharia, then you have to make it halal. If you didn't make it halal, then you're still a Muslim. They are putting words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. This is how evil this movement is, the Saudi Salafi movement. And because they know that people don't study the teachings of Ibn Kathir carefully, they get away with lying to the Ummah. Because they know that people don't meticulously study word for word what Ibn Kathir said. They know people don't have the time to examine the fatwa of Ibn Kathir for word. So what they do, they lie to the Ummah of Muhammad. The Madkhalis, the Saudi Salafis, they are very evil. May the curse of Allah be upon them. They lie to the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I'm taking 4 more questions. Where are they? Can we take the good fiqh from wicked scholars or those with dodgy aqidah? The problem with this is that the shaitan tells you, take fiqh from them, then the shaitan says to you, take hadith, then the shaitan says, take aqidah. It's called sequential persuasion. What is it called? Sequential persuasion. It's better you make bara from these people because your iman is too weak. If you take fiqh from them, you are going to end up taking aqidah because your iman is weak. The Muslims are too weak. I can't give you that fatwa because the Muslims are too weak. They are going to start off by taking fiqh. Then the shaitan make waswasa. Yuwaswisu fi sudur nas min al-jinnati wan nas. Take seerah, the life of the Prophet. Take hadith. Take tafsir. Take aqidah. Once you take aqidah from them, you are finished. Because aqidah is the meat of the matter. Abu Hanifa said, your aqidah, that is fiqh al-akbar. The greater is the aqidah. But once you start to take aqidah from the wicked scholars, that's when you have gone astray. Sequential persuasion. To seduce a person little by little until you get him to do what you want him to do. Okay, I'm taking 5 questions. Where are the other 3? Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. In Africa, whenever a Shaykh is making an ablution, his followers grasp the water and drink it or wash their face with it, believing they're going to get barakah from that. Is it allowed in Islam? What they are doing is not shirk. What they are doing is not shirk, but it is excessiveness in loving the Shaykh because that was for the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not shirk what they are doing, but it is exaggeration in their love of the pious ones because that was for the Prophet only. It is excessiveness in their love of the pious ones. How can we take sides with the bloodthirsty crusaders against Iran while they believe in Allah as His Rasul? Only that they have wrong aqidah. I didn't say take sides with the crusaders, I said cheer for both sides. The Iranians have death squads in Iraq raping and killing Muslims. That's why I made a statement. The Iranians have death squads in Iraq raping and killing the Muslims. Even the kuffar in the West are appalled about the cruelty of the Shiites. If Allah wants to use the Americans to break the back of the Shiites, you should not feel sorry for the Shiites. They are worse enemies to Islam than Christians and Jews. What is the ahkam of a da'i scholar who permits going to Taghut court for saying is no Sharia and you are not getting your right? Takfir cannot be made on him immediately, he has to be taught. Now, the reason why he passed the fatwa is because sometimes you are living in Dar al-Harb and your car got stolen, and the police recover the car and they ask you to come to the court to identify your car to see if it is your car. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about you have a choice between Sharia court and man-made court, and you ignore Sharia court and prefer man-made court. That's when you become a kafir. So what he's talking about is that you are living in Dar al-Harb and your house got burgled, and the police recover the goods and they want you to identify the goods. That's what he's talking about. This scholar is not talking about a man who shuns Sharia court and prefer man-made laws over Sharia laws. Those who do this, Allama Shinkati said, they are bowing down to idols. Their shirk is like a man who is bowing down to idols. Okay, shukran for the fatwa of Shinkati. For those who go to the Kafir courthouse for judgment, you are a pagan and you are like the man who is bowing down to idols, and it makes you become a Kafir. To go to the Taghut for judgment. Nisa 60 is the ayah that proves that you cannot go to the Taghut for judgment. Meaning, you have a choice between Sharia court and man-made court, and you prefer man-made court over Sharia court. Your crime is called Tahakum. Tahakum means to go to the Kuffar for judgment and turn your back on Sharia court. Yes, this is the ayah, Nisa 60. Alam tara illadhina yaz'umun annahum amanu bima unzila ilayk wa ma unzila min qablik yuriduna an yatahakamu ila taghut wa qad umiru an yakfuru bih. Haven't you seen those who claim that they believe in which came down to you, O Muhammad, and what came down before your time, that they go to the Kafir courthouse for judgment in their disputes, the false judges, even though Allah commanded them to reject faith in the Taghut, the Kafir courthouse. That was the last question. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك أشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على إمام الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to this another of our sittings. We shall be continuing with the topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The last time we were here, we stopped at the point that one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we are a balanced nation. We are not extreme, we abhor extremities. We are in the middle between all the extremes of life. We are in the middle between the Qadariyah and the Jabriyah, for example. The Qadariyah, they deny Qadr, that's why we call them Qadariyah, because they deny Qadr. And the Jabriyah, they affirm their belief in Qadr, but they go to the extreme with their belief in Qadr, because they blame Allah Ta'ala for their haram activities. If I should do haram, if I should drink alcohol, if I should cheat on my wife, it's not my fault. Don't blame me, blame Allah, because what I did was predestined. This is the Aqidah of the Jabriyah. Qadariyah is with one D from the word Qadr. Qadariyah from the word Qadr. We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadr. And the Jabriyah, they blame Allah Ta'ala for their haram activities. So they are on the opposite side of the spectrum. We are in the middle between the Murji'ah and the Khawarij. The Khawarij takes away your hope. So if a person should do haram, the Khawarij, they make takfir on a person and takes away his hope. And the Murji'ah, his approach to life is that he's a happy-go-lucky Muslim. Regardless of how much alcohol you drink and how many girlfriends you have, don't worry about it. because you recite your Shahada, it is fard on Allah to give you Jannah. That is the Aqidah of the Murji'ah. And the Murji, he refused to make takfir even when the text is clear. Those who refuse to make takfir, they are called Ghulat Murji'ah, extreme Murji'. And the person who revives the Aqidah of the Murji'ah for this century was Nasiruddin Albani. He revived the Aqidah of the Murji'ah for this 21st century because he was of the Ghulat Murji'ah. All the scholars of Islam will tell you Albani was of the Ghulat Murji'ah, the extreme Murji'. A Murji' is a person who refused to make takfir even when the text is clear. They don't even make takfir on Christians. They say they are not kuffar, they are people of the book. And the Gufi Sufi, they are of the Ghulat Murji'ah. They don't make takfir. Some of them even marry Christians. That's what I saw with my 2 eyes when I was in Nigeria in the year 2008. The Gufi Sufis, they even marry Christians because they are of the Ghulat Murji'ah. So we are in the middle between the Ghulat Murji'ah, the Murji'ah, the liberals, and the Khawarij, who are called the Puritans. The Khawarij, they are called the Puritans. They make takfir on Muslims for their sins. Even though you are not allowed to make takfir on a Muslim for his sins unless the Muslim committed a sin which is Kufr Akbar, major Kufr. There are 2 types of Kufr, major and minor. They do not know that there are 2 types of major and minor. They say Kufr is Kufr. They paint all the Kufr with the same brush and say Kufr is Kufr, and because of that they make takfir on Muslims for their sins. Okay, shukran for bringing the link in regards to Albani and his creed. Nasiruddin Albani was of the extreme Murji. He said if you insult Muhammad, you are not a kafir. He went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming if you insult Muhammad, you are not a kafir. If you laugh at a button on the shirt of the Prophet, you're a kafir. Just to laugh at a button on the shirt of the Prophet makes you a kafir. How can Albani pass such fatwas? If you insult Muhammad, you're not a kafir. You are only ill-mannered. The reason why he passed that fatwa is because he was of the Ghulat Murji'ah, the extreme Murji'. And he revived the Aqidah of the Murji'ah for this century. We are in the middle between the materialist and the spiritualist. We are in the middle between the Madkhali and Hizb Tahrir. A Madkhali believes that Fiqh al-Waqi is not important. Fiqh al-Waqi means to study current events. They believe that that is not a principle of the deen, it's not important, it's like studying the Injil. To study politics and to study current events and to keep in touch with what is happening with the Muslims around the world, that is called Fiqh al-Waqi. A Madkhali believe that Fiqh al-Waqi is not important. The other side of the spectrum is Hizb Tahrir. They pay a lot of attention to Fiqh al-Waqi and politics to the extent where they forget to study what are the 6 pillars of faith and what are the 7 conditions of Shahada and what are the 4 pillars of Qadr. They forget to study their deen. They spend so much attention with Fiqh al-Waqi. Hizb Tahrir, they forget to study Aqidah. So because of that, they believe our Iman is static, it doesn't go up, down. And our actions are not a part of our Iman. Even though the Prophet said to remove a harmful thing from the road is a branch of Iman, Hizb ut-Tahrir believe our actions are not a part of our Iman. And they also believe we do not take Hadith Ahad into our Aqidah. And they also believe our Iman is static, it doesn't go up nor down. Even though Allah said, I caused the believers to grow in Iman at the Battle of Uhud, Surah 3, 173. Surah 3, 173. So one of them, they shun fiqh al-Waqi', the Madkhali, to the extent where they say, we don't know who Afia Sadiq is. One of their leaders said, you are not allowed to help Babar Ahmed because Babar Ahmed is an extremist, he should not be helped. And as for the other one, Afia Siddiqui, I've never heard about her, I don't know who she is. Why a Madkhali can make a statement like that? I don't know who Afia Siddiqui is. The Pakistani woman who is a doctor who was brutally raped by the army of the Dajjal, the American army, is because they don't study fiqh al-Waqi'. Why they don't study fiqh al-Waqi'? Because they hate Muslims. A Madkhali, they are Khawarij with the Muslims and they are Murji with the leaders. So because they hate Muslims, they are concerned about the welfare of the Muslims around the world. That's why he said, I don't know who Afia Siddiq is. As for Babar Ahmed, he's an extremist and should not be helped. This person is breathtakingly evil. There is no doubt that this person is breathtakingly evil. So one of them refused to study fiqh al-Waqi', that's the Madkhali, and the other one, he indulges in fiqh al-Waqi' so much so that he forgot to study his deen, Hizb ut-Tahrir. They pay so much attention to politics and current events, they forgot to study the deen. So they don't know that the Iman rise and fall. They think Iman is static. And the other one shuns fiqh al-Waqi' in its totality to the extent where they don't know who Afia Sadiq is. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely embarrassing. How can you not know who Afia Sadiq is? The reason why you don't know is because you hate Muslims and you don't care about the affairs of the Muslims. This is a Murji with the leaders, but Khawarij with the Ummah. And Allah Ta'ala said, وَكَذَلِكَ نُفَصِّلُ الْآيَاتِ وَلِتَسْتَبِينَ سَبِيلَ الْمُجْرِمِينَ Surah 6 verse 55. Likewise, we have made Allah's ayah clear to you. Surah 6 verse 55. وَكَذَلِكَ نُفَصِّلُ الْآيَاتِ وَلِتَسْتَبِينَ سَبِيلَ الْمُجْرِمِينَ. We have made Allah's signs, the ayahs, clear to you in order for you to learn the ways of the criminals. So Allah wants you to learn the ways of the criminals. All the scholars of tafsir said this ayah is talking about fiqh al-Waqi', because Allah wants you to learn the ways of the criminals. Sabil al-Mujrimeen. So if Allah said, I would like you to learn the ways of the criminals, how can you say that fiqh al-Waqi' is not important? We are in the middle between the rationalists and the Sufis. Because the Sufis, they practice blind following. Blind following of their Sufi masters. And blind following of wicked scholars. While the rationalists, they follow the Aql. That's why they are called the rationalists. They give preference to the Aql over the Naql. We are in the middle between the rationalists and the Goofy Sufis. Okay. The rationalists, they disregard the scholars and they follow the Aql. They give preference to the Aql over the Naql. while the goofy Sufis, they practice the blind following of wicked scholars. Some people gravitate towards wicked scholars because they are hypocrites. When a person is a hypocrite, they gravitate towards a wicked scholar, because the wicked scholar will water down the deen for them. He's going to tell them there is no jihad anywhere in the world because we have no caliph. A fatwa like that is very attractive for the munafiqun, the hypocrites. And because the majority of the Muslims are hypocrites, the wicked scholars, they have thousands of followers and millions of followers. There is no comfort in the truth. There is no comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer finds comfort in the truth. And because there is no comfort in the truth, many prophets were killed. Did you know that? Many prophets were killed. Why prophets were killed? Because there is no comfort in the truth. Only a sincere believer will find comfort in the truth. Allah told you in Baqarah 87, أَفَكُلَّمَا جَاءَكُمْ رَسُولٌ بِمَا لَا تَحْوَى أَنفُسُكُمْ إِسْتَكْبَرْتُمْ فَفَرِيقًا كَذَّبَتُمْ وَفَرِيقًا تَقْتُلُونَ. Every time I sent a messenger with a message that you didn't like, a group of you become proud, arrogant, ostentatious. A group of you reject faith in the message while you kill the prophets. Allah said, وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. Why did Allah say, speak the truth, and then Allah said, have sabr, have patience? Because when you open your mouth and speak the haqq, you're going to have enemies. So because you're going to have enemies, Allah said, وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. The moment you open your mouth and speak the haqq, you will have enemies. And because you will have enemies and you will be persecuted for the haqq, Allah said, وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. That is the tafsir why Allah said, وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالْحَقِّ وَتَوَاسَوْا بِالصَّبْرِ. So some people, they practice the blind following of their wicked scholars. Even though Allah said in Baqarah 166, I will dump you, the blind follower, and your wicked scholar together in the hellfire. إِذْ تَبَرَّأَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبِعُوا مِنَ الَّذِينَ اتَّبَعُوا. I will dump the wicked scholars with their students together in the hellfire. And the scholars will wash their hands of their students. They shall wash their hands of their students. So some people practice the blind following of their scholars, and others they shun the scholars and they follow the aql, the intellect. I will never surrender to the text until I am intellectually convinced. If I am not intellectually convinced about the evidence, the hujjah, I will never accept the hujjah. For me, I have to be intellectually convinced. The founder of this madhab was Iblis. Why he didn't bow down to Adam? He didn't bow down to Adam because he wasn't intellectually convinced. His attitude is, how can you prefer man over me? أَرَأَيْتَكَ هَذَا الَّذِي كَرَّمْتَ عَلَيَّ. He said, is this what you prefer over me? In Surah 7 verse 12, he said, I will never bow down to Adam because you made me from fire, and Adam you made from clay. So since fire is better than clay, I will never bow down to Adam. Never will I bow down to Adam. So the person of the aql, he will never surrender to the text unless he is intellectually convinced. And Iblis, he is on the warpath because he believes Allah gave him a raw deal. Because Allah gave me a raw deal and preferred man over me, I am on the warpath. I'm going to take revenge, and there is no letting up. I will lead them astray. Surah 17 verse 62. The shaitan declared war in Surah 17 verse 62. قال قال أرأيتك هذا الذي كرمت علي لئن أخرتني إلى يوم القيامة لأحتنكن ذريته إلا قليلا. He said, is this your prefer over me? He called this هذا. Total disrespect. When a person doesn't respect you, he calls you this or that. And they will never call you by the name. Iblis, with his arrogance, he did the same to Adam. Is this what you prefer over me? He called Adam this. But of jealousy, envy, jealousy, total disrespect. Because he prefers this over me, look what's going to happen. In other words, what he's saying to Allah, watch this space. His attitude to Allah is, watch this space. When a person says, watch this space, he means, look what's going to happen. Look how I'm going to take my revenge. Watch this space. So he was the founder of the Mu'tazila movement, Iblis. I will never surrender to the commandment of Allah unless I am intellectually convinced. The son of Noah, he was a Mu'tazilite as well. When he was told to ride in the boat, he said to his father, that mountain that you see over there, it is tall enough to save me from the punishment of Allah. His aql tells him the mountain is tall enough to save him from the flood. But his aql was wrong. Don't forget, your aql was created by Allah. Your aql isn't perfect. Many times your aql tells you something, but what your aql tells you is wrong. But the Mu'tazilites, they idolize the aql. They think the aql is perfect. My aql cannot be wrong. When I was studying in university and my sheikhs told me that in the hellfire we have freezing temperature, I was shocked. I thought hellfire was only fire, 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 heat, heat, heat. The sheikh said, no, right there in hellfire there is snow and there is freezing temperature. When I was studying in university and I did the tafsir of Surah Muhammad, and we learned that there is a river of wine in paradise, I was shocked. Yes, the hellfire complained to Allah, a piece of me ate up a piece of me. So Allah allowed the hellfire two breaths, the breath of fresh air, cold air, which is the winter that you suffer. And Allah allowed the hellfire to breathe the breath of hot air, and that is the summer that you suffer. The heat of the summer. You can't use your aql to veto the text. You have to surrender to the text. Because to prefer the intellect, to give preference to your brain, your intellect over the text, this is the madhab of Iblis. He is the founder of that madhab. Did you know the Jews were Mu'tazilites as well? Did you know that? Allah revealed a book called the Torah to Musa. Then the Jews wrote a book called the Talmud. The elders of Zion sat down and wrote a book called the Talmud. And the Jews said, what we wrote from our aql is better than what Allah revealed. Can you believe it? The Talmud is a concoction of human folly. The Jews said, what we wrote from our aql, the brain, what we wrote from the aql, the brain, is better than what Allah revealed to Musa. Did you know that the Shiites, they are a concoction of the Jews? They are a Jewish movement. Did you know the Shiites believe our Imams are infallible? They don't make mistakes. But Allah makes mistakes. Can you believe it? What the Shiites say? Allah makes mistakes, but our Imams, they don't make mistakes. They are infallible. Allah is not infallible. Allah makes mistakes. Allah is a liar who is always making mistakes. That's the aqeedah of the Shiites. Allah tells lies, and Allah is always making mistakes. That is the aqeedah of the Shiites. Allah makes mistakes, but our Imams, they don't make mistakes. And the reason why I know what the Shiites believe, when I was graduating from university, that was my dissertation, my thesis, to refute the Shiites with their dodgy Aqidah. I had to dig deep to find out their beliefs. It makes you want to vomit when you see what they believe. You have stupid Sunnis who want to unite with them. How can you unite with people who say Allah is a liar who is always making mistakes? Subhanallah. Where is your aql? You want to unite with people who insult Allah. Because you are jahil, you don't know what they believe. That's why you want to unite with them. They have death squads. They have death squads in Iraq killing the Sunnis. And the Shiites have taken over Lebanon, they have taken over Syria, they have taken over Iran, and now they have taken over Iraq. 4 countries in the Middle East are controlled by Shiites. They are a cancer in the body of the Ummah. And the Jews told Bashar al-Assad, if you get toppled, come to Israel. We'll give you refuge. His days are numbered. He's going to go like Gaddafi. It's going to take longer though. Gaddafi was isolated. Bashar al-Assad has friends and allies. Even China and Russia back him, because when he buys weapons from Russia and China, he buys by the billions. When he buys weapons from Russia and China, Bashar al-Assad, he doesn't buy by the millions of US dollars, he buys by the billions. That's why they veto a notion in the UN to move against him. So Gaddafi was isolated, so it was easy to bring him down. Bashar al-Assad is going to be more difficult. That's why they are arming the rebels in Syria. America is sending them M16 rifles. Many soldiers of Bashar al-Assad were killed, about 2,000. They found bullets in their bodies. The bullets came from M16 rifles, American made weapons. do you study fiqh al-waqi'? They found bullets in the bodies of his soldiers, and these bullets were made in America, made in the USA. So that's the only way to bring him down, to arm the rebels and let the Syrians bring him down themselves. We continue with our dars, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. I said to you that one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we are in the middle between all the extremities. We abhor and we despise extremism. Because Allah Ta'ala said, Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa. Bring me the ayah, Surah 20. Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa. Taha. We did not send the Qur'an down to you for you to suffer any stress and difficulties in your life. Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa. Illa tadhkiratan liman yakhsha. تنزيل من خلق الأرض والسماء العلى الرحمن على الأرش استوى. Did you know that this is the verse that Omar read that caused him to embrace Islam? Know that? He left his house with his sword in his hand to chop off the head of the Prophet. And when he read this part of the Quran, he had a turn of hearts. He had a change of hearts. His heart changed when he read these verses of the Quran. Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa. So if Allah is saying, Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'ana litashqa, we did not send the Quran down to you to cause you any difficulties in your life, why do you embrace extremism? Allah said, يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ بِكُمُ الْيُسْرَ وَلَا يُرِيدُ بِكُمُ الْعُسْرَ. Allah Ta'ala wants for you ease and comfort. Allah Ta'ala doesn't want for you any hardship. Baqarah 185. Baqarah 185. يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ بِكُمُ الْيُسْرَ وَلَا يُرِيدُ بِكُمُ الْعُسْرَ. Allah wants for you ease and comfort, not difficulties in your life, not hardships. Baqarah 185. Baqarah 185 is a long ayah. I only want the piece that I have quoted. يريد الله بكم اليسر ولا يريد بكم العسر. Allah wants for your ease and comfort, not difficulties in your life. So why do you embrace extremism? A person becomes an extremist because he wants to show off with piety. Some people show off with money, some people show off with cars. Some people show off with pretty girls, some show off with designer clothing, some show off with big houses, and some people show off with their knowledge, some people show off with piety. Did you know that? Some people show off with piety. So because this person wants to show off with piety, maybe he's poor, he doesn't have anything. So because he has no material things, the only thing he has is the deen, so he shows off with his piety. Even though Allah said, Taha ma anzalna alayka al-Qur'an litashqa, and Allah said, Yurid Allah bikum al-yusra wa la yuridu bikum al-usra. Allah wants for your ease and comfort, not hardships in your life. When the Prophet was sending Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he said, Yassiru wa la tu'assiru, bashiru wa la tunaffiru. Facilitate things in regards to religion for the people and make it easy. Give them glad tidings and don't drive them away. Bring me the hadith. Facilitate things for the people in regards to religion and make it easy. Give them glad tidings and don't drive them away. If you're going to talk about the hellfire, talk about paradise. Why you talk about the hellfire but not paradise? At least give the people some glad tidings. Drive them away. Yassiru wa la tu'assiru. Bashiru wa la tunaffiru. Facilitate things in regards to religion for the people and make it easy for them. Give them glad tidings and do not drive them away. This is what the Prophet said to Mu'adh ibn Jabal when he was sending him to Yemen. Where is the hadith of Mu'adh ibn Jabal? We continue with our dars, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 12th principle: whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, whenever a person makes a statement which is ambiguous, instead of condemning the person, we stop the person in his tracks and ask him for an explanation. If a man says Allah is everywhere, we say to him, what do you mean? What do you mean Allah is everywhere? If he says Allah is everywhere with his knowledge, we accept that statement. If he says Allah is everywhere in person, we condemn the statement. Have you found the hadith of Mu'adh ibn Jabal? The Prophet said, facilitate things for the people. Facilitate things for the people in regards to religion and make it easy. Give them glad tidings and don't drive them away. That's the hadith I learned from the scholars. Yassiru wa la tu'assiru, bashiru wa la tunaffiru. That's the hadith I want on the screen. I learned it from the lips of my sheikhs. When the Prophet was sending Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he said to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, facilitate things for the people in regards to religion and make it easy. Give them glad tidings and don't drive them away. You are not allowed to use religion to become a burden on the people. A man was with the Sahabas and he had a wet dream, but he had a crack in his skull. And he said, can I do tayammum? They said, no, don't do tayammum, make ghusl. Take a bath, have a shower. No ghusl. I'm sorry, no tayammum. It would have been better for him to make tayammum. The man made ghusl and the water went in the crack and he died. The Prophet said, indeed you have killed him. It would have been sufficient for the man to make tayammum. But these people, with their extremism and their dodgy fatwa, they like to make the deen a burden on the people. What happened? They gave him the wrong fatwa and he died. The Prophet said, you have killed him. May Allah kill those who kill him. Yes, this is a hadith. But where is the hadith where the Prophet said to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, facilitate things in regards to religion for the people and make it easy. Give them glad tidings and don't drive them away. These people, they do not know tayammum replaces wudu as well as ghusl. Tayammum in which you strike the earth and wipe your face and then you wipe your hands. It replaces, tayammum replaces wudu as well as ghusl. Some people, because they are weak in fiqh, they think the tayammum only replaces wudu. No, it replaces ghusl. A Sahaba named Amr ibn al-As was sent to the battlefield, and he was a new shahada. And the Prophet made him the leader of the battle. Many Sahabas were shocked. Amr ibn al-As, he took shahada just recently, the other day. How can the Prophet choose him to be our leader on the battlefield? People like Abu Bakr and Omar were in the battle. They were shocked. How can a new shahada who took his shahada recently, how can he be the leader? But the Prophet said he's the leader. When he was on the battlefield and he slept over on the battlefield, he had a wet dream. This battlefield was on the Syrian border, which is very cold. And he said, "O Messenger of Allah, I had a wet dream and I did tayammum and prayed with the Muslims." The Prophet said, "Oh, Amr ibn al-As, imagine you prayed Fajr with your Muslim brothers without making ghusl." He said, "Oh Messenger of Allah, it was a cold night, it was cold. That's why I made tayammum." And the Prophet smiled. The Prophet didn't say anything to him. When he said, "Oh Messenger of Allah, it was cold," the Prophet smiled. The Prophet didn't say, "You need to repeat your Fajr because you had a wet dream and you only did tayammum, you did not do ghusl." The Prophet only smiled with him. And it shows to you that even though this man was a new shahada, he understood his fiqh. Subhanallah. A new shahada. Yet he knew fiqh. He used tayammum to replace his ghusl. A new shahada. Yet the Prophet chose him to be the leader of the battle. That is Salasil. And it was a victorious battle. So where did you get your dodgy aqidah from that you have to be firmly grounded in knowledge before you can go to the battlefield? Somebody whispered to me that the hadith was found. Okay, save the hadith because it took you a long time to find it. Narrated Abu Musa that when Allah's apostle sent him and Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen. Yes, the hadith is talking about Mu'adh ibn Jabal. He said to them, facilitate things for the people, treat the people in the most agreeable way, and do not make things difficult for them. Yeah, so if you had Googled the word facilitate things, exactly like I said it, you would have found the hadith many minutes ago. Google the word facilitate things for the people. The hadith would have surfaced itself. You have to listen to what I'm saying and type in the same words I'm saying. Type in the exact same words I'm saying, then the hadith will come up quickly. Facilitate things because I'm quoting the hadith to you exactly as I learned it from the Shaykhs. This hadith means make life easy for the Muslims and don't make life difficult for them. Because if you're going to use religion to strangle the Muslims, you're going to drive them away and cause them to apostate from the deen. Don't use religion to make life a burden on the Muslims. Because if you use religion to make life a burden on the Muslims, you're going to cause them to apostate from the deen. I have friends in London who drive minicabs, there are taxis. People say to them, Ittaqillah, fear Allah, how can you take old grandmothers to church on a Saturday who is Seventh-day Adventist or on a Sunday? Ittaqillah, fear Allah, how can you go to the pub to pick up a person? This man is working as a minicab and he got a call, you have to go to such and such a pub to pick up a person because in the UK it is not permissible to drink and drive, so you have to pick up drunks. If you are going to tell the man who is a taxi driver his job is haram, you are using Islam to strangle the Muslims. And you are trying to apply Sharia in Dar al-Harb. How can you live in a place like Europe or America and treat it like an Islamic state? This is Dar al-Harb. How can you treat Dar al-Harb like Dar al-Islam? By doing so, you use Islam to strangle the Muslims. A man might work as an electrician and he gets a job to fix the electricity in a place, and the place is some place, a massage parlor. He's an electrician and he gets a job, he has to go and do The electrical works in a place which is a massage parlor. That's how Darul Harb is. A man might get another job to work in a petrol station, and he has to sell cigarettes. Cigarettes. His job is not haram. Another Muslim sister gets a job as a cashier in a supermarket, and she has to cash alcohol. If you're going to say, it is haram to be a minicab, don't be a taxi driver. It is haram to work in a supermarket as a cashier because you're going to have to cash people who are come to buy condoms and cigarettes and alcohol. Ittaqillah haram. Every job is haram. That's what you're trying to say. So you're trying to use Islam to strangle the Muslims and to take away their livelihood. You can't apply Sharia in Darul Harb. You're treating Europe and America as if to say it's an Islamic state. And Abu Hanifa said you can sell alcohol to kuffar in Darul Harb. Whose madhab is this? Abu Hanifa, the Hanafi madhab. You can sell alcohol to kuffar in Darul Harb. Because when a kafir dies, his body and soul is condemned to the hellfire to abide forever and ever. In Darul Harb, you can sell a kafir anything. Because when the kafir dies, his body and soul is condemned to the hellfire to abide forever. This Muslim who is working at the gas station, the petrol station, as a shop assistant, and they have condoms and cigarettes in the petrol station, his job is halal because he's living in Darul Harb. And you need to stop passing fatwas telling people you cannot work at the supermarket. Ittaqillah, you are a hijabi sister. How can you work in Asda or Tesco or Sainsbury as a cashier when people come to buy alcohol? How can you cash that in your hijab? You are passing a fatwa. Are you qualified to pass fatwa? Are you a mufti? Show me your ijaza. When people come to you with these fatwas, why don't you say to them, where is your ijaza? Show me your ijaza. Ijaza means permission to give a fatwa. Where is your ijaza? Where is your permission? Because by you telling the Muslim sister, ittaqillah, you cannot work at a supermarket as a cashier because inside the cashier there is alcohol and you're going to cash it. That's a fatwa. You have just passed a fatwa. Are you qualified to pass fatwas? One of the problems in the Ummah, people are very quick to pass fatwas. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, before he would pass a fatwa, he would sweat from the fear of Allah. Ahmad ibn Hanbal, before he could pass a fatwa, he would sweat from the fear of Allah. Today, people, because there is no taqwa in their hearts, they just pass fatwas like that. And they use their dodgy fatwas to strangle the Muslims, to destroy the livelihood of the Muslims. The opinion of Abu Hanifa is the correct opinion. Those Muslims who have supermarkets in Darul Harb and they sell alcohol to kuffar, they did not do anything wrong. Why? Because when a kafir dies, his body and soul is condemned to the hellfire to abide forever and ever. And because of that, you can sell anything to a kafir. The opinion of Abu Hanifa is the correct opinion. You cannot tell the Muslims who have supermarkets because they sell condom or cigarettes or alcohol, they are doing haram. They are not doing haram. You can sell anything to a kafir because when he dies, his body and soul is condemned to the hellfire to abide forever and ever. Stop treating the UK or the USA or Canada as if to say it is Darul Islam. It's not Darul Islam. It's Darul Harb. They all have troops in Afghanistan killing Muslims. These countries are Darul Harb. So what makes you think you can treat it like it's Darul Islam? We continue with our dars, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 12th principle, whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, we demand an explanation before passing a judgment. The person taking notes, listen to what I'm saying. Whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, we demand an explanation before we pass a judgment. So you are with a person and he says Allah is everywhere. before you make takfir on him for his statement, Allah is everywhere. You ask him, what do you mean Allah is everywhere? If he says to you, Allah is everywhere with his knowledge, Allah's knowledge is everywhere, we say we accept that from you. If he says Allah is everywhere in person, we say your statement is kufr. And this statement is coming from Kabbalah, the Jewish black magic. They are the ones who preach Allah is everywhere. And it is Christianity as well. And it is the goofy Sufis. Whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, ambiguity. Could you spell the word ambiguity the way I spell it? Whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, ambiguity means double meaning. That is ambiguity, or double meaning. It can be either here or there. You can interpret the statement in two ways. Ambiguity. Whenever a person speaks with ambiguity, before you make takfir on him, you demand an explanation. Allah is everywhere. What do you mean Allah is everywhere? If he says Allah is everywhere with his knowledge, we accept that from him. If he says Allah is everywhere in person, we will never accept that from him. Because Allah is not in the toilet and Allah is not in the brothel. To say Allah is everywhere, this is the Aqidah of the Barelwis, the Goofy Sufis, the Deobandis, the Shiites. They will never accept the ayah, Ar-Rahman al-Arsh istawa, Surah 20 verse 5. The most gracious Ar-Rahman is over the throne. Allah rose over the Arsh. They will never accept that ayah. So these people who are the Goofy Sufis and the Brahmins, they are the Christians of the Ummah. They think they are Muslims. You are still a Christian. You are yet to leave Christianity. You are still a Christian. You are swimming in Christianity all the way up to your neck. You, the Barelwi and the Goofy Sufi. And the Jews have this Aqidah, Allah is everywhere. That's why the Shiites have this Aqidah. Because the Shiites, they are the Jews of the Ummah. That's why the Jews, they grant safe passage to Bashar al-Assad when he's toppled. Come to Israel when they topple you. When the fundamentalists topple you, come to Israel. A Jew taking side with a Jew. Shiites are Jews. The Deobandis, they have the audacity to call themselves Hanafi. People like to pretend to be what they are not. Did you know that? People like to pretend to be what they are not. Look at the Christians. They say we follow Jesus. You are a swine eating, wine drinking, uncircumcised devil. You follow Jesus? When did Jesus eat swine? When did Jesus walk around not being circumcised? You don't follow Jesus. You don't follow Jesus. You're the Christian. Then the Madkhali, we follow Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Kathir. What a big lie. You believe to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is minor kufr. You say kufr duna kufr. You quote a weak hadith, kufr duna kufr. Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah said it is known of Islam by necessity that if you dismantle the Sharia, you're a kafir. You don't follow Ibn Taymiyyah, you're a liar. You can con us because we know what you, the Salafi, believe, the Saudi Salafi, and we know what Ibn Taymiyyah believed. So you can't con us. That's why you prey upon new reverts coming out of Christianity. You prey upon new reverts because the born Muslims who are firmly grounded in Tawheed, they see through you, the Saudi Salafi. You're a low-life scum of the earth and a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite and a waste of space. They prey upon new reverts because they know that the born Muslim have a stronger knowledge of Tawheed. So I can pull the wool over the eyes of the born Muslims. The new revert just coming out of the church, he is fair game. How can a new revert know about Tawheed Uluhiyya, Tawheed Rububiyyah, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, Tawheed Hakimiyya? Reverts don't know these things. So the Madkhali movement, they prey upon new reverts. Okay, this is the fatwa of Ibn Kathir. So whosoever abandons the wise Sharia which was revealed upon Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the seal of the prophets and goes to other abrogated Sharia for judgment, he becomes a kafir. Full stop. Now, Ibn Kathir said the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad and then you go to another Sharia makes you a kafir. And Madkhali will say, no, no, no. As-Salih will say, no. What Ibn Kathir meant, you have to abandon the Sharia and you have to make it halal. You have to legitimize it. They embellish the fatwa of Ibn Kathir. They put words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. Look how evil as-Salafi is. They put words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir did not say you need to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad and then you have to make it halal to abandon the Sharia. It is called istihlal. Ibn Kathir didn't mention istihlal. Ibn Kathir said the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad to follow another Sharia makes you a kafir. As-Salih Salafi, may the curse of Allah on them, and Madkhali, will say, no, no, no. What Ibn Kathir is talking about is you have to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad, then you have to make it halal to abandon the Sharia. You have to do istihlal. So a leader who abandons the Sharia of Muhammad is still a Muslim. You have to wait for him to make it halal, to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad. They put words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. They can't trick a born Muslim so easily. So they prey upon new reverts because a new revert has never heard about the book Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, written by Ibn Kathir. How can a revert have knowledge of this fatwa? You tell me. How can a revert know about Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya? A revert is at the mercy of these people. So now you know how evil these people are. Look at the fatwa of Ibn Kathir meticulously, scrupulously, fastidiously. Don't be flippant and be cavalier in reading his fatwa. Read the fatwa in details. Don't be cavalier about your deen. Some of you are cavalier. Cavalier means to be careless. You are very cavalier about your deen. Read the fatwa of Ibn Kathir properly. He said the mere abandonment of the Sharia of Muhammad to follow another Sharia makes you kafir. And Madkhali, As-Salih Salafi, the followers of Bin Baz, Uthaymeen, Albani, that is their Holy Trinity, they'll say to you, no, 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 no. What Ibn Kathir is talking about is you need to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad and then you have to make it halal to abandon the Sharia of Muhammad. As long as the apostate leader did not make it halal, then you can't make takfir on him. Leave him alone. Don't topple him. By the way, the reason why the leader is in power is because it is Qadr Allah. So when you topple the leader, you are going against Allah's Qadr. What an evil set of people. What an evil set of people, the Saudi Salafis. Subhanallah. They are Murji with the leaders, Khawarij with the Ummah, Jabriya with the tyrants who are killing the Muslims and dismantle the Sharia, Mu'tazilas with the scholars. When they come up against the scholars, they can't use Quran to fight Quran, so they become Mu'tazilites. They have their aqidah is a cocktail of Zandaqa. Zandaqa means heresy. Their aqidah is a cocktail of kufr. But you cannot see the evil of these people unless Allah bless you with Iman and knowledge. If you don't understand Tawheed, you will never see the evil of the Saudi Salafis. You have people walking around with a white thobe and the trousers above the ankle and a long beard, and because you are naive, you say, Subhanallah, MashaAllah, the brother is on the deen. Look, his thobe is above the ankle. Look at his beard. His thobe is so white. This man with his white thobe, with his trousers above the ankle, sit with him for 15 minutes and ask him about democracy. Ask him about Tawheed Hakimiyah. Ask him about Kufr bit-Taghut. Ask him about the apostate regimes. Ask him about Fiqh al-Waqi'. Ask him about to dismantle the Sharia. Is it major kufr or minor kufr? Ask him this issue. The kufr that comes out of his mouth makes you want to vomit. His aqidah is so evil, it makes you want to vomit. Yet this man has a white thobe. The brothers have white thobe as well. The goofy Sufis, their thobe is white as well. And their trousers is above the ankle as well. The Saudi Salafi, his thobe is white as well. Why are you so narrow-minded? Why do you pay attention to white thobe and trousers above the ankle? Why don't you go deeper? Why are you so shallow? Why are you so shallow? Why don't you go deeper? Why don't you ask the person about kufr bit-tawhud? Ask him about taking your Muslim brother to the Kafir courthouse for judgment. Going to the Kafir courthouse for judgment. Ask him about democracy. What is your opinion? Is it halal? You say democracy is shura. That's what they believe. Ask him about to join the army of the kuffar. He might tell you the fatwa of Yusuf Qaradawi. I can join the army of the kuffar and fight against the mujahideen. Ask him about the jihad efforts that is taking place around the world. He'll say, no jihad until you have a caliph. People PM me and tell me, Bilal Phillips, that's his aqidah. No jihad unless you have a caliph. I hope Bilal Phillips doesn't have this aqidah. And people PM me to say they have the evidence on DVD or CD where Bilal Phillips made a statement, no jihad without a caliph. Many of you, you have daughters and sisters, you are looking husbands for them to get married to. You are so stupid and jahil about your deen. You are like the kafir I debated with on Jamaican TV. A bishop who doesn't know anything about his Bible. He did not know jihad is mentioned in the Bible. Because you don't know anything about your deen, you marry your sister to kuffar, to a kafir without realizing it. Or a murji, zindiq. You are not a proper wali. You marry your daughter to a zindiq or your sister to a zindiq. Or your niece to a zindiq. Instead of paying attention to white thobe with your narrow-mindedness and your naivety, why didn't you ask the person, what is your opinion of the mujahideen? He'll tell you the mujahideen. What mujahideen? These people, they are khawarij and terrorists. In Yemen, the Shiites turn on the Listen to this story. Listen to this story. You're going to be shocked. And the reason why I know is because I have 50 students surfing the net every day and they tell me what's going on around the world. In Yemen, the Shiites turn on the Saudi Salafis and start to kill them. Do you know who they ran to? The Mujahideen. The Saudi Salafis, they ran to the Mujahideen. The Mujahideen came to their rescue. And they said, you have spent your life calling us Khawarij and terrorists, and you slander our names and call us Khawarij and terrorists. And when you were killed by the Shiites, you came to us. And look, we did not turn our back on you, we helped you. I don't know if I would help a Saudi Salafi. Shiite killing Salafi, I would leave them alone to kill each other. But the brothers in Yemen, they did jihad and they decided to help the Saudi Salafis in Yemen. And they said to them, can somebody bring me the link of what I'm talking about? Bring me the link of what took place in Yemen. Where is that link? When the Saudi Salafis in Yemen were being killed by the Shiites, they ran to the Mujahideen, the same people they called Khawarij and terrorists. The Mujahideen came to their rescue and saved them from the Shiites. And they said, throughout your entire life, you slander our name and call us Khawarij, which is the dog of Jahannam, and terrorists. And when the Shiites turned on you, you came to us and look, we didn't abandon you. Did we abandon you? We did not. We came to help you. That's what happened in Yemen recently. I don't know why the Mujahideen would help a Saudi Salafi. I'm not going to criticize them. They did their ijtihad and they said they will help the Saudi Salafis to avert the massacre of the Shiites. I put my hand up and I said, okay, you help the Saudi Salafis, I accept your ijtihad. Even though apparently you not help people like Saudi Salafis who cement the thrones of the apostate leaders like the House of Saud and call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. I believe they are being opportunists. They are being opportunists. When the Mujahideen help them, one day they will turn against the Mujahideen as Saudi Salafi. I don't know why the Mujahideen in Yemen would help a Saudi Salafi. The link is about Damaj, the massacre that took place in Damaj. Okay, post the link on mains for people to go home and read. The Saudi Salafis are being opportunists. When the Mujahideen help them against the Shiites who were killing them, one day they are going to turn against the Mujahideen. Apparently, it appears as if the Mujahideen made a mistake to help them. That's my opinion. But The Mujahideen made their ijtihad, and we hope Allah Ta'ala bless them with their ijtihad. Where is the link I told you to post on the main? Okay, could you post the link to an admin to post on the main? Why are you taking so long to find the link? Post the link to an admin to post it on the main for the people to read. Okay, shukran. When you have links, could you send it to an admin for them to post on the main? Why you take so long to find the link? This is what I'm talking about. This is the link. The Saudi Salafists call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists and slander their name. And when the Shiites turn on them, they run to the Mujahideen for help. The same people they used to slander. They are opportunists. They don't live by the deen, they live off the deen. When they come to Islam, those that I saw in the UK, when they come to Islam, they want to have 2 wives and 3 wives. They said polygamy is a part of Islam. When you say, what about jihad? They say, no, no jihad. We don't believe in jihad. No jihad until there's a caliph. They believe in polygamy because they want to have sex with many women. And when they come to Islam, they will never say, what can I do for Islam? They will say, what can Islam do for me? That's what they say. What can Islam do for me? They harass rich Muslims for zakah, and they want to marry the prettiest girls, and they like polygamy. This same Saudi Salafi, if you say, what about jihad? They say, no, no jihad. No jihad because we don't have any caliph. So they believe in polygamy, but they don't believe in jihad. Why? This person is a hypocrite and a waste of space. They don't believe in living by the deen, they live off the deen. And when they come to Islam, they will never say, what can I do for Islam? They will say, what can Islam do for me? What can Islam do for me? And this person is a low-life scum of the earth, a hypocrite and a waste of space. We continue with our dars, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 13th principle. We believe in the 4 Tawheeds. The 14th principle, we believe in the 4 Tawheeds. Therefore, we don't practice sliding and hiding. We believe in the 4 Tawheeds. Tawheed ar-Rububiyyah, Tawheed Uluhiyyah, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, Tawheed Hakimiyyah. Why do we believe in 4 Tawheeds? Because Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds in prison. Tawheed ar-Rububiyyah, Tawheed Uluhiyyah, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, Tawheed Hakimiyyah. Tawheed Asma wa Sifat and Tawheed Hakimiyyah. Why we believe in the 4 Tawheeds? Because Prophet Yusuf himself, he taught the 4 Tawheeds in prison. Sifat is with 1 F. Asma was Sifat, was Sifat. Asma was Sifat, was Sifat. 1 F. I don't think there's a shadow over the Fa, was Sifat. Some people, they practice sliding and hiding. They slide one Tawheed underneath the other to hide it from the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam. And the reason why they hide Tawheed Hakimiyyah, they said it is a bid'ah. A thing is classified as a bid'ah, a cursed innovation, when it is not found in the revealed text. Listen carefully. A thing is classified as a bid'ah, a cursed innovation, when it is not found in the revealed text. Take, for example, Khatam, death anniversary. Your father died on the 5th of January, so every year, the 5th of January, you have a. That is bid'ah. Because the Sahabahs did not do Khatam for each other, and the Tabi'een did not do Khatam for the Sahabahs, their fathers. Khatam is a bid'ah. Another example of a bid'ah is Shab-e Barat. That's bid'ah. That is Indian Islam. That's Indian Islam, Shab-e Barat. Another example of bid'ah is to call the adhan and say, Hayya ala salah, Hayya ala falah. Well, these 2 sentences are okay, they are in the text. Hayya ala khair al-amal, that is the bid'ah. This sentence, Hayya ala khair al-amal, that is a bid'ah. That is a Shiite bid'ah. You are adding sentences to the adhan. So a thing becomes a bid'ah when it cannot be found in the revealed text. So if you're saying Tawheed Hakimiyyah is not a principle of the deen and it is a bid'ah, What you're saying is that Tawhid Hakimiyya is nowhere to be found in Quran nor Sunnah. That is a very, very dangerous statement for you to call Tawhid Hakimiyya a bid'ah. Because Allah Ta'ala has revealed this concept on numerous occasions in the Holy Quran. Surah Teen. Surah Teen is Surah 95. The very last ayah, verse 8. What did Allah say? Alaysa Allahu bi ahkamil hakimin. And when the Sahabas used to recite this, they used to say, and we believe Allah is ahkamil hakimin, the best of judges. Surah 95, verse 8. That is Tawhid Hakimiyya. Alaysa Allahu bi ahkamil hakimin. Tayyib. The other evidence, Surah 18, verse 26. Allah said, وَلَا يُشْرِكْ فِي حُكْمِهِ أَحَدًا. And He, Allah, He doesn't allow anyone to share with Him in His rule. That is Tawhid Hakimiyya again. Surah 18, verse 26. And He makes none to share in His decision and His rule. So how can you say Tawhid Hakimiyya is a bid'ah? A thing is a bid'ah when it is not found in the text, in the revealed text. Your statement is ridiculous. Now, they panic about Tawhid Hakimiyya because one of Allah's 99 names and attributes is Al-Hakam. When the Madkhalis, the Salafis, realized that one of Allah's 99 names and attributes is Al-Hakam, the only judge, they panic, so they said, let us slide it underneath another Tawheed. Al-Hakam, that is Allah's name, the only judge. Al means the one and only. Al means the one and only. Now I'm going to teach you how to checkmate a Madkhali. Because since the Sheikhs left the UK, they brag and boast, no one is left to refute us. Since we got the Sheikhs deported, nobody is to refute us. We can lead the Muslim youths to the hellfire, like a lamb to the slaughter. I'm going to teach you how to refute a Madkhali. No one is left in the UK to refute us. We can take the Muslim youth with us to the hellfire like a lamb to the slaughter. Because we conspired with MI5 to deport and arrest all the sheikhs. When they realized that one of Allah's 99 names and attributes is Al-Hakam, they panicked. So they now have to find a place to hide Tawhid Hakimiyya. So some of the Madkhalis, they slide it underneath Tawhid Al-Rububiyyah, and this is where Uthaymeen hide Tawhid Hakimiyya. Uthaymeen hide Tawhid Hakimiyya underneath Rububiyyah. We say to Uthaymeen, if you are going to slide Hakimiyya under Rububiyyah, you have just made the shaitan a Muslim. Because in Surah 15, verse 36, the shaitan said, Rabbi fa'anzirni ila yawm yub'athun. My Lord, grant me respite until the day of resurrection when man will be raised from the dead. The shaitan declares in Surah 15, verse 36, that he believes that Allah is the one and only Rabb because he said, my Lord. And he believes in life after death, and he believes in Judgment Day, and he believes that man will be raised from the dead. So if the shaitan declared that he believes that Allah is the one and only Rabb, he believes in Tawhid Rububiyyah. When you slide Hakimiyya under Rububiyyah and claim that they mean the exact same thing, we say to Uthaymeen, you have just made the shaitan a Muslim with your dodgy aqidah. Some of them, they realize they can't slide it under Rububiyyah because the shaitan believes in Rububiyyah. So they say, okay, we're going to slide it underneath Tawheed Ibadah, Tawheed Uluhiyyah. We're going to slide it there. We're going to checkmate them again. Wherever they slide Tawhid Hakimiyya, we are going to checkmate them, debate with them, and disgrace them. The Shaykh of Bin Baz, Muhammad Ibrahim, wrote a book called Tahkim Qawaneen. In page 6 of his book, Tahkim Qawaneen, he said, Tawheed Hakimiyya is the shaqiq, the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. So if you have two brothers and they are twins, one is called Mikael and one is called Muhammad. If Mikael should steal, can you chop off the hand of Muhammad? You can't, because they are two different individuals. They might be from the same womb, but they are two different people. If one steals, you can cut off the hand of the other, even though they are shaqiq. Muhammad Ibrahim used the word shaqiq, means the twin. He said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. What he's saying, there are two different Tawheeds. Because when you have two brothers and one is a twin of the other, there are two separate individuals. If one should steal, you can't cut off the hand of the other. So when you slide Hakimiyya on the Ibadah and say they are the exact same Tawheed, you are a liar. Because the man who taught Bin Baz Islam, Muhammad Ibrahim, he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. What he's saying to the Ummah is there are two separate Tawheeds. That's what he's saying. But, by the way, when you, the Madkhali, say Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah, you're so stupid. You are calling Muhammad Ibrahim a mubtadi. Because Muhammad Ibrahim said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. So if Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah, that means the Shaykh of Bin Baz was a cursed innovator. You are so stupid. Because you don't know anything about the classical scholars and their writings, you make utterances without studying the implications of your statement. By you calling this Tawheed a bid'ah, you are calling Muhammad Ibrahim a mubtadi, a cursed innovator, because he was the one who said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. Where did he say it? In his book Tahkim Qawaneen, in page 6. You are so jahil about Tawheed, you statements without studying the implications of your statements. You are just like that kafir I debated on Jamaican TV. You are exactly like the kafir I debated on Jamaican TV, who did not know that jihad was mentioned in his own Bible. You don't know anything about your religion. Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah. I beg your pardon. So when Muhammad Ibrahim said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah, that means Muhammad Ibrahim, the Shaykh of Bin Baz, was a mubtadi, a cursed innovator. The Holy Prophet ﷺ said, مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. Whenever Allah wants any good for you, He gives you the proper understanding of the deen. يُفَقِّهُ. Fiqh means to understand. So for you to be walking around claiming that to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a minor kufr, that means Allah doesn't love you. If Allah had loved you, you wouldn't have dodgy aqidah, wrong aqidah. If to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad, or any Sharia, whether it's the Sharia of Musa, the Sharia of David, the Sharia of Ibrahim, if to dismantle the Sharia was a minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine when they dismantled the Sharia? That's how you checkmate a munafiq. A munafiq who opened his mouth and said, forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. Because when you dismantle Sharia, it's minor kufr. If it was a minor issue, a minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine in the time of David when they tampered with the Sharia? Ma'idah 60. Bring me the ayah. Ma'idah 60. This is how you checkmate a munafiq. And this is why I like to debate. This is why I like debates. A debate is like a boxing match. You throw your punch, I throw my punch. You bring your hujjah, I bring my hujjah, until somebody gets a knockout punch. And then the Ummah of Muhammad will say, oh yes, you have been lying to us all along the line. You have been lying to us all along the line. Oh yes, you're a liar. I don't claim to be an angel, I might have my weaknesses. Why did the Muslims in the UK turn a blind eye to all my weaknesses? You know why? They said Shaykh Faisal has never lied to us about our deen. The Muslims in the UK, they turned a blind eye to all my weaknesses. You know why? They said he didn't lie to us about our deen. Whenever he quotes something, we can check it with the volume and the page, and it is accurate. The worst person is not the person who lied to you about $1 million US and con you. It's painful to lose $1 million US. It's a lot of money. That's very, very painful. But the worst con artist is not the man who swindled you out of $1 million US. The worst con artist is the man who lied to you about your deen. Because when he lies to you about your deen, he puts your hereafter in jeopardy. And because of that, Allah said in Surah Siwan, verse 7, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمَ مِمَّنْ افْتَرَى عَلَى اللَّهِ كَذِبٍ. And who can be eviler than the one who fabricates a lie against Allah? Have you found the ayah? Okay, shukran. Authentic Tawhid 5. This is the ayah. Allah said He turned the Jews into apes and swine when they dismantled the Sharia. We say to the hypocrites, if to dismantle the Sharia was a minor kufr, why did Allah turn the Jews into apes and swine when they tampered with the Sharia? Are you trying to insinuate that Allah was overreacting? This is how you checkmate a munafiq. Many of you, you come to the dars, you will listen, you will listen, you will listen, but when you come face to face with the munafiqun, you can't debate them. Your mind go blank. That's what happens. You come to the dars. Some of you, I see you in here every day. And you listen, and you listen, and you listen. And when you come face to face to the munafiq, you can't debate them. Your mind go blank. If you can't debate the munafiq, you are not my student. I'm sorry. If you can checkmate a Barelwi, an Asha'ira who claims Allah is everywhere. Sometimes when I was in the UK and I give tests, I used to have tests. Some people used to fail the test. They can't retain the knowledge. Then the sisters used to get more than the brothers. I said, how is that? They said, Shaykh Faisal, they are at home listening to the CDs while they are cooking. We are busy working, that's why. That's the excuse they give me. That's why the sisters, they score more than us. Listen to the CDs 24/7 at work. At home, we are on the road working. They are at home listening. That's why they score more. Some people can't retain knowledge. When a munafiq says to you to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is kufr duna kufr, and he quotes Ibn Abbas, first of all, the hadith he's quoting is a weak hadith. Secondly, you need to checkmate him with the statements of Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah, because both Shaykhs, Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah, said it is the ijma' of the Ummah that whosoever dismantles the Sharia, such a person is a kafir. The ijma' of the Ummah. It is the ijma' of the Muslims that whosoever dismantles the Sharia, such a person is a kafir. And when you say it is a minor kufr to dismantle Sharia, you have gone against the ijma' of the Muslims, and Allah warns you in Surah Nisa 115, Surah Nisa 115, that when you go against the ijma' of the Ummah, your destiny is in hellfire to abide forever and ever. وَمَنْ يَشَاقِقْ الرَّسُولِ مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ الْهُدَى وَيَتَّبِعْ غَيْرَ سَبِيلِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ نُوَلِّهِ مَا تَوَلَّى وَنُصْلِهِ جَهَنَّمَ وَسَاءَتْ مَصِيرًا. Whosoever contradicts the Rasul, bring me the ayah, Nisa 115. After the evidence was made clear to him, and then he follows away other than the path of the believers, we shall leave him in the path he has chosen and burn him in hell. What an evil destination. What a hapless journey's end. All the scholars of Islam said this ayah, Surah Nisa 115, is the evidence that it is compulsory on you to stick to the ijma' of the Muslims. The ijma' of the Muslims say Muhammad is the last prophet. So if you say Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is a prophet after Muhammad, you belong to the hellfire. This ayah, it fits you. The ijma' of the Muslims say Allah is over the arsh. So if you say Allah is everywhere, this ayah, it fits you. Why do you think Imam Malik said to the man, Al-istiwa ma'lum, wal-kayf majhul, wal-iman bihi wajib, was-su'al anhu bid'ah. To believe that Allah is over the arsh is wajib. Al-istiwa ma'lum, the word on is known. Wal-kayf majhul, how Allah rose over the throne, it is unknown. To believe that Allah is over the arsh is wajib. And to ask about it, the kayfiyah, specificity, it is a bid'ah, a cursed innovation. Then he said, Ma ra'aytuka illa rajul su, I don't see you as anything except a troublemaker. And he kicked him out of the study circle. Imam Malik wasn't the first man to kick somebody out of his study circle, and he won't be the last. Before Imam Malik, Hassan al-Basri kicked Wasil ibn Atta out of his study circle because he came up with a bid'ah in Aqidah. You think bid'ah in fiqh is evil? A bid'ah in Aqidah is worse because Abu Hanifa said, your Aqidah, that is fiqh al-Akbar. To have the right Aqidah, your Aqidah, that is fiqh al-Akbar. So you think bid'ah in regards to fiqh is a bad thing? That's what you think? A bid'ah in regards to Aqidah is far worse. Because Abu Hanifa said what? Your Aqidah, your creed, that is fiqh al-Akbar. And whenever Allah wants good for you, He gives you the proper understanding of the deen. So for you to be walking around saying Allah is everywhere, Allah doesn't love you. Like the Brahmins and the Shia. For you to be walking around saying to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr, Allah doesn't love you. Like a Saudi Salafi, a Madkhali. For you to be walking around claiming Muhammad went to Isra wal Miraj in a dream, not in body and soul, Allah doesn't love you. For you to be walking around claiming democracy is Islamic, because democracy is shura, Allah doesn't love you, because democracy is the greatest shirk. And because democracy is the greatest shirk, listen to the word democracy. It means the demons have gone crazy. Listen to the word democracy. Democracy means what? The demons have gone crazy. You call yourself a Muslim and you believe in democracy, you are yet to be a Muslim. Because you didn't practice kufr bit taghut. To believe in Allah is not enough to make you a Muslim. When you believe in Allah, you are only practicing half of the Shahada. Your Shahada has two parts. Nafyu wal ithbat. La ilaha, that's one part. Illallah, that's the other part. La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Your Shahada has two parts. Negation and affirmation. Nafyu wal ithbat. When you believe in Allah, we are not impressed. Even the Jehovah's Witnesses believe in Allah. The Christian Arabs believe in Allah. If you believe in Allah, we are not impressed. That's easy. When you reject the Taghut, then we are impressed. If you reject the Taghut, then we are impressed. If you reject racism, tribalism, capitalism, democracy, socialism, all isms and schisms, then we are impressed. To believe in Allah, we are not impressed. Even the Jehovah's Witnesses believe in Allah. So don't impress us because you believe in Allah. If you want to impress us, you need to reject the Taghut. That is the difficult part, to reject the Taghut. How many of you died believing in communism when communism was rife in the 1970s? When the USSR was strong. Many Afghans died as communists, died as kuffar, yet they used to make Hajj. Have you believe in al-Yasik? Al-Yasik means a cocktail of different beliefs, different Aqidah, different Sharia. The Tatars, they said we are Muslims. And the Tatars, they made Hajj and they prayed. Did they govern with Sharia? They governed with Al-Yasik. Ibn Taymiyyah made takfir on them and fought them. Ibn Kathir as well. Al-Yasik means a cocktail of different Sharia. I love the Saudis because they pampered me when I was in university. They looked after me. They opened their doors to me. They treat me like a member of the family. When I was in their home, they had two maids looking after me. The Saudis. But I can't support the regime. In Saudi Arabia, they have the Saudi American Bank, the Saudi British Bank. That's capitalism. That's riba. These banks are riba banks. The Prophet said riba is consisted of 73 branches. The lowest branch is like a man having sex with his mother in the belly of the Kaaba. They said a Saudi girl or a Saudi man cannot marry a non-Saudi. You can only marry a Saudi girl if he's in a wheelchair, invalid. Or she's 50 years old. That's Arab nationalism. That's Arab nationalism. Then they joined the UN. They joined the UN, and the UN said we are the body. the ultimate and supreme body of legislation for the whole world. When you join the UN, you become a kafir. Don't you read the Quran? Surah Muhammad, verse 25 to 26. So the Sharia that they have in Saudi Arabia is called al-Yasik. Al-Yasik, the word al-Yasik means a cocktail of different laws. A bit of Arab nationalism, a bit of racism, a bit of capitalism, a bit of Sharia to cut the hand of the thief. That's called al-Yasik. Allah said in Surah Muhammad, verse 25 to 26, those who became apostates, why they became apostates? Because they said to those who hate what Allah has revealed, we will obey you in a part of the matter. So the moment you join the UN and said, we will uphold the UN resolutions, you're a kafir. Because the only organization you can join is a Commonwealth of Islamic State, and the Caliph is the ruler. A Commonwealth of Islamic State. That's the only organization you can join. A Commonwealth of Islamic State in which the Caliph is the ruler. But for you to join the UN, in which a kafir, some uncircumcised kafir who doesn't make his stingy, is the commander-in-chief of the UN, and you obey their resolution, A'udhu Billah, a satanic organization that starved 1 million Iraqi children to death. They put embargo on baby food and killed 1 million Iraqi babies. The UN, they fold their arms and see Muslims being massacred in Srebrenica and Sarajevo in Bosnia. The UN, is that what you want to join? A satanic organization like that? Allah said the moment you give your bay'ah to a movement, an organization, a foundation who hates what Allah has revealed, you become an apostate. And when you join NATO, you're a kafir as well. And when you're the IMF, you're a kafir. You can't join an organization unless it is a Commonwealth of Islamic State and the Caliph is the supreme ruler. And when you join the American army, the British army, the French army, you're a kafir. What's the evidence? Nisa 76. الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا يُقَاتِلُونَ فِي سَبِيلِ الطَّاغُوتِ فَقَاتِلُوا أَوْلِيَاءَ الشَّيْطَانِ إِنَّ كَيْدَ الشَّيْطَانِ كَانَ ضَعِيفًا. Those who believe, they fight for Allah. Those who are kuffar, who do they fight for? The Taghut. So can you imagine a person joining the Pakistani army? A'udhu Billah. How can you join the Pakistani army? The worst kafir army in the world, who takes sides with Bush in his crusade against Islam. How can you join the Pakistani army? You tell me. The army who killed 1,500 Hafiz in the Lal Masjid, the Red Masjid, on the outskirts of Islamabad. Then they killed 1,500 Niqabi sisters studying an Alima course. Then they captured thousands of Mujahideen and hand them over to America. America said the more you capture, the more you get US dollars. When the Brahmins see US dollars, they are not Muslims anymore. But a Brahmin cannot apostate from Islam because he has nothing to apostate from. He was never inside the fold of Islam to begin with. These Pakistani armies who were capturing Muslims and handing them over to America to take to Guantanamo Bay, the Americans said the more you capture, the more we give you US dollars. Like $5,000 a head. We'll give you US dollars. They went on a rampage looking for Muslims. Some Muslims were there as a tourist in Pakistan and they captured them. Your Muslim brother was in Pakistan as a tourist. You capture him and give him to America to take to Guantanamo Bay. Some people were 12 years old. You have a 12-year-old who went to Guantanamo Bay, handed over by the Pakistani army. Because the more they capture, the more Muslims they capture and hand over to America, the more they are going to get US dollars. Selling their brothers for US dollars. How can you join an army like that? You be so jahil about your deen. When I went to the UK and I spoke on al-Wala wal-Bara, they said, Shaykh Faisal, what's that? They thought I was speaking Greek. The Greek language, what's that? How comes we met over 50 Sheikhs and Molanas and they didn't teach us about al-Wala wal-Bara? When I'm fiqh al-Waqi, they say, what's that? Every time I open my mouth and deliver a lecture in the masjids in the UK, they said, what's that? We have never heard about that. The 7 conditions of Shahada. What's that? We didn't know our Shahada had conditions attached to it. I beg your pardon. Didn't Allah tell you in Surah 63 that the Munafiqun, they recite the Shahada, but it's fake? Haven't you read Surah 63? Allah said the Munafiqun, they recite the Shahada. إِذَا جَاءَكَ الْمُنَافِقُونَ قَالُوا نَشْهَدْ إِنَّكَ لَرَسُولُ اللَّهِ وَاللَّهُ يَعْلَمْ إِنَّكَ لَرَسُولُهُ وَاللَّهُ يَشْهَدْ إِنَّ الْمُنَافِقِينَ لَكَاذِبُونَ. Surah 63, the very first ayah. Allah threw back the Shahada of the Kafir, the Munafiq, in his face like a dirty rag. What do you mean you did not know the Shahada had conditions attached to it? So even the Munafiq, when he recites the Shahada, his Shahada is valid? Every time I open my mouth and deliver a topic in the UK, the Muslims said, we have never heard that before. Tawhid Hakimiyya, we have never heard it before. About Tawhid Hakimiyya before. But Allah said in Surah Watini wa Zaytun, Alaysa Allahu bi'ahkim al-hakimin. Surah 95 verse 8. Alaysa Allahu bi'ahkim al-hakimin. Then when they invited me to their homes for dinner, I've lost count the amount of Muslims who invited me for dinner in their homes. What I saw in the homes, Tabligh Nisab. One book. The same book they have been reading for the past 80 years. One book. You're not going to learn about Tawhid Hakimiyya in the Tabligh Nisab. You're not going to learn about the 7 conditions of Shahada in the Tabligh Nisab. You're not going to learn about Al-Wala wal-Bara in the Tabligh Nisab. They changed the name to Fadal A'mal. And that book has a lot of fabricated hadith. No wonder you did not know about your deen. You keep reading one book. One book. You have been reading one book for 80 years. How can you learn your deen? When we were studying in university, if our Shaykh come to visit us, sometimes my Shaykh used to come to my house to visit me. If you did not have Tafsir Ibn Kathir in your library, you are frowned upon. You are not serious. You are not a serious student of knowledge. If you did not have Tafsir Qurtubi in your library, you are frowned upon. If you don't have Al-Mughni, the fiqh book, Al-Mughni by Ibn Qudama, in your library, you are frowned upon. And when my sheikhs visited me, they look at my library, what books I have on the shelf. If you don't have certain books on the shelf, you are not a serious student of knowledge, you're a time waster. You're a waste of space. If you have Nail al-Awtar on your library, Subul al-Salam, Subul al-Salam, if you don't have Subul al-Salam, that book on your library, you are frowned upon. You have to have books on Aqidah, books on fiqh, books on tafsir, books on seerah. Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya, that talks about the creation of the heavens and the earth, the creation of Adam, all the prophets, every single prophet, even the Prophet Muhammad. Then the caliphate of Abu Bakr, the caliphate of Umar, Uthman Ali, the caliphate of Muawiyah, talks about the Umayyad dynasty, the Abbasid dynasty. That is Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. You can't go through university without that book. When I went to the UK, I only saw them with one book in their house, Tabligh Nisab. So when I open my mouth and speak on topics, they said, we have never heard that before. They said, Shaykh Faisal, are you making up your own Islam? Are you making up your own Islam as you go along? We have never heard about Al-Wala wal-Bara before in our life. Then I went to Coventry and I spoke on Al-Wala wal-Bara. People thought I was a madman. Surah 60, the very first ayah is talking about Al-Wala wal-Bara. Surah 60, the very first ayah is talking about Al-Wala wal-Bara. يَا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَا تَتَّخِذُوا أَدُوِّي وَأَدُوَّكُمْ أَوْلِيَاءَ تُلْقُونَ إِلَيْهِمْ بِالْمَوَدَّةِ وَقَدْ كَفَرُوا بِمَا جَاءَكُمْ مِنَ الْحَقِّ. O you who believe, don't take my enemies and your enemies for friends. O you who believe, don't take my enemies and your enemies for friends. Showing them love and affection when they reject faith in what came to you from the Haqq. Surah 60. The very first ayah is talking about al-Wala wal-Bara. I say to you, the 14th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we believe in the 4 Tawheeds. And we don't practice sliding and hiding. Surah 12, verse 39. Why do we believe in the 4 Tawheeds? Because when Prophet Yusuf was in prison, he taught 4 Tawheeds. Surah 12, verse 39. Bring me the ayah. He taught 4 Tawheeds. Ya sahibay as-sijn, a'arbab mutafarriqun khair, amillah al-wahid al-qahhar. O you 2 companions of the prison, what's better for you, to have one Lord or many lords? What's better? To have one Lord who is al-Qahhar, the irresistible, who is Allah, or many lords? That is Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. Then he said, مَا تَعْبُدُونَ مِن دُونِهِ إِلَّا أَسْمَاءً سَمَّيْتُمُوهَا أَنْتُمْ وَآبَاؤُكُمْ مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ بِهَا مِن سُلْطَانٍ. These names and attributes that you are using to describe Allah, you forged these names. You and your fathers fabricated these names. Allah did not give you any sultan, any authority to describe Him by these names. That is Tawheed what? Asma wa Sifat. Then Prophet Yusuf said, Inil hukmu illa lillah. There is no lawgiver except Allah. That is Tawheed Hakimiyah. Then Prophet Yusuf said, Amara an la ta'bud illa iya. Allah has commanded that you worship none except Him. That is Tawheed Ibadah. We believe in the 4 Tawheeds because Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds to the inmates in prison. Before Ibn Taymiyyah was born, there was no Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. He brought it about. To do what? To fight the Jahmiyyah and the Mu'tazila, who rejected Allah's names and attributes. Ibn Taymiyyah introduced Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you a secret about Tawheed, but don't get excited. Don't get too excited. I'm going to tell you a secret, a big secret about Tawheed, but don't get too excited. Allah has 99 names and attributes. The secret about Tawheed is each name is a Tawheed by itself. Allah has 99 names and attributes. And each name is a Tawheed by itself. And when you do what the Saudi Salafis do, to slide one under the other, it is called deception. And the worst con artist, the worst deceiver, is the one who deceives you about your deen. And because of that, Allah said, وَمَنْ أَظْلَمُ مِمَّنْ افْتَرَىٰ عَلَى اللَّهِ كَذِبٌ. Who can be eviler than the one who fabricates a lie against Allah? Take for example, one of Allah's name is what? Al-Khaliq. Al-Khaliq. That is a Tawheed by itself. Al, the one and only. Al-Khaliq, the one and only creator. The one and only creator. Al-Khaliq. That is a Tawheed by itself. So it is compulsory on you to believe that Allah is the one and only creator, and the greatest scientist can't even create a housefly. So when the NOI, the Nation of Islam, led by Louis Farrakhan, said that the white man was created by a mad scientist called Yaqub, they went against Tawheed, because one of Allah's names is Al-Khaliq, the one and only creator. This is why I despise Louis Farrakhan. He pretends to care about black people, yet he's taking them to the hellfire. What kind of aqidah is that? The white man was created by a mad scientist called Yaqub. A'udhu billah. A'udhu billah. What kind of aqidah is that? Allah is Al-Khaliq. Farah Khan. Farah means happiness, and Khan is like a king, a leader. We don't call him Farah Khan, we call him Farrakhan. Look at his name, Farrakhan. That's his name, that's his real name, Farrakhan. You listen to him if you want to get conned. I'm going to stop here for today and take 5 questions because I've been speaking for a long time. I'll take 5 questions. The last principle, we believe in the 4 Tawheeds because Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds to the inmates in prison. I'm taking 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard concerning the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Can you ask the Shaykh into regards to the statement about the Muslims selling things that is haram in a supermarket to a kafir? What about if it's a Muslim that is buying those things? If he was a real Muslim, he wouldn't have bought those things to begin with. If he was a real Muslim, he wouldn't have bought those things to begin with. I'm taking 4 more questions, then we'll resume the dars tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. If he was a real Muslim, if he was a born Muslim, he won't. No, if he was I didn't say born Muslim, I said if he was a real Muslim, he wouldn't have bought haram things to begin with. Then I am wrong for making takfir on a Muslim who says the prophets are sons of Allah. The prophets are sons of Allah. When you tell him this is wrong, he says, I don't mean literally, I mean it allegorically, and he defends it by saying Allah only told us not to use it because people might get confused by it. And he says the Jews used this word, they didn't mean it literally, they meant a righteous person who you tell him not to say it because Allah commanded it, and show him hujjah such as Surah 9 verse 30. Takfir, he said, he made a sentence which is ambiguous. One of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, whenever a person makes a statement which is ambiguous, before we make takfir, we demand an explanation. If he gives us a proper explanation, we will accept it. If he gives us a wrong explanation, then we apply the rules of takfir on him. Like a man who says Allah is everywhere. This person, he said he meant it allegorically, not literally. So takfir could have been harsh on this person because he did not literally mean Allah beget a son. Because Allah said, Lam yalid wa lam yulad. Allah doesn't beget kids, and Allah wasn't born from the womb of any woman. Lam yalid wa lam yulad. Allah doesn't beget kids, and Allah wasn't born from the womb of any woman. So I think you were a bit harsh with your takfir. You need to approach him and make amends with him. Also, he was wrong to have made that statement because it means that he was influenced by Christianity. He was wrong to have provoked you with that statement because it means that he is under the influence of Christianity. So he was wrong to have provoked you by that statement because the statement, apparently, it is kufr. But he explained himself by saying it's not literally. Muslims don't speak like that anyway. The prophets are the sons of Allah. This is Christianity. Muslims don't speak like that. So he was the one who provoked you by making a statement of kufr for you to make takfir on him. But because he didn't say it literally, it was allegorical, then in that case, you have to sort out your differences with him. Is it a bid'ah? It is bid'ah in regards to Aqidah to say Allah is the. It is a bid'ah in regards to Aqidah to say the prophets are the sons of Allah. This person is under the influence of Christianity. Takfir was made on him because he provoked the person with his kufr statement. Because we say what? Qul huwa Allahu ahad, Allahu samad, lam yalid wa lam yulad wa lam yakul kufuwan ahad. Say Allah is one. He is eternal, samad, as-samad. Allah has no kids and Allah wasn't born from the womb of any woman. Wa lam yakul lahu kufuwan ahad. There is nothing comparable to Allah. This person with his kufr statement, he provoked the person to make takfir on him. So it is his fault. But because he offered an explanation that he did not mean it literally, maybe it's best you go and sort out your differences with him. But it's his fault why takfir was made on him, because he provoked the takfir by making a statement of kufr. is bid'ah in regards to aqidah. And the worst bid'ah is not bid'ah in regards to fiqh. The worst bid'ah is bid'ah in regards to aqidah. Question on the main. Assalamu alaikum. What is preventing Mullah Omar and Shaykh Ayman Zawahiri from becoming Khalif now? What is preventing them? They haven't taken over the complete country. They have to take over the country. Because Allah said the Caliph, they do tamkeen in the land. Surah 22, verse 41, bring me the ayah. For you to be a Caliph, you have to have land. You can't be on the run and you're a Caliph. Ayman Zawahiri is on the run. You can't be on the run and you're a Caliph. Allah said in Surah 22, verse 41. الَّذِينَ إِن مَّكَّنَّاهُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ أَقَامُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتَوُا الزَّكَاةَ. Those Muslim rulers who, if we give them tamkeen, power and authority in the land, they enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. They establish salah and zakah. They establish salah and zakah and they enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. If you are a person, a fugitive, running from the Crusaders, you cannot be the Caliph. One of the conditions is that you need land by which you establish your caliphate. Surah 22, verse 41. So you need tamkeen on the land to be caliph. Tamkeen means power and authority in the land. And if you are a caliph and you get arrested and you are in prison, you have lost your caliphate. Because according to Sharia law, there is no caliphate for the person who is in prison. And it is bid'ah to establish the caliphate in Darb. A madman in the UK called Abu Isa, he said he is the caliph. How can you establish the caliphate in the UK? And you have some retards who gave him bay'ah, about 20 people. How can you give bay'ah to a man who is in France, Germany, or the UK to be caliph? It is bid'ah in regards to manhaj to establish caliphate when you are living in Dar al-Harb. But the Muslims did not know their deen, so they give their bay'ah to him, about 20 people. They do not know that you cannot give your bay'ah to a man who is in Dar al-Harb and give him your bay'ah to be the caliph. Okay, it is bid'ah to give your bay'ah to a man in Dar al-Harb to be the caliph. You have to say it is bid'ah to give your bay'ah to a man in Dar al-Harb to become the caliph. The caliphate has to be from Dar al-Islam. The seat of the caliphate has to be Dar al-Islam, not Dar al-Harb. The seat of Khilafah has to be from Dar al-Islam, not from Dar al-Harb. And the reason why the Muslims gave their bay'ah to him, about 20 Muslims, is because they do not understand the manhaj. I'm taking 5 questions. Where are the others? The first caliphate was in Medina, then Ali took it to Iraq, and then Muawiyah took it to Damascus, and then the Abbasid Caliphate toppled the Umayyads and took it back to Iraq, to Baghdad. And then the Ottoman Empire toppled the Abbasid and took it to Istanbul in Turkey. All these were Dar al-Islam, not Dar al-Harb. You are not allowed to have the seat of the caliphate in Dar al-Harb. It has to be in Dar al-Islam. So those who gave their bay'ah to this person, they did not understand their deen properly. The hadith that says there will be a disorder, and during that time the man who sits is better than the one who stands, and the one who stands is better than the one who walks. The one who walks is better than the one who runs. What does this hadith mean? Okay, first of all, the hadith you quoted is a strong hadith. It is not fabricated or weak. It's a strong hadith. It means that the Prophet ﷺ said that when there is an outbreak of fitna, the best place to be is inside your home. So, to understand one hadith, you need another 2, 3, 4 hadiths to understand hadith. Because one hadith complements the other. It means don't run towards fitna, you should run away from fitna. And whenever there is an outbreak of fitna, the best place for a man to be is inside his home. One last question. And whenever a person is a mubtadi, a biddati, you are not allowed to give him respect because the Prophet said, anybody who gives honor and respect to a biddati, he is helping to destroy the deen. Man akrama sahib al-bid'ah faqad ana ala hadm al-Islam. Anyone who gives honor and respect to a biddati, a person of bid'ah, he is helping to destroy the deen. And these biddati, they are the source of fitna in the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And their fitna is in regards to the creed. One of the signs of the last days, every man will be happy with his creed. Did you know that? The Prophet said, one of the signs of the last days, every man will be happy with his creed. The Qadianis who said there's a Prophet after Muhammad, they're happy with their creed. The Gufi Sufi who believes in Wahdatul Wujud, that man can become Allah, they are happy with their creed. The Brahmins who say Muhammad is alive and we can pray to him and ask him for what we want, he's alive in the grave and we can pray to him, and Muhammad is aware of the minute details of the Ummah, he is present, Hazir Nazir, they are happy with their creed. The Salafis who say to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr, and it is halal to spy for the kuffar, think about the Sharia, forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. The Mujahideen, they are Khawarij and terrorists. Forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. You're allowed to spy for the kuffar. They are happy with their creed. Those who believe in interfaith dialogues and they believe in democracy, and you can join the army of the kuffar, the Taghut, and turn your guns on the Mujahideen, they are happy with their creed. The Rasul said, one of the signs of the last days, every man will be happy with his creed. Regardless of how dodgy his creed is, every man will be happy with his creed. And they are the source of fitna. I'm taking one last question before we close the dars. Question number 5. Is there any question? Those who give respect to a biddati, an innovator, is helping to destroy the deen? Okay, shukran for that hadith. Question number 5. Okay, I've heard you refer to Bin Baz as the Shaykh Bin Baz, as the Shaykh Bin Baz. What does the off mean? The Shaykh of Bin Baz? The off has no meaning. Shaykh Bin Baz. Shaykh Bin Baz passed a fatwa allowing the American troops in the Holy Land. These are the same American troops who use the Quran for target practice. These are the same American troops who rub the menstrual blood of their female soldiers in the face of the Mujahideen. The same American troops who carried out the Abu Ghraib scandal. The same American troops who shot and killed Muslims in the masjid in Fallujah. These same American troops who urinated on the dead bodies of the Mujahideen, dead bodies of Muslims. This is the army Bin Baz gave his wala to. Bin Baz didn't practice al-wala al-bara. I would never like to be in his shoes on Judgment Day. The Shaykh of Bin Baz is Muhammad Ibrahim. The Shaykh of Bin Baz, the man who taught Bin Baz Islam, is Muhammad Ibrahim. Muhammad Ibrahim is the Shaykh of Bin Baz. He wrote a book, Tahkim Qawanin, ruling by the law. In that book he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother of Tawheed Ibadah. What he meant is there are two separate Tawheeds, therefore you cannot slide one Tawheed onto the other like the Madkhalis do. They practice sliding and hiding. It is haram to slide one Tawheed onto the other because it is called deception. That was the last question. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على إمام الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه. Beloved brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to this another of our sittings. We shall be continuing the topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. It's possible that it might take us another 2 sittings to cover this topic because I'm not in any rush to finish my notes. Yesterday, just to recap, we said that one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and this principle is principle number 13, is that we believe in the 4 Tawheeds. And we do not practice the deception of sliding and hiding. You're not allowed to slide one Tawheed underneath the other. Yesterday I told you that there's a big secret I was keeping from you about Tawheed. What is the big secret? I kept a big secret from you about Tawheed. What is that big secret? Allah has 99 names and attributes, and each name of Allah is a Tawheed on its own. That's secret. Each name of Allah. Allah has 99 names and attributes. Each name is a Tawheed by itself. So take for example Allah's name Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim. And by the way, Allah is a name. Allah is called Ism. Allah is a name, but it is called Al-Ism Al-Azam, the greatest name. Allah is a name. Allah is called Al-Ism Al-Azam, the greatest name. And we have 99 names and attributes describing Allah. So Allah is not one of the 99 names. We have the name Allah, which is called the greatest name, and then we have 99 names describing Allah. I know there's a difference of opinion among the scholars about this, but the correct opinion is that Allah is the greatest name, Al-Ism Al-Azam, and then we have 99 other names describing Allah. That is the correct opinion in regards to Allah Ta'ala's 99 names and attributes. Take for example Allah's name Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Quddus, As-Salam, Al-Mu'min, Al-Muhaymin, Al-Aziz, Al-Jabbar, Al-Mutakabbir. Each name carries a different meaning. You can write a book on each name. So for you to slide one name underneath the other name and claim that they mean the same thing, deception. You are not allowed to do that. This is the stance of the Madkhalis, the Saudi Salafis. That's their stance. They slide in order to hide. Sliding and hiding. And you are not allowed to slide one name of Allah on the name in order to hide it from the Ummah. Yesterday we say that there are people who claim Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah because the expression was not found in the time of the first 3 generations of Muslims. What a ridiculous claim. Now, the classification of knowledge was not done by the Sahabas. The classification of knowledge wasn't done by the Sahabas. Hadith Hasan, Hadith Sahih, Hadith Da'if, Hadith Munkar, Hadith Munqati', Hadith Mawdu'. None of these expressions were found in the time of the Sahabas. So let's become technical. Let us be technical. You claim Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah because we didn't see this expression in the time of the Sahabas. When I was in university and we were studying Mustalah, the Shaykh explained to us each of these expressions in details. Hadith Munkar, a hadith which is rejected. Why? Because the hadith says the Prophet spent 15 years in Mecca. Every Muslim in the world knows the Prophet spent 13 years in Mecca. So for you to find a hadith that says the Prophet spent 15 years in Mecca, then you know that hadith is Munkar, rejected. It doesn't make sense. Then you have Hadith Munqati', a hadith which is broken. The chain of transmitters is broken. Hadith Mursal. This expression, Hadith Mursal. What is Hadith Mursal? Hadith Mursal means it came from the lips of the Sahabah and it did not reach the Prophet. It did not go back to the Prophet. Mursal. The plural Marasil. Hadith Aziz. A hadith in which only 3 people are found in the chain of transmitters. Hadith Mashhur. A hadith which is widespread, but a hadith which is famous. Mashhur, famous. Hadith Mutawatir. A hadith which is widespread. Mutawatir means widespread. Mashhur means famous. Hadith Hasan, a good hadith. Hadith Sahih, an authentic hadith. A hadith which is the highest level of accurateness, authenticity, which is called Sahih. Hadith Mawdu', a fabricated hadith. I put it to you, none of these expressions were found in the time of the Sahabas. So why don't you say it is bid'ah to use these expressions? Why don't you say that? That's how you debate with a munafiq who says Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah. Because this expression wasn't found in the time of the Sahabas. And human actions are divided up into many categories, 5 categories. Your action is either, the human actions are divided up into 5 categories. None of these expressions were used during the time of the Sahabas, so why not say they are bid'ah? Okay, shukran. Hadith Mashhur, a famous hadith. Hadith Mutawatir. Mutawatir means widespread. Hadith Sahih, accurate, authentic. Hadith Mawdu', fabricated. Okay, Mutawatir means a widespread hadith. Our actions are divided up into 5 categories. Now, I've just spoke a topic called Mustalah Hadith. Now we're going into another topic, Usul al-Fiqh. Usul al-Fiqh. Your actions are 5 categories. The first action is called the Fard. For example, to pray 5 times a day and to fast in Ramadan. That's Fard. The second category is called Sunnah. To enter the masjid with the right foot and the toilet with the left foot is Sunnah. First category is called Fard, compulsory. Pray 5 times a day. Yeah, that is Fard. That's the first category, which is called Fard. The second category is called Sunnah, which is recommended. The second category is Sunnah, recommended. For example, to enter the toilet with the left foot and to enter the masjid with the right foot. That's called Sunnah, recommended. The third category is called Halal. Halal means lawful and it's up to you. Halal means it's up to you, which is the third category. If a person leaves off Sunnah, he should be reprimanded. But if a person leaves off Halal, you cannot reprimand him because Halal means it's hanging in the balance, it's up to you. To eat beef is Halal. To marry your cousin is Halal. It's not recommended to marry your cousin. The Prophet didn't recommend it. So Halal means that the action is hanging in the balance. Halal means it's up to you. Then you have the fourth category, which is called Makruh. An example of Makruh is to pray looking in the skies or to pray with your eyes closed. You're supposed to watch and pray. How can you pray with your eyes closed? What if the kafirs kill you when you're praying? To pray with your eyes closed is Makruh. Another example of Makruh is to turn up and you didn't get an invite. It's called to gate crash a walima. To go to the walima for food and nobody invited you. Maybe the bride will ask you to leave. It's called to gate crash. To gate crash a walima. Gate crash is British English. To gate crash the walima, you turn up without an invite. Maybe the bride will ask you to leave. So that is makruh behavior. The fifth category, gate crash, is, yeah, that's British English. To gate crash the walima. To turn up without an invite. The fifth category of human action is called haram. For example, to drink alcohol and to do sex before marriage. or to eat pork, to gamble in casinos. All these are examples of haram. To marry 5 wives. The 5th wife is haram. Some scholars say if you marry a 5th wife, your head is gone because you did zina. The limit is 4. So all these are examples of haram. Then there are 2 types of sunnah. Sunnah mu'akkada and sunnah ghair mu'akkada. Look at that. Sunnah mu'akkada and sunnah ghair mu'akkada. Then there are 2 types of haram. The major haram and the minor haram. Ghair mu'akkada. Okay, shukran, mu'akkada and ghair mu'akkada. And there are 2 types of haram, major and minor. How do you know when the haram is major? When a punishment is attached to it and the punishment is mentioned. If there is a punishment which is attached to the haram and it is mentioned, then you know it is major haram. If there is a had means the capital punishment in Islam. The Islamic capital punishment is called the had. When there is a had attached to the punishment, then you know it is haram. For example, to slander a pious, believing Muslim girl, that is major haram because you receive 80 lashes for that. When there is a had attached to the haram, it is major haram. If there is no had attached to it, it is not considered major haram. Now, there is no punishment mentioned for eating pork. The scholars use ijtihad and qiyas and give 80 lashes for pork. The same punishment for drinking alcohol. There is no punishment mentioned in Quran or Hadith for eating pork. But the scholars, they use ijtihad. And they give 80 for eating pork. They use qiyas. Qiyas means an analogy. Now, these classifications of knowledge wasn't mentioned in the time of the companions of the Prophet. None of these things that I've told you about, sunnah mu'akkada, sunnah ghair mu'akkada, these things were not mentioned in the time of the Sahabas. So why don't you say that these things are bid'ah? Bid'ah, a cursed innovation. So when we classify knowledge, it is to make it easy for the Ummah to understand. None of these things were mentioned at the time of the Sahabas. Yes, none of these things were mentioned in the time of the Sahabas. So why don't you scream and shout, bid'ah, bid'ah? You don't. Now, the classification of Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, this classification was not mentioned by Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi, and Ahmed ibn Hanbal. The Shaykh who brought about the classification Tawheed Asma wa Sifat was Ibn Taymiyyah. Do you know why? Ibn Taymiyyah brought it about, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Before Ibn Taymiyyah was born, nobody spoke about Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. So why did Ibn Taymiyyah bring about this classification? To fight the Mu'tazilites who rejected Allah's 99 names and attributes. Ibn Taymiyyah mentioned this classification, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, in order to fight the Mu'tazilites who rejected Allah's 99 names and attributes. My question to the Madkhal is, when Ibn Taymiyyah came up with this branch of Tawheed Asma wa Sifat, why didn't you scream and shout, bid'ah, bid'ah? You did not, you kept quiet. You see the hypocrisy? What a hypocrisy. When Ibn Taymiyyah introduced the Ummah to a third Tawheed, Asma wa Sifat, you didn't scream and shout, bid'ah, bid'ah. You kept quiet. What a hypocrisy. Well. So why is it that when Muhammad Ibrahim came up with a fourth category, Tawheed Hakimiyah, And many people think Shaykh Faisal brought about that Tawheed. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Muhammad Ibrahim brought up this category in a book called Tahkim Qawaneen. The only reason why people say Shaykh Faisal Tawheed is because they are Jahil and they don't know about the classical scholars. They have never heard about Muhammad Ibrahim. And they have never heard about the book Tahkim Qawaneen. So because they are not aware about Muhammad Ibrahim and his book, they said that is Shaykh Faisal Tawheed. It wasn't me who brought about the fourth category. Muhammad Ibrahim, who lived in the 1950s, he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin brother, the shaqiq of Tawheed Ibadah. If you have a twin, one is called Muhammad and one is called Mikail. If Mikail should steal, you are not allowed to chop off the hand of Muhammad. Because they are two different individuals, two different brothers. Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin, is the brother of Tawheed Ibadah. Okay, he used the word shaqiq. Shaqiq means brother. And the Arabic for twin is to'am. To'am in Arabic means twin, and shaqiq means brother. To'am is twin and shaqiq is brother. So he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the brother of Tawheed Ibadah. What he meant is there are two separate Tawheeds. If there are two brothers, one is called Mikail and one is called Muhammad. If Mikail should steal, you are not allowed to chop off the hand of Muhammad. That is oppression. Why? Because there are two separate brothers. And the reason why he used the word shaqiq is to teach you that there are two separate Tawheeds. So when they saw the Salafis, the Madkhalis, may the curse of Allah be upon them, when they slide one Tawheed under the other, when they slide Tawheed Hakimiyya under Tawheed Ibadah, that is deception of the highest order. If there are two brothers and one steals, you cannot chop off the hand of the brother who did not steal. Yes, because they are two separate individuals. If you have Muhammad and Mikail should steal, you can't cut off the hand of Muhammad because it was Mikail who stole. Even though they are brothers, shaqiq. So when Muhammad Ibrahim said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the shaqiq, the brother of Tawheed, the brother of Tawheed Ibadah, what he's saying to you is there are two separate Tawheeds. And because there are two separate Tawheeds, there are many Muslims who reject and abhor and despise the shirk of bowing down to idols. They despise the Hindus and the Buddhists who pray to idols because he understands that it nullifies Tawheed Ibadah. Did you know that this Muslim who abhor and despises the Hindus who worship idols because it goes against Tawheed Ibadah, did you know that this same Muslim, he believes in democracy? That's another shirk. Did you know that this same Muslim who abhors and despises a person who prays to idols, he will go to a Kafir courthouse for judgment and believe in their verdict? Why? Because he was taught to reject idols and he was taught to worship Allah alone, but nobody taught him that democracy is the greatest shirk. And nobody taught him that when you go to the Kafir courthouse for judgment and believe in their hukum, their verdict, you nullify your shahada. This aspect of Islam was never taught to him at no time in his life. Therefore, it is quite possible for a person to believe in one Tawheed, yet he doesn't believe in another Tawheed. Allah told you in the Quran, it is possible for a person to believe in one Tawheed, yet they don't believe in another Tawheed. So for you to slide one Tawheed onto the other and claim that they mean the same thing, this is deception and hypocrisy of the highest order. In Surah 31, because he was taught to reject idols and to worship Allah alone, but no one taught him that democracy is shirk. Yes, nobody taught him that. Allah said in the Quran that it is possible for a person to believe in one Tawheed, but to not believe in another Tawheed. Okay, what is the evidence? Statement of this magnitude, we need to provide Hujjah. The Hujjah is Surah 31, verse 25. Surah 31, verse 25. Allah said, وَلَئِن سَأَلْتَهُمْ مَنْ خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ لَيَقُولُنَّ اللَّهُ قُلِ الْحَمْدُ لِلَّهِ بَلْ أَكْثَرُهُمْ لَا يَعْلَمُونَ. Allah said, Surah 31, that is Surah Luqman, verse 25. If you should ask these pagan Arabs, O Muhammad, who is the creator of the heavens and the earth, they will reply, Allah. They will say, who? Allah. If you approach Abu Lahab and Abu Jahl, Utbah, Shayba, Umayyah, all these pagans of Mecca, if you approach them and say, who is the creator of the heavens and the earth, they will say to you, Allah. But when you ask this same kafir, who should we worship? They will say Lat, Uzza, Hubal, Manat, and the other idols of the Kaaba. When they say Allah is the creator of the heavens and the earth, they acknowledge Tawheed Rububiyyah, that Allah is the Rabb, the only Lord, the only creator. They acknowledge Rububiyyah. But do they acknowledge Tawheed Ibadah? No, they did not. And because of that, they worshipped idols instead of Allah. They worship Lat, Uzza, Hubal, Manat. So this ayah tells you the Kafirs of Mecca, the pagans of Mecca, they acknowledge Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, but they did not acknowledge Tawheed Ibadah because they worship Lat, Uzza, Hubal, Manat instead of Allah. I give you another example. Some Madkhalis, they slide Tawheed Hakimiyya underneath Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. And Allah told you that the shaitan believes in one Tawheed but not another Tawheed. The other example is Surah 15, verse 36. So the Madkhalis, they can't make up their mind where to hide Tawheed Hakimiyya. Some say, let us hide it underneath Tawheed Rububiyyah. Some say, let us hide it underneath Tawheed Ibadah. They can't make up their mind where to hide it. They want to hide it from the Muslims in order to cement the thrones of the apostate leaders, their kafir paymasters. Allah told you in Surah 15, verse 36, Iblis said, Rabbi fa'anzirni ila yawm yub'athun. Iblis said, my Lord, grant me respite until the day of resurrection when man will be raised from the dead. This ayah tells you that Iblis believes in Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, but Iblis doesn't believe in Tawheed Hakimiyya. That Allah is the lawgiver, the legislator, and when Allah commands something, you hear and you obey, and you don't argue with Allah. This ayah tells you Iblis believes in Tawheed al-Rububiyyah, but Iblis doesn't believe in Tawheed Hakimiyya. Because if you are a believer in Tawheed Hakimiyya, you will hear and obey, and you will never argue with the commandment of Allah. Surah 7, verse 12. Iblis said, Ana khairum min, khalaqtani min nar, wa khalaqtahu min tin. Surah 7, verse 12. Ana khairum min, khalaqtani min nar, wa khalaqtahu min tin. Iblis said, I am better than Adam. you made me from fire, and Adam, you made from clay. So, since fire is better than clay, I will never bow down. Why am I not going to bow down? Because I am not intellectually convinced. He was a Mu'tazilite. Iblis is a Mu'tazilite, a rationalist. I am not intellectually convinced about your commandment to bow down to Adam. Because you made me from fire, and Adam you made from clay. So, since fire is better than clay, I am better than him. Therefore, I will never bow down, I will never obey you, because I am not intellectually convinced. This ayah tells you Iblis believes that Allah is the only Rabb, the only Lord. Iblis believes in Tawheed Arabiya, but Iblis doesn't believe in Tawheed Hakimiyya. And because he is not a believer in Tawheed Hakimiyya, he argues with the commandment of Allah. So when you slide one Tawheed underneath the other, it is called deception, and it is hypocrisy of the highest order. The people who scream and shout Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah. The reason why they have a strong hatred for Tawheed Hakimiyya is because it goes against their interest, their financial interest. Because those who believe in Tawheed Hakimiyya, they wage jihad for Sharia. Jihad min ajli Sharia. Jihad for the sake of Sharia. So they are saying, how dare you try to topple my paymaster? They wage a war against Tawheed Hakimiyya because it goes against their financial interest. How dare you try to topple my kafir paymaster? How dare you? You Mujahideen, you are Khawarij and you are terrorists. And I'm going to work with the MI5 and the CIA, the FBI, to arrest you and put you in prison and throw away the key. Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah, and the people who are trying to topple my paymaster, they are Khawarij and terrorists. To dismantle the Sharia is not a major kufr. To dismantle the Sharia is a minor kufr. Forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. The reason why these kafir paymasters are in power is because it is Qadr Allah. So, since it is Qadr Allah for them to be in power, don't you topple them? Now, I sent a video to some of my students. I would like you to bring the video on main. I sent it to you an hour ago. Bring me the video on main, those of you who video. It's on YouTube. It is impossible to watch this video without having a laugh. Impossible. Bring me the video. I sent it to you on an hour ago. About the Madkhalis, the evil of the Saudi Salafis. It's impossible for you to watch this video without having a good laugh. Now, where is the video? I sent it to many of you. The evil of the Saudi Salafis. Okay, shukran. The evil of the Saudi Salafis. You need to watch this. All of you should save this video and watch it in your. It's only about 3 minutes. But the person who put it together is a wise person. I don't know who put it on YouTube. You should all save this video and watch it. Somebody sent it to me. The person knows me and the person knows what I like. That's why they sent me the video. They want me to have a good laugh. All of you should save this video and watch it. Why is it that the scholars, they classify Tawheed Hakimiyya as a separate category? The reason for this is because Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds in prison. You are not allowed to say Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah and then preach that to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr. Because this aqidah makes you a zindiq. A zindiq is a heretic. The reason why the scholars were obliged to put Tawheed Hakimiyya as a separate category is because Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds in prison. Surah 12, verse 39 to 40. Bring me the Hujjah. Surah 12, verses 39 to 40. Bring me the Hujjah. When Prophet Yusuf was in prison, he gave dawah to the inmates in prison. And Prophet Yusuf said, Ya sahibay as-sijn, Arbab mutafarrikun khair amillah al-war al-qahar. O two companions of the prison, what's better for you? To have one Lord who is al-qahar, the irresistible, who is Allah alone, or to have many different Lords? No one can deny that this is Tawheed al-Rabbiyah that Yusuf was teaching the inmates. We continue with the ayah. Next ayah, ayah 40. ما تعبدون من دونه إلا أسماء سميتموها أنتم وآباؤكم ما أنزل الله بها من سلطان. Yusuf said, these names and attributes that you are using to serve Allah, Allah did not reveal these names and attributes. Allah did not give you any sultan, any authority to describe Him by these names and attributes. You and your fathers, you fabricated these names and attributes. You forged these names. No one in this room can deny that this Tawheed is Tawheed Asma wa Sifat that Yusuf was teaching the inmates. Because he was correcting them, rebuking them, telling them, he was telling them that these names that you are using to describe Allah, Allah did not give you any sultan, any authority to describe Him with these names and attributes. You fabricated them. No one in this room can deny that this Tawheed that Yusuf was teaching the inmates in prison was Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Because Tawheed Asma wa Sifat means to describe Allah with His 99 names and attributes. And to abstain from describing Allah with names and attributes that He, Allah, did not use to describe Himself. And we shall continue with the Hujjah. Then Prophet Yusuf said in the next statement, Inil hukmu illa lillah. Because Tawheed Asma Wasif means to describe Allah with His 99 names and attributes. Then Prophet Yusuf said, Inil hukmu illa lillah, there is no lawgiver except Allah. What did he say? Inil hukmu illa lillah. There is no lawgiver except Allah. No one can deny that this Tawheed that Yusuf was teaching the inmates is Tawheed Hakimiyah, because he said to the inmates, there is no lawgiver except Allah. Then Prophet Yusuf said in the next sentence in the ayah, the same ayah, ayah 40, Amara an la ta'budu illa iyyah. Allah has commanded that you worship none except Him. Allah Ta'ala has commanded that you worship none except Him. No one can deny that this Tawheed that Yusuf was teaching the inmates in prison was Tawheed Ibadah. Another name for this Tawheed is Tawheed Uluhiyah. You can say Tawheed Uluhiyah or Tawheed Ibadah. It has two names. Here we have in the Quran, Surah Yusuf, verses 39 to 40, Prophet Yusuf taught the 4 Tawheeds to the inmates in prison. Brothers and sisters, this is why we, the members of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we preach the 4 Tawheeds and we don't slide one Tawheed underneath the other. It is deception. It is deception for us to slide one Tawheed underneath the other, because Prophet Yusuf taught them separately when he was teaching the inmates in prison. Sliding and hiding is deception and hypocrisy. And the reason why the hypocrites are desperate to hide Tawheed Hakimiyah from the Ummah is because they are seeking to change Islam to cement the thrones of the apostate leaders. I repeat, The reason why the hypocrites are desperate to hide Tawheed Hakimiyya from the Ummah is because they are trying to change Islam to cement the thrones of the apostate leaders. But their dawah is failing because the apostate leaders they are protecting, they are falling like dominoes, one after the other. Zain al-Abidin of Tunisia, Zain al-Abidin bin Ali of Tunisia, where is he? He is in the dustbin of history. He is now living in Saudi Arabia. No country, no passport, no dignity, no prestige. These apostate leaders are falling one by one like a domino. Like dominoes. Where is Hosni Mubarak of it? Where is his regime? His regime is in the dustbin of history and he's under house arrest. He's been probed for stealing 80 billion from the Federal Reserves in Egypt. Where is Gaddafi of Libya? When the Mujahideen rose up against Gaddafi, he said, Firan, Firan, rats, rats. They are rats. Drive them out of Tripoli. They are rats. But Gaddafi, where was he found when they captured him? He was in a sewage. So who is the rat? Gaddafi was found in a tunnel in Sirte. In a sewage. So who is the rat? He called the Mujahideen rat and he was found in a sewage in Sirte. That's where he was captured, in a tunnel. Where is Ali Abdullah Salih of Yemen? What's going to happen to him? What's going to happen to Bashar al-Assad in Syria? Bashar al-Assad, his days are numbered. You think you can claim to be God and survive? And that Shiite dynasty you have in Syria is going to go. Your Shiite dynasty. Don't you know Allah Ta'ala has the ability to use one kafir to get rid of another kafir? On many occasions Allah did that. وَكَذَلِكَ نُوَلِّي الظَّالِمِينَ بَعْدَهُمْ بَعْدًا بِمَا كَانُوا يَكْسِبُونَ. They killed the Prime Minister of Lebanon, Rafiq Hariri, because he was Sunni, because they want to take over Lebanon. They killed Rafiq Hariri, the Shiites, as Sunni, to take over Lebanon, because they want to turn Iran into Shiite, Iraq into Shiite, Lebanon into Shiite, Syria into Shiite. They want to create a Shiite dynasty in the Middle East. They want to turn Bahrain into Shiite until the Saudis went and beat up the Shiites. They want to turn Kuwait into Shiites. They want everybody in the Middle East, all the Arab regimes to become Shiites. That's their aim and their objective. But don't you know Allah is the all-seeing, the all-hearing, the all-knowing? Allah can easily use America to break the back of the Shiites. I was watching YouTube. Some Syrian soldiers were killed. You know what they found in the bodies of the Syrian soldiers? M16 bullets. This means America is arming the Sunnis to kill the Shiites in Syria. They found M16 bullets, American made bullets, in the bodies of the Shiites in Syria who have been killed. The Syrian soldiers. M16 bullets they found in their bodies. That means America is secretly arming the Sunnis in Syria to get rid of the Shiites. So Bashar al-Assad, his days are numbered. Even the house of Saud, their days are numbered. Why the Kuffar, their days are numbered? The Murtadeen, the evidence can be found in Surah 17, verse 81. Surah 17, verse 81. It tells you why these apostate regimes, their days are numbered. Allah said, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقُّ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. وَقُلْ جَاءَ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Say truth has come and falsehood has vanished, and falsehood by nature is a vanishing thing. Batil by nature is bound to vanish. It's a vanishing thing. So all these apostate regimes are going to vanish because Allah said, وَقُلْ جَاءَ الْحَقِّ وَزَهَقَ الْبَاطِلِ إِنَّ الْبَاطِلَ كَانَ زَهُوقًا. Truth has come and falsehood has vanished, and falsehood by nature is a vanishing thing. All these apostate regimes, they are going to disappear, they are going to vanish. And Allah Ta'ala, one of the sunnah of Allah is to use kafirs to kill kafirs. That's one of the sunnah of Allah, to use kafirs to kill kafirs. The Shiites, many Sunnis are confused.com in regards to the Shiites. Because the Shiites are helping Hamas in Palestine, then they have death squads in Iraq killing Sunnis. So the Sunnis are confused. You are helping Hamas, but you have death squads in Iraq killing Sunnis. I'm not confused about Shiites because the founder of the Shiite movement was Abdullah ibn Sabah, a Jew. Shiaism is a Jewish movement because the founder is Abdullah ibn Sabah of Yemen, a Jew from Yemen. So because the founder of the Shiite movement was a Jew, I am not confused.com in regards to the Shiites. If they hate Abu Bakr and Omar, it's impossible for them to love you. Always bear this in mind. If they hate Abu Bakr and Omar, if they hate the mother of the believers, Aisha, and slander her name, if they slander Allah and say that Allah is a liar who is always making mistakes, how can you be confused about Shiites? If they hate the Sahabahs and slander the Sahabahs, how can you be confused about them? I don't understand. How can you be confused about a people who say Allah is a liar who's always making mistakes? How can you be confused about people who say Aisha had an affair? They believe Aisha had an affair. And when Imam Mahdi comes, he's taking her out of her grave and punish her for her affair. That's in their book. Hayatul Qulub, volume 2, page 611. Allah told you in Surah Nur, verse 11, that Aisha didn't have an affair, and Allah said what they said about her was an ifk. Ifk means a great slander. Allah used the word ifk to describe what they said about Aisha. Surah Nur, verse 11. The Shiites, they believe that Allah lied to protect Aisha. That Allah Ta'ala lied to protect Aisha because Aisha had an affair. They don't believe the ayah. So how can you be confused about these people? I don't understand. Why don't you learn your deen and learn the aqidah of the enemy? I'm going to produce a topic in which I will bring 20 ayahs of the Quran which Shiites don't believe in. The devil's deception of the Rafidites. That will be the topic. I'm going to bring 20 ayahs of the Quran which the Shiites don't believe in. And this is one of them. I don't know how you can be confused.com about the Shiites. When I did my dissertation, my Shaykhs told me, go and refute the Shiites. That's your thesis. You want to graduate from university? Go and refute the Shiites. That's what they told me. That's your dissertation, your thesis. I'm not confused.com about them because their creed is vicious, atrocious, and treacherous. Their creed is vicious, atrocious, and treacherous. You gullible Sunnis want to unite with them. Don't you see what they did to Musta'sim? I've told you a million times what they did to Musta'sim. I don't want to go back over it. The Abbasid Caliph, they conspired with the Tatars to kill him and destroy the Khilafah. Shiites. They've always stabbed the Sunnis in the back. We believe in the 4 Tawheeds because they are mentioned in the Holy Quran. That's why we believe in the 4 Tawheeds, because the 4 Tawheeds are mentioned in the Quran. Did you know the 4 Tawheeds are inside of Surah Fatiha? Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, that is Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. The 4 Tawheeds are inside of Surah Fatiha. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, that is Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. So when a person tells you Tawheed Hakim is a bid'ah, tell them the 4 Tawheeds are inside of Surah Fatiha. Not just Surah Yusuf, Surah Fatiha as well. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, all praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, that is Tawheed al-Rububiyyah. Ar-Rahman Rahim, that is Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Ar-Rahman Rahim, Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Maliki Yawmiddin, that is Tawheed Hakimiyah. That Allah is the only judge on Judgment Day. Allah is the only judge on Judgment Day. He sends to paradise who He wants, and He sends to the hellfire who He wants, and nobody can veto the decision of Allah. And nobody can intercede for anyone except with the permission of Allah. And because of that, Allah said, مَنْ ذَا الَّذِي يَشْفَعْ عِنْدَهُ إِلَّا بِإِذْنِهِ. Allah is the only judge on Judgment Day. Maliki Yawmiddin, Allah is the only judge on Judgment Day. إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ وَإِيَّاكَ نَسْتَعِينُ, that is Tawheed Ibadah. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. You alone we worship. إِيَّاكَ نَعْبُدُ وَإِيَّاكَ نَسْتَعِينُ, that is Tawheed Ibadah. So 4 Tawheeds are mentioned inside of Surah Fatiha. Every era has its fitna. In the time of Prophet Adam, the fitna was murder. One brother killed the other. Every era has its fitna. In the time of Adam, the fitna was what? Murder. One brother killed the other. And the Prophet said, whenever a man kill a man, Cain will get some of the burden. Because he was the first person to establish the sunnah of killing. Bring me the hadith. Whenever a man kills a man, Cain, the first son of Adam, he shares in the guilt. He shares the burden of the sin because he was the first person to establish the sunnah of killing people. Shukran for the hadith. Bukhari, volume 9, number 423. In the time of Prophet Noah, yes, the fitna was the fitna of worshipping idols, shirk. And the Prophet said, whenever one man kills another, Cain, the first son of Adam, will share in the guilt because he was the first to establish the sunnah of killing people. Okay, shukran. Okay, shukran for the notes. That's what I said. The fitna of worshipping idols, that was in the time of Noah. The first people to worship idols, the people of Noah. In the time of Prophet Abraham, it was a fitna of logic. People, they became Mu'tazilites in the time of Prophet Abraham. And idol worshipping exists as well. In the time of Prophet Lut, the fitna was homosexuality. Lut had the problem of homosexuality to deal with. In the time of Prophet Musa, the fitna was black magic. The Pharaoh had over 7,000 magicians. Some scholars said it was 70,000 magicians. The fitna of black magic. And in the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the fitna of shirk came back because a man called Amr ibn Lu'ay went to Syria and brought back an idol called Hubal. He brought back Hubal, an idol from Syria, and told the Arabs to abandon the Tawheed that Abraham taught them and worship Hubal. The name of the man is Amr ibn Lu'ay. He brought back Hubal from Syria and told the Arabs to worship Hubal and to abandon the Tawheed which was taught to them by Prophet Abraham. Prophet Abraham built the Kaaba and taught them Tawheed and taught them how to make Hajj. But Amr ibn Lu'ay went to Syria and brought back an idol from Syria called Hubal and told the Arabs to worship Hubal. In the time of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and the Rasul broke the idols in the Kaaba. In the time of Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, the fitna was the fitna of the apostates. People were apostating from Islam. So when you read history books, you'll see there's a chapter called Hurub al-Ridda, war against the apostates. And the worst apostate was Musaylima al-Kadhdhab, the false prophet. Many Sahabas lost their lives fighting Musaylima. That's one of the fiercest battles ever fought in the Arabian Peninsula, called the Battle of Yamama. Even till today, there is a hospital in Riyadh called the Hospital of Yamama. Musaylima al-Kadhdhab. Musaylima the liar, Kadhdhab. Musaylima the Kadhdhab. Subhanallah. What a fierce battle that was. The Battle of Yamama. The place where the battle took place is called the Valley of Death, because the blood of the Sahabas ran in the valley like a river. Evil Muslim women partake. Ammara. The same woman who saved the life of the Prophet at the Battle of Uhud, she went to that battle and fought, and she lost one of her arms. The same woman, Ammara, who saved the life of the Prophet at the Battle of Uhud, she was 60 years old and she was fighting. Can you believe it? 60 years old. And she was on the battlefield fighting, and she lost one of her arms. That's how fierce the battle was. A woman can go to the battlefield with the permission of the Amir, not without the permission of the Amir. And we are not discriminating against women, because men need permission as well. We can't take every man to the battlefield. What if he's an MI5 spy, CIA spy? So don't think we are discriminating against women when we say a woman can go to the battlefield if she gets the permission of the Amir. Because we, the men, we need permission as well. What if the man is a spy? How can we take him? And the Lord said, don't take the murjifeen with you. A murjif is a person who spreads negative ideas on the battlefield. The murjif. A murjif is a person who spreads negative ideas on the battlefield for the morale of the mujahideen to go down. Allah spoke about them in the Quran. Allah said, if you take them to the front line, they only cause fitna. Not every man is frontline material. Allah spoke about these low life scums of the earth. Allah spoke about them in Surah 9, verse 47. لَوْ خَرَجُوا فِيكُمْ مَا زَادُكُمْ إِلَّا خَبَالًا وَلَعَوْدَعُوا خِلَالَكُمْ يَبْغُونَكُمْ الْفِتْنَةِ وَفِيكُمْ سَمَّاعُونَ لَهُمْ وَاللَّهُ عَلِيمٌ بِالظَّالِمِينَ. Allah said, these low life scums of the earth, if you take them to the front line, they only cause khabala, disorder. And they hurry about you to do what? Spreading fitna, sedition, mutiny. They spread mutiny, Allah said. يَبْغُونَكُمْ الْفِتْنَةِ. And some people will listen to them. Some people who are on the front line will listen to them and abandon the battlefield. Did you study the Battle of Uhud? 1,000 Sahabas left to fight at the Battle of Uhud. 300 turned back because Abdullah ibn Ubay spread fitna. 300 turned back because Abdullah ibn Ubay, the same man who accused Aisha of having an affair. It was the same man, Abdullah ibn Ubay, who spread fitna on the battlefield and caused 300 to turn back. The same munafiq who accused Aisha of having an affair, he spread fitna and caused 300 to turn back. And when he died, The Prophet stood up to pray over him, and Omar objected. And the Prophet smiled and prayed over him, and Allah revealed Tawbah 84. وَلَا تُصَلِّي عَلَىٰ أَحَدٍ مِّنْهُمْ مَاتَ أَبَدًا وَلَا تَقُمْ عَلَىٰ قَبْرِهِ إِنَّهُمْ كَفَرُوا بِاللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ وَمَاتُوا وَهُمْ فَاسِقُونَ. Tawbah 84. Don't pray over any one of them who die as from today. Don't even stand by their graves. You are not even allowed to stand by the grave of a munafiq, much less to pray over a munafiq. They die rejecting faith in Allah and His Messenger, and they die as fasiqun. It is haram to go to the janazah of a munafiq. How can you go to the janazah of a person who died in the British Army, the American Army? You can't go to that janazah. How can you go to the janazah of a man who used to preach about democracy, that democracy is the same as Islam because of Shura? How can you go to that janazah? How can you go to the janazah of a man who believes that Muhammad is alive in the grave and we can pray to Muhammad and beg Muhammad for anything we want, and that Muhammad is Hazir Nazir, he's omnipresent? Muhammad is omnipresent, he's Hazir Nazir. And Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he knows what is happening to the details, the minute details of the Ummah. How can you go to that janazah? You tell me. How can you go to the janazah of a man who called the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists? A Madkhali. How can you go to that janazah? Answer the question. You go to the janazah of a man who called the Mujahideen terrorists. They are fighting to liberate land and men, bilad and ibad. That's what they are doing. They are fighting to liberate bilad and ibad, land and men. So how can you call them Khawarij, the dogs of Jahannam? You can't go to the janazah of a Madkhali, a Saudi Salafi. You can't even stand by their graves. So this ayah came down to tell the Prophet Umar was right and the Prophet was wrong. I know some people don't like when I speak like this. Umar was right and the Prophet was wrong. Some people don't like when I say it, but the ayah is clear. Umar was right, the Prophet was wrong. Another occasion in which Umar was right and the Prophet was wrong was when Umar said, chop off the heads of the 70 captives. Chop off the heads of the 70 captives. Don't take captives. Kill them. If you set them free, they'll come the next year to take revenge. And the Prophet didn't accept what Umar said because that was harsh. In the Shura meeting, Umar said, a Muslim from Medina should chop off the head of his kafir brother from Mecca. Can you believe it? So if you have a brother and you are from the same womb, I'm talking blood brother, and your blood brother is a kafir from Mecca who came to fight against the Muslims at Badr, you have to take a sword and chop off the head of your blood brother who came from the same womb like you. This was the opinion of Omar in the Shura meeting. You think Omar compromised with the deen? That was his opinion in the meeting. And the Prophet found his opinion too harsh. So the Prophet accepted the opinion of Abu Bakr to take captives but set them free with money. Then Umar saw the Prophet crying and Abu Bakr was crying. Umar said to Abu Bakr and Umar said to the Prophet and Abu Bakr, why are you crying? The Prophet was crying and Abu Bakr was crying. So Umar said to them, why are you crying? The Prophet said, oh Umar, a verse came down. Allah sent down a verse to correct us. We made a mistake. The verse is Surah 8, verse 67. ما كان لنبي أن يكون له أسرى حتى يثخن في الأرض. It's not right for the Prophet. It's not right for the Prophet to take captives until he create a great slaughter among his enemies in the land. It's not right for the Prophet to take captives until he makes the earth warm with blood. That's another translation. Yuthkhina. Yuthkhina fil ard. He has to create a great slaughter among his enemies in the land. So Omar was right and the Prophet was wrong. A man said to the Prophet, "O Muhammad, I have 3 daughters in Mecca. If you kill me, who will feed them? Set me free, I will never fight against you." And the man said, "Wallahi," because the people in Mecca, they believe in Allah, except that they worship idols beside Allah. The Prophet trusted the man and set the man free. This man who the Prophet trusted, he trusted his Wallahi and set the man free. The man came back the following year at the Battle of Uhud to kill Muslims, and he killed Sahabas. The same man who promised the Prophet, "O Muhammad, I have 3 daughters. If you kill me, who will feed them? Set me free, I won't fight you again." The Prophet trusted the man and set the man free. The man broke his Wallahi. He came back the following year to kill Sahabas. And Omar said, "Chop off the heads of the captives." Omar was right and the Prophet was wrong. This is another occasion in which Omar was right and the Prophet was wrong. And the Prophet said in a famous hadith, I'm sure all of you heard the hadith a million times before. The Prophet said in a hadith, "If there should be a Prophet after me, it would have been Omar." If there should be a Prophet after me, that Prophet would have been Omar. So when Omar said, "Chop off the head of the captives," Omar was right and the Prophet was wrong. Yes. The ayah came down to tell the Prophet Omar was right. Okay, where is the hadith I quoted? I learned it from the lips of my sheikhs, and they don't quote fabricated hadith. If there should be a Prophet after me, it will be Omar. Have I found it? Okay, shukran. Uqba ibn Amir reported the Messenger of Allah said, "If there were to be a Prophet after me, then it would have been Omar." Collected by Ahmed ibn Hanbal. Okay, shukran for finding the hadith. We continue with our dars, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Every era has a fitna. In the time of Abu Bakr, the fitna was what? People refusing to pay zakah. And people apostating. And Omar fought, not Omar, Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr fought them and killed them. Every era has its fitna. In the time of Abu Bakr Siddiq, the fitna was people refusing to pay zakah. And their takfir was made on them. Takfir means to call a person a kafir. Takfir was made on them and they were fought and killed. And their women folks were taken as concubines. In the time of Uthman, we have the fitna of Abdullah ibn Sabah. In the time of Uthman, we have the fitna of Abdullah ibn Sabah. The Jew who took Shahada, and his Shahada was fake. He tried to do to Islam what Paul did to Christianity, to change Islam, and he incited the people against Uthman and had Uthman killed. In the time of Uthman, we had the fitna of Abdullah ibn Sabah. The Jew who took Shahada, but his Shahada was fake, and he tried to change Islam. And his aim and objective was to incite the people against Uthman and to have Sahabas killing Sahabas. He came into Islam to sow the seeds of discord, sowing the seeds. That was his aim and objective, sowing the seeds of discord. And he incited the people to kill Uthman. In the time of Ali, we had the fitna of the Khawarij. Ali had the fitna of the Khawarij to deal with. And he killed them, he fought them and killed them at the Battle of Nahrawan. I don't have time to go into the details of the fitna of the Khawarij. I have refuted the Khawarij. Go and listen to the CD on the blog. I don't have time to go into details. I can't digress. I have to stick to the topic. I cannot digress. So the Battle of Nahrawan, maybe you can even Google it and read it yourself. I read it from Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya of Ibn Kathir, but I'm sure that knowledge must have made its way on the internet already. Jokers in the park, the Khawarij. Yes, go and listen to this. Read up about it. I don't have time to go into details. So each era has its fitna. In the time of Ahmad ibn Hanbal, the fitna was Khalq al-Quran. What was the fitna of Ahmad ibn Hanbal? Khalq al-Quran. The Quran was created. That is the fitna. And Ahmad ibn Hanbal fought those who were preaching that the Quran was created. The Quran is Allah's ilm, Allah's knowledge, and Allah doesn't create any of His 99 names and attributes. And because Ahmad ibn Hanbal stood up and fought those who believed the Quran was created, he was called the Imam of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Who was preaching the Quran was created? The rationalists. The rationalists were preaching that the Quran was created. The four great Imams, they make takfir on anyone who said the Quran was created. Of Ibn Taymiyyah, we had the fitna of the Mu'tazilites and the Ash'ara. In the time of in the time of Ibn Taymiyyah, he had to deal with the fitna of the Mu'tazilites who reject Allah's 99 names and attributes. He said, whoever says the Quran is created is a kafir. Yes, this is the aqidah of all the Imams, not just Imam Shafi. Even Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, don't even give them salam. Those who say the Quran was created, don't even say salam to them. Don't say salam, don't pray behind them. It is the aqidah of the four great Imams, those who believe the Quran was created, they are kuffar. In the time of Ibn Taymiyyah, we had the fitna of the Mu'tazilites who reject Allah's 99 names and attributes. And because we have the fitna of the Mu'tazilites who reject Allah's names and attributes, Ibn Taymiyyah introduced a third category of Tawheed called Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Now you know, brothers and sisters, why Ibn Taymiyyah introduced Tawheed Asma wa Sifat to the Ummah. To fight the Mu'tazilites who reject faith in Allah's 99 names and attributes. The Islamic Caliphate was destroyed in 1924. And because of the fitna of Mu'tazilites, Ibn Taymiyyah introduced Tawheed Asma wa Sifat. Okay, shukran. In 1924, the Khilafah was destroyed and the Sharia was destroyed. So the fitna that we are faced with today, what is our fitna? Because every era has a fitna. What is our fitna? Our fitna is that there is no Sharia. And because our fitna in this 21st century is the fitna of no Sharia, this is why the scholars emphasize Tawheed Hakimiyya. And because Muhammad Ibrahim lived at a time when there was no Khilafah, no Sharia, he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the Shaqiq, the brother of Tawheed Ibadah. Now you know why Muhammad Ibrahim put Tawheed Hakimiyya in a separate category on its own by itself, to highlight the plight of the Ummah. He did it to highlight our predicament and our plight. Tawheed Hakimiyya is the Shaqiq of Tawheed Ibadah. Our fitna of this century is a fitna of no Sharia. So when you preach that Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah, and to dismantle the Sharia is a minor kufr, like what the Saudi Salafis are preaching, you are not helping the Ummah. You are aggravating the problem. You are aggravating the problem of the Ummah. You are not helping the Ummah. And your aqidah makes you become a zindiq, a heretic, because it is the ijma of the Ummah that if the Sharia is dismantled, it's major kufr, not minor kufr. I hope you follow me so far. In our time is that there is no Sharia, and because of that, Muhammad Ibrahim, he put Tawheed Hakimiyya in a separate category to highlight it and to make the plight of the Ummah become known. When you say to dismantle the Sharia is minor kufr, you are not helping the Muslims, you are aggravating the problem. Anybody who says to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a minor kufr, that person is an enemy of Muhammad. And anybody who is an enemy of Muhammad is an enemy of Allah. Repeat, anyone who says to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a minor kufr, that person is an enemy of Muhammad. Whoever says this is an enemy of Muhammad. Anyone who is an enemy of Muhammad becomes an enemy of Allah. Therefore, our 14th principle is that we do not believe to dismantle the Sharia is minor kufr, we believe it's major kufr. The person taking notes, the 14th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is we believe to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a major kufr. Anybody who say it's minor kufr, they do not belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 14th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is we believe to dismantle the Sharia is major, not minor kufr. The 15th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. The 15th principle, we enjoin the right and we forbid the wrong. Now, the reason why we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong is because Allah said in Surah 3:104, وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ. Surah 3:104. Surah 3:104. What did Allah say? وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ. Let there be a party from among you who rise up and join in ma'ruf, calling to all that which is good, and join the right and forbid the munkar. And it is they who will be the muflihun, the successful one. Surah 3:104. So because of Surah 3:104, we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. One day Allah sent 2 angels to destroy a township. When they got there, they found a man praying in the temple. They went back to Allah and said, "Oh Allah, how can we destroy the township? Because we found a man praying in the temple, a righteous man." Allah said, "Go back and destroy the township and begin with him first, because he did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong." The Prophet Muhammad said he didn't even frown when he saw the people dabbling in their haram. What the Prophet said, not once did he frown when he saw the people dabbling in their haram. So Allah said to the 2 angels, "Go back and destroy the township and begin with him first, because he did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong." One day Allah sent 2 angels to destroy a township. They found a man praying in the temple. They went back and said, "How can we destroy the township? When we found a man praying in the temple," he said, and destroy the township and begin with him first, because he did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. Okay, shukran. Allah said, "Go back and destroy the township and begin with him first, because he did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong." To enjoin the right and forbid the wrong is a religious duty. Because of the ayah found in Surah 3:104, no one can deny it is a religious duty. People who live in the West, in Darhab, they are very selfish, self-centered, and when you tell them to fear Allah, they tell you to mind your own business. The best advice a Muslim can give to his brother is to say, "Ittaqillah." Ittaqillah. That's the best advice a Muslim can give to his brother. And if you have a wife who helps you to fear Allah, you should never divorce her. If you have a wife who keeps you on the straight and narrow path, you should never divorce that woman. Because the hadith says men marry women for 4 reasons: her beauty, her status, her wealth, and her deen. Go for the woman with deen, otherwise you're a loser. Yeah, people in the West are selfish and self-centered. If you tell them to fear Allah, they'll tell you to mind your own business. That's what they do in the West, because they are corrupted with Dar Harb. Dar Harb made them selfish and self-centered. If a Muslim brother tell you to fear Allah, you are not allowed to say mind your own business. They will tell you to mind your own business because they are selfish and self-centered and conceited. Sahabas used to tell each other to fear Allah. They didn't say mind your own business. They were happy to get the advice. If you have a wife who helps you to stay on the straight path, you should not divorce her. Because of the hadith, marry the woman with taqwa, otherwise you're a loser. Taribat yadak. Now, the reason why you are not allowed to tell your Muslim brother mind your own business if he tells you to fear Allah is because of the hadith: a Muslim is the mirror for his brother. Every Muslim is a mirror for his brother. Whenever you do not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong, when the punishment of Allah comes, like natural disasters, it will envelope everyone. Each of you is a mirror for his brother. Yes, this is the hadith. Because of this hadith, you cannot tell your Muslim brother, mind your own business. If he tells you fear Allah, he sees you drinking alcohol, or you have a girlfriend, you smoke weed. If he says fear Allah, you are on drugs. So he's telling you to fear Allah. You cannot say to your brother, mind your own business. That's not permissible in Islam. Because the hadith says every Muslim is a mirror for his brother. If he sees any fault in him, he should wipe it away. The way you wipe the dirt from the mirror. The way you clean the mirror. But people who live in Dar Harb, in Europe and America, they are selfish, arrogant, and self-centered. So when you tell them to fear Allah, they'll tell you mind your own business. So the other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. The 16th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that our manhaj is jihad, fi sabilillah. There are various types of manhaj to establish Sharia and Khilafah. Some people say the manhaj is da'wah. That is the manhaj of the Deobandis, the Tablighi Jamaat, they give da'wah. Some people, their manhaj is to give out leaflets. That is Hizb Tahrir, the leaflet manhaj. Some people, their manhaj is democracy. That is Ikhwan al-Muslimin. If your manhaj is democracy, you cannot call yourself Ikhwan al-Muslimin. You become Ikhwan al-Shayateen. The only legitimate manhaj to establish Sharia and Khilafah is jihad fi sabilillah. Every other manhaj is wrong. You tried democracy in Algeria, you got a kick in the teeth. If your manhaj is democracy, you cannot call yourself Ikhwan Muslimin, you are Ikhwan Shayateen, yes. Because democracy is the religion of the Satan. So don't call yourself Ikhwan al-Muslimin if your manhaj is democracy, because you have now become Ikhwan al-Shayateen. The kuffar in the West, they want to shove democracy down your throat. If democracy had any good in it, why they want to shove it down your throat? Because Allah told you in Surah, kuffar don't want any good to come to you from your Lord. ما يود الذين كفروا من أهل الكتاب ولا المشركين أن ينزل عليكم من خير من ربكم. Baqarah 105. Allah told you in Surah Baqarah 105, the kuffar, they don't want any good to come to you from your Lord. So if democracy had any good in it, why are they shoving it down your throat? Allah warned you in the Quran, the kuffar, they don't want any good to come to you from your Lord. So if democracy was any good, why are they shoving it down your throat? And you should always remind the kuffar, democracy gave us Adolf Hitler. Democracy gave us Ariel Sharon. Ariel Sharon gave us Adolf Hitler. And democracy gave us Ariel Sharon. Democracy gave us Shimon Peres. Ariel Sharon killed 22,000 Muslims in Lebanon, in Sabra and Shatila in 1982. Shimon Peres, Tayyip Erdogan walked out on him in a debate and said, I can't sit with you because you kill babies, you kill children. Democracy gave us men who kill children. Sabra and Shatila was men, women, and children. They killed children at Sabra and Shatila in 1982. A massacre in southern Lebanon. The person who carried out the massacre, he believes in democracy. Why Tayyip Erdogan walked out of the debate? He said, I can't sit with you. You're an old man and you kill babies, you kill children. Haven't you heard about the Fakhriya refugee camp, the Jabalir refugee camp? There's a school called the Fakhriya School. The Fakhriya School in the Jabalir refugee camp. The war on Gaza. Didn't you know they bombed the school? A kindergarten school. The Jews. The people who bombed the school, they believe in democracy. When they were asked why you bombed the school, they said militants were in the school. Those who were working in Gaza said no Islamic militants were in the school. They bombed the school to kill kindergarten kids, the Jews. No Islamic militants were in the school. This is why the Prime Minister of Turkey walked out on Shimon Peres. I can't sit with you, you kill children. You're an old man who kills babies. So the people who believe in democracy have always been the evilest people in the world. You can't be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH and believe in democracy at the same time. You can't call yourself Ikhwanul Muslimin and you believe in democracy. If you believe in democracy, you have to call yourself Ikhwanul Shayateen, because democracy is the religion of the Satan. Don't you know that those soldiers who carry out Abu Ghraib scandal, they believe in democracy? The American soldiers who use the Quran for target practice. The kuffar who burned the Quran on September 11. They burned the Quran on September 11. They believe in democracy. Those soldiers who urinated on the dead bodies of Muslims in Afghanistan recently, they believe in democracy. People who believe in democracy have always been the evilest people in the world, because democracy is the religion of the Satan and the god of democracy is Hawa. Hawa means your evil and corrupted desires. That's the God of democracy. The God of Islam is Allah. We worship Allah. That's what we worship, Allah. Our creed is Tawheed. Our system of governance is Sharia. In a democracy, the God which is worshipped is Hawa, evil and corrupted desires. And Allah warned you about these people. In Surah 45, verse 23. أَفَرَأَيْتَ مَنِ اتَّخَذَ إِلَّهُ هَوَى. Have you not seen who worships instead of Allah his evil and desires? Surah 45, verse 23. أَفَرَأَيْتَ مَنِ اتَّخَذَ إِلَّهَهُ هَوَى. Have you not seen he who worships instead of Allah his evil and corrupted desires? وَأَضَلَّهُ اللَّهُ عَلَىٰ عِلْمٍ. Allah kept him away from ilm, real knowledge. Sealed his hearing and his heart. Put a covering over his eyes, his eyesight. Assalamu alaikum, can you hear me? Seal up his hearing and his heart. Put a covering over his eyesight. then who can guide him after Allah has done this to him? Guide him after Allah has done this to him. The God of democracy is Hawa. Democracy is a religion of the Satan. And the God which is worshipped in a democracy is Hawa. The God of democracy is Hawa. And democracy is a religion of the Satan. Our manhaj is the bullet, not the ballot. I repeat, our manhaj is the bullet, not the ballot. You try the ballot in Algeria, you got a kick in the teeth. You try the ballot in Nigeria, you got a kick in the teeth. Our manhaj is the bullet, not the ballot. We don't know about the ballot. You tried it in Algeria. What did you accomplish? You got a kick in the teeth. You won the election, a landslide victory. The Kuffar did not allow you to rule the country. They said the enemies of democracy cannot benefit from democracy. Then you tried it in Algeria with Abdallah. You got a kick in the teeth. You tried it with Anwar Ibrahim. They locked him up in prison and said he's gay. He spent 6 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit. After the man wasted 6 years in prison, then you set him free and said he's not gay, it was a slander. Didn't you know that? You got a kick in the teeth on many occasions with your manhaj of the ballot. What rubbish manhaj is that? On 5 occasions you tried the ballot and you got a kick in the teeth. You tried it in Algeria, then you tried it in Nigeria with Abdullah, you tried it in Turkey with Arbakan, you tried it with Hamas, then Malaysia. Why are you wasting Muslim money to campaign in elections? Why don't you use the money to buy guns? Why do you waste Muslim money to campaign in democratic elections? Why don't you use the money to buy guns on top of the government? You with your rubbish manhaj of the ballot. We don't know that manhaj. The manhaj that we know about is the manhaj of the bullet, not the ballot. For you to get a kick in the teeth 5 times, something is wrong. Because the hadith says, La yuldag al-mu'min fi juhr marratain. A believer is not bitten in the same hole twice. La yuldag al-mu'min fi juhr marratain. No believer is bitten in the same hole twice. So for you to get bitten in the same hole 5 times, something is wrong. That means you are not a believer. You have adopted the policy of cowardice. You have wahan in your heart. Hubbu dunya wa karahiyatul maut. Hubbu dunya wa karahiyatul maut. Love for the dunya and fear for death. You want to take a shot. You don't want to bleed and die for Islam like the Sahabahs. You want a shortcut. There is no shortcut in Islam. You have to go to the battlefield. Because the Prophet said, مَا تَرَكَكُمْ الْجِهَادِ إِلَّا ذُلُّ. Whenever people abandon jihad, they become dhullu, the lowest of the low in the land. You suffer hawan, ignobility. مَا تَرَكَكُمْ الْجِهَادِ إِلَّا ذُلُّ. Whenever you abandon jihad and you practice aina, interest, and you hang on to the tails of the cattle and you hang on to agriculture, what will happen to you? Allah will descend upon you with disgrace, humiliation, and Allah won't remove it until you return to your deen. Return to your deen means to return to jihad. Jihad is the 6th pillar of Islam. Jihad is what? The 6th pillar of Islam. You don't want to do jihad, the kuffar are going to bring it to your doorstep. Do you know why? Because Allah has made you a fitna for the kuffar. The kuffar need oil to run their economy. And the oil is in Muslim land. So they are going to invade your country to kill you and steal the oil, like what they are doing in Iraq right now. The kuffar are stealing Muslim oil in Iraq. So Allah may become a fitna for the kuffar because the oil that they need to run their economy is where? In Muslim countries. The oil is in Muslim countries. So you don't want to do jihad, the kuffar will bring it to your doorstep. Because Allah has made you a fitna for the kuffar. Allah put their needs in Muslim land. Whenever a person has what you need, the person is a fitna for you. Why do you think women are a fitna for men? Because women have what you need. Why the Muslims are a fitna for the kuffar? Because the Muslims have what they need. What the Muslims have? Oil. They need oil to run their modern economy, and the oil is in Muslim land. I put it to you that the 16th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that our manhaj, the way forward, is jihad fi sabilillah. Any other manhaj is wrong. And because every other manhaj is wrong, the Rasul said in hadith found in Muslim, Man mata wa lam yaghzu wa lam yuhaddith nafsahu bil ghazu, mata ala shubatin min al-nifaq. Anybody who died and did not do jihad, neither did he make his intention to do jihad, he has the death of a munafiq, a hypocrite. So you with your rubbish aqidah of covenant of security, are you going to preach the covenant of security after seeing the video of the Gora, the white kafir, urinating on the dead bodies of Muslims? The covenant is broken. You can't preach the covenant of security anymore. Not after they release that video. The covenant is broken. Khalas, the covenant is gone. You with your hypocrisy, covenant of security. What covenant of security? Are you going to open your big mouth and preach covenant of security after seeing kuffar, the Gora, urinating on Muslims? Anybody who believes in the covenant of security is a munafiq, and you cannot pray behind them. Salah behind them is batil. That is hypocrisy of the highest order. What covenant of security? The kuffar don't believe in the covenant. Only you believe in it. And because the kuffar don't believe in it, they urinate on the bodies of Muslims. Because they, the kuffar, don't believe in it. Only you, the stupid Muslim, believe in covenant of security because you're a munafiq. A low-lives come of the earth and a munafiq. That's why you believe in the covenant of security. My question to you, are you going to open your big mouth and preach covenant of security after you have seen the video of the Gora, the white kafir, urinating on the bodies of Muslims? You're going to preach it still? You should be ashamed of yourself. You need to go and hide your face in Alaska or Antarctica. Your ugly face, preaching your covenant of security. What a munafiq you are. You need to go and hide your ugly face in Alaska or Antarctica. Your heart is filled with hypocrisy and zandaqa. I will now pause and take 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard. We are not finished with the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. I'm not in any rush to finish my notes, and we have many more points to cover. I'll take 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard. I'm taking 5 questions. Where are the questions? Question number 1. I saw a video on YouTube where he praises Hezbollah of Lebanon and calls them our brothers in Qibla, since we know they are killing our brothers and sisters in Iraq and Syria. Does this statement make him a kafir, since the 7th condition of Shahada is al-Wala wal-Bara? I'm referring to Shaykh Omar Bakri. Okay, this question was asked by somebody who is very intelligent and very knowledgeable about Tawheed. The very question, the way the question was structured, proves that the person knows about Tawheed, the person knows about al-Wala wal-Bara, the person knows about Fiqh al-Waqi. It's a very, very, very important question. Omar Bakr needs to be corrected for what he has said. Apparently, what happened is that the Shiites have taken over Lebanon. And because the Shiites have taken over Lebanon, that's why they killed Rafiq Hariri to take over Lebanon. Rafiq Hariri was Sunni. Omar Bakr feared for his life, that's why he made that statement. The statement is a statement of kufr. You cannot say Shiites are your brothers. That statement is a statement of kufr. I didn't say Omar Bakr is a kafir. I said his statement is kufr. It's better he had disappeared without coming on TV to make these statements of kufr. It's better he disappears rather than coming on TV to make these statements of kufr, because he will deceive unsuspecting Muslims. In the time before the Prophet ﷺ was born, there was a wicked king in Yemen. And the scholar of the day, what did he do? He disappeared in a cave. He knows if he opens his mouth, he's going to be killed. So what did he do? He disappeared and go and live in a cave. And then a boy was passing by the cave, and the boy was taught Tawheed, and the boy was confused. How can I learn black magic? And this Muslim who is living in the cave told me that black magic is haram. Don't you know the story of Surah Buruj, the boy and the king? Surah Buruj. Have you heard that tafsir? The boy and the king, the story. The scholar who was this of the day, he went and he disappeared in a cave because he realized he cannot change the status quo. If he should open his mouth, he will be killed. It would have been more appropriate for Umar Bakri to disappear the way this scholar disappeared, rather than to come on TV and to utter statements of kufr. Because when you utter statements of kufr, you turn the Muslims into confused.com. You turn unsuspecting Muslims into confused.com. Because the Muslims, not everybody knows about al-Wala wal-Bara. Not everybody knows that the Shiites believe Allah is a liar and Allah breaks His promises. That's the Aqeedah of the Shiites. Allah is a liar and Allah breaks His promises. How can you call the Shiites your brothers when they believe Aisha had an affair? How is that possible? So it would have been more appropriate for Umar Bakr to disappear rather than to come on TV to call Shiites our brothers, because a Shiite is a worse kafir than the Jews and the Christians. Because they believe Allah broke His promise to protect the Holy Quran. Next question. Umar Bakr should have disappeared before he called Shiites his brothers. Yes, it would have been better for him to disappear like the man did in the story of Surah Buruj. He went and lived in a cave because he realized if he opened his mouth, he will be killed. He cannot change the status quo. You stated that every age has a fitna. Example, Ibrahim, debating, Musa, magic. Likewise, is there a particular fitna of the times at present? Or is the present age a combination of previous fitna put together? Okay, I have told you that our fitna is that there is no Sharia. Maybe the person came late. Our fitna is that there is no Sharia. And because our fitna in our time is that there is no Sharia, Muhammad Ibrahim put in his book, Tawheed Hakimiyya is the Shaykh, the brother of Tawheed Ibadah. Because the fitna of our time is that there is no Sharia. So in order to highlight the plight of the Ummah, he said Tawheed Hakimiyya is the twin, the Shaykh, the brother of Tawheed Ibadah. Our time is a combination of previous fitna. In the time of Noah, there was shirk, people worshipping idols, and we have people doing that today. In the time of Moses, people do dabble in black magic. People do black magic today. In the time of Prophet Lot, people do homosexuality. We have homosexuals today. In the time of in the time of Abu Bakr Siddiq, the fitna was apostasy. People are apostating today. So our era is a combination of all the previous fitan. Fitan is a plural of fitna. Our era is a combination of all the previous fitan. So whatever evil you saw that took place yesterday, that same evil is taking place today. Somebody is asking, is hypocrisy ridda? And why did the Prophet not fight the hypocrites? He knew them by name. The Prophet said, follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs. Listen carefully. Somebody asked me this. Follow my sunnah and the sunnah of the rightly guided caliphs. Those hypocrites who say, we recite the Shahada, we pray 5 times a day, but we won't pay zakah. We pay zakah to Muhammad because he was a prophet, but we won't pay zakah to Abu Bakr because Abu Bakr is no prophet. They were hypocrites, and their hypocrisy was apostasy, and they were killed. So for you to ask me a question in PM, why the hypocrites were not fought, it means you were not present in the dars. You came late. Because I told you that when Abu Bakr fought those who didn't pay zakah, it is called Hurub al-Ridda, war against the apostate. And their women folks were taken as concubines, and they were not buried in the graveyard of the Muslims. So for a person to ask this question, it means they came late. They do not know that Abu Bakr dealt severely, harshly with the hypocrites. He fought them and killed them and took their women folks as concubines. Why were they hypocrites? Because they pick and choose what part of Islam they want to practice. They pick and choose what part of Islam they want to practice. Now, to answer your question, Surah Tawbah, verse 73. This person wants to know, are we allowed to fight the hypocrites? Surah Tawbah 73. Ya ayyuhan nabi jahid al-kuffar wal-munafiqin waghlud alayhim wa ma'wahum jahannam wa bi'sal masir. Surah Tawbah 73. O Prophet, wage jihad against the disbelievers and hypocrites. Jahid al-kuffar. That translation is a proper translation because Allah said, Jahid al-kuffar wal-munafiqin. Wage jihad against the kuffar and hypocrites and be harsh with them. Let them find harshness in you. So that is the ayah to answer your question. And Abu Bakr Siddiq, he fought and killed the hypocrites who were practicing some part of Islam and neglect other parts. They didn't want to pay the zakah. So that is the answer to your question. Are we allowed to kill the hypocrites? I'm not finished in answering your question. Because you have doubts, can we kill hypocrites? So since you have doubts, I need to clear up your doubts. In the time of the Prophet ﷺ, a man went to the Prophet and asked the Prophet a question. The Prophet gave the answer. The man wasn't happy. He went to Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr Siddiq said, did you ask the Prophet? The man said, yes, but still I want to hear your opinion. Abu Bakr drove the man away. The man went to Omar. Omar said, did you ask the Prophet? The man said, yes, I asked the Prophet, but still I want to hear your opinion. Omar said, wait, I'll bring my opinion. Omar chopped off his head and said, this is my opinion. Omar chopped off his head and said, this is my opinion. When Omar chopped off his head, nobody in Medina, neither the Prophet, Abu Bakr, Uthman, Abdurrahman bin Auf, nobody said to Omar, you overreacted. Why did you chop off the head of a munafiq? They all agreed the man was a munafiq. He was known to be a munafiq in the city. When Omar chopped off his head, nobody said to Omar, you were overreacting. Why did you chop off the head of the munafiq? So this is the answer to your question, can we kill a munafiq? Because I know that there is a video on the internet in which Abu Hamza said you can't kill munafiq. Don't forget, Abu Hamza is not a scholar. Abu Hamza trained as an engineer in Brighton, in southern England. He's not a scholar. And because Abu Hamza is not a scholar, he has grave mistakes in his aqidah. Abu Hamza has a lot of mistakes in his aqidah. He's not a scholar, he's an engineer. So when Abu Hamza said you cannot kill munafiqs, he is not aware of the hadith where Omar chopped off the head of a munafiq and the Prophet did not correct Omar and said to Omar, you were wrong to kill a munafiq. And Abu Bakr Siddiq killed the munafiqeen who took shahada and prayed 5 times a day, but they didn't pay the zakah. They wanted to treat Islam like a plate of food. They take what they want and dump what they don't want. They were killed and their women folks were taken as concubines. Abu Hamza on the internet is saying you cannot kill munafiq. Don't forget, Abu Hamza is self-taught. Abu Hamza is self-taught. He's not a scholar, he's an engineer. So he has grave errors in his aqidah. This is just a warning for you. So the person who asked, he is confused.com because he listened to a DVD of Abu Hamza on the internet without realizing Abu Hamza is self-taught and he has many errors in his aqidah. Abu Hamza made takfir on the Khawarij in a book that he wrote. He doesn't realize that Ali did not make takfir on the Khawarij. Ali said, Ikhwanuna baghaw alayna. The Khawarij, they are our brothers in deen who rebelled against us. It is very dangerous for you to take your deen from DVDs on the internet because there are many misinformation and disinformation floating around on the internet. Next question, please. Which sheikhs did you learn under? I have over 150 sheikhs. My favorite is Wajri and Abdurrahman al-Barraq, the Kafif. Kafif means he was blind. I have many sheikhs. My favorite is Nasir Tariri. There is a masjid in Riyadh called Masjid Shari Wazir. They used to chop off the heads of murderers and drug smugglers at that masjid. Shaykh Ibn Jibreen used to do Dars Fiqh at that masjid. I used to study underneath him as well. Shaykh Ibn Jibreen. My favorite is Abdurrahman al-Barraq, the Kafif, the blind sheikh, and Abdul Tuwajri. I have over 150 sheikhs during the 8 years I was in Riyadh. Next question, please. Another sheikh is Nasir Tariri. One of my favorite sheikh is Nasir Tariri. His son is called Abdul Wahab Tariri. I studied under the son. Ibn Jibreen, there is an N at the end. I'm taking 5 questions. Where are the others? Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. Is there a difference between Salafi, Salafi, Wahhabi, and AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? Okay. There's a big difference. If I say to you, everybody in this room is a Salafi, what am I talking about? I'm talking about Salafi Jihadi. There's a big difference. If I say to you, everybody in this room is a Salafi, I mean you are Salafi Jihadi. You practice Islam the way it was practiced by the Sahabahs, which is called the Salaf, the 3 generations of Muslims, and you believe in jihad. So I can call you a Salafi Jihadi. It's an insult. It's not an insult. It's a title which is a noble title, Salafi Jihadi. But if I call you a Saudi Salafi, then it is a great insult. Why? Because it means you believe that to dismantle Sharia is a minor kufr, and you believe that it is allowed to spy for the kuffar, and you believe that fiqh al-waqi is not important to be studied, and you believe that Tawheed Hakimiyya is underneath Tawheed Rububiyyah. You believe in sliding and hiding. So to call a person a Saudi Salafi, it is a great insult. Because it means that you believe to dismantle Sharia is minor kufr. And you believe in spying for the MI5, the FBI, the CIA against Muslims. You believe it's halal to snitch on Muslims. And you believe Tawheed Hakimiyya is a bid'ah. And you believe that fiqh al-waqi is not important. Even though the Prophet said anybody who doesn't concern himself with the affairs of the Ummah is not one of us. So to be called a Saudi Salafi is a great insult. But to be called a Salafi Jihadi, this is a noble title. If I say everybody in this room is Salafi Jihadi, it means you believe in Islam and practice Islam the way it was practiced by the pious predecessors, and you believe in jihad as your manhaj. That is the difference. Salafi Jihadi is AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Salafi Jihadi is AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. As-Salafi is not AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. They are Murji with the leaders, Khawarij with the Ummah, Jabriya with the tyrants, and Mu'tazilites with the scholars. They are a cocktail of kufr, shirk, and zandaqa. Somebody is asking a question. Why did the Prophet say to Umar, do you want people to say Muhammad is killing his own companions? He didn't kill hypocrites. That was in the early stages of Islam. That's why the Prophet didn't take action against hypocrites, because that was in the early stages of Islam. And Mike, can you hear me? The reason why the Prophet didn't behead the hypocrites, even when Jibreel came and delivered their names, is because it was in the early stages of Islam and it would have backfired on the Prophet. That's why he didn't kill them. But when Omar chopped off the head of the hypocrite, the Prophet did not correct Omar and tell Omar, you were overreacting. Always remember that hadith, when the hypocrite was beheaded by Omar, the Prophet approved, because the Prophet did not reprimand Omar, he did not correct Omar. Whenever you meet people who say you cannot kill a hypocrite, always remind them about the hadith of Omar. Omar beheaded a munafiq and the Prophet did not correct Omar. That is the hadith you use to checkmate the person. How can he get away from this hadith when you checkmate him with this hadith? I'm taking 5 questions. I'm taking one last question. It's late. It's 8:40 in Jamaica. Whenever you meet people who said you could not kill a hypocrite, remind him of the above hadith. Okay, somebody is reminding me about Tawbah 73, where Allah said, fight the hypocrites and the kuffar. We have already quoted that hadith. Sorry, not hadith, that ayah. Tawbah 73. Somebody just PM me to remind me of Tawbah 73. I say to you, we have already quoted this ayah, and the admins have already brought the ayah. Tawbah 73. Ya ayyuhan nabi, jahid al-kuffar wal-munafiqeen waghluz alayhim. O Prophet, wage jihad against the disbelievers and hypocrites, and let them find harshness in you. Waghluz alayhim. Tawbah 73. Shukran for bringing the ayah, but I say to you, we have already quoted the ayah, the admins have already quoted that ayah. I want to study Arabic, and the school in my city is run by Salafis. Is it okay to learn to read Arabic from them? And this is the plight of the Ummah, because when you go to study Arabic from them, the shaitan said, go to study Arabic. Then the shaitan said, study tafsir. Then the shaitan says, study hadith. Then the shaitan says, study seerah. Then the shaitan said, study aqidah. This is called istidraj, sequential persuasion. In Arabic we say istidraj, to tempt a person, seduce a person little by little until you get them to do shirk. Istidraj. If you are firm in your aqidah and you can resist the kufr of the Salafis, then you can learn Arabic from them. If you know that you are weak, you need to make bara from them. Because many of you, I've seen you go to study fiqh from the Salafis, and then you study aqidah, and then you become a Salafi yourself and start to call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. Istidraj. So if you know that you are a weak Muslim, stay away from the deviants. Many of you, if I ask you how to refute a munafiq, you don't know how to refute munafiq. You are not skillful in debating. I speak to many of you in private PM, and you were weak. When I asked you what is al-Yasik, you could not tell me. Many of you, I ask you questions in private PM, and I found you to be weak. I don't know, you come here every day listening to speeches, yet when I ask you a simple question, what is al-Yasik, you don't know what is al-Yasik. I found you very weak. Al-Yasik is the Bible of the Tatars. It has a mixture of different religions, and they apply Al-Yasik and not the Sharia of Muhammad, and Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Kathir made takfir on them. That is Al-Yasik. Many times I speak to you in private PM, what is Al-Yasik? And you couldn't tell me. Many times I ask you, how do you refute the argument of kufr duna kufr? And you cannot tell me. If you know that you are weak, don't mix with the Salafis, because you are going to become a Salafi yourself. If you know you are strong, you understand Allah's Hakimiyah, you understand Al-Wala wal-Bara, then you can go and learn Quran from them. That was the last question. I will close with a dua. Subhanaka Allahumma wa bihamdik. Nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen wa salatu wa salam ala Imam al-Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma arna al-haqqa haqqa wa razqna tiba'ah wa arna al-batila batilan wa razqna believing brothers and sisters in Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We continue with the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. I suspect it will take us 2 more evenings to finish the principles, as I'm not in any rush to finish my notes. Just to recap, yesterday when we were here, we said that one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. The reason why we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong is because it is a religious duty. And if you stop enjoining the right and forbid the wrong, it means your heart has now become perverted and corrupted. And the reason why we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong is because we need to separate the haqq from the batil, the truth from the falsehood, the pure from the corrupted. The reason why we enjoin the right and forbid the wrong is because Allah commanded us in Surah 3, 104, وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ لِلْخَيْرِ. Surah 3, 104, let there be a party from among you who rise up, inviting the people to khair, all that which is good, al-khair. وَلْتَكُمْ مِنْكُمْ أُمَّةٌ يَدْعُونَ إِلَى الْخَيْرِ وَيَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَيَنْهَوْنَ عَنِ الْمُنْكَرِ وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. Enjoining the right and forbidding the wrong, and these people, they are the successful ones. Yesterday I quoted a hadith and the admins didn't bring it forward. It was in a rare book. The book I read it in is a book written by Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyah, Al-Jawab al-Kafi liman sa'ala an ad-dawa al-shafi. The sufficient answer for the one who seeks after the adequate cure. The hadith says that Allah sent two angels to destroy a township, and when they got there, they found a man praying in the temple. They went back to Allah and said, "Oh Allah, how can we destroy the township when we found a pious man praying in the temple?" Allah said to the two angels, "Go back and destroy the township and begin with him first, because he did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong." This hadith I read in Al-Jawab al-Kafi. This book I don't think it's in English, unless it has been translated recently. So maybe this is why the admins couldn't find the hadith which I quoted. The Prophet said, not once did the man ever frown when he saw the people dabbling in their haram. Not once did he ever frown. We should always remember the ayah. Surah 5, verse 60, in which Allah said, He turned the Jews into apes and swine, because some broke the Sabbath by setting the fish net to catch the fish on a Saturday, and other Jews saw them breaking the Sabbath and didn't stop them. Those who broke the Sabbath, Allah turned them into swine. And those who saw them breaking the Sabbath and did not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong, Allah turned them into apes. Never you forget this ayah. Ma'idah 60. This ayah has a lot of meanings. It means that to dismantle the Sharia is a major kufr, not minor. If you claim it's a minor kufr, then you are saying Allah was overreacting. This ayah also means that whenever you do not enjoin the right and forbid the wrong, you share in the guilt. Because those who broke the Sabbath were turned into swine, and those who saw them breaking it and didn't stop them, they were turned into apes. Also, we should not forget the other ayah, Anfal 25. Surah 8, verse 25. Allah said, وَاتَّقُوا فِتْنَةً لَا تُصِيبَنَّ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْكُمْ خَاصَّةً وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعِقَابِ. وَاتَّقُوا فِتْنَةً لَا تُصِيبَنَّ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْكُمْ خَاصَّةً وَاعْلَمُوا أَنَّ اللَّهَ شَدِيدُ الْعِقَابِ. Fear of fitna, a trial, a tribulation, a punishment, which affects not in particular only those of you who do wrong, but it may afflict all of you, the good and the bad people. And know that Allah is severe in punishment. The tafsir of this ayah, which I've just quoted, Surah 8, verse 25, وَاتَّقُوا فِتْنَةً لَا تُصِيبَنَّ الَّذِينَ ظَلَمُوا مِنْكُمْ خَاصَّةً. The tafsir is that if you are living in a community and you see people doing haram, and you turn a blind eye to the haram, when Allah sends His punishment, His natural disaster, tornado, earthquake, hurricane, volcano, whatever natural disaster Allah uses to wipe out the evil ones, it will envelope everybody. That is the tafsir of this ayah. Allah's punishment, Allah's chastisement shall surely envelope everyone. Why it will envelope everyone? Because you did not do your religious duty, which is to enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. It is reported that Malik ibn Dinar, one of the successors, said, Almighty Allah revealed to an angel to destroy one of the villages. So the angel wondered, O my Lord, where is the slave of yours who has not disobeyed you for a single moment? And he lived there. Allah said, start with him, for he never moved upon seeing other people violating my prohibitions. No takhrij, okay, no problem. I know where the hadith is. It's in Al-Jawab Al-Kafi. That's where I read it. Al-Jawab Al-Kafi liman sa'ala and the Dawa Al-Shafi. I told you it's in a rare book. So it's going to be difficult for you to find the takhrij. This book hasn't been translated into English as yet. When I was in university, I was in the habit of reading hadiths from rare books that are not in English. One day I was reading the Mustadrak of Al-Hakim, and my Shaykh said, be careful, Faisal, that book has 50 fabricated hadith. When he saw me reading the Mustadrak of Al-Hakim, that book is not in English as well. The Shaykh warned me that book has 50 fabricated hadith in it. We continue with our principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. So the 15th principle is to enjoin the right and forbid the wrong. The 16th principle, jihad is our manhaj. Our manhaj is the bullet, not the ballot, because you have tried the ballot on many occasions and you got a kick in the teeth. You won the election in Algeria and the kuffar didn't give you the power. They said the enemies of democracy cannot benefit from democracy. Also, you tried the ballot in Nigeria with Abdallah. They put him in prison and poisoned him. You tried the ballot in Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim. They dumped him in prison and said he's gay, even though he wasn't gay. Approximately 5 days ago, they quashed the case against him because they said it was all fabricated. It was all a lie. Anwar Ibrahim is not gay. He's a decent married man. So this is what the kuffar do to you when you try to use democracy to grab power from them. The only way forward is the bullet and not the ballot. Because the Prophet said, La yuldag al-mu'min fi juhri marratain. A believer is not bitten in the same hole twice. So how can you be bitten in Malaysia, in Nigeria, with Abiola, in Algeria with the fists, and with Hamas in Palestine, occupied Palestine, and in Turkey with Arbakan? You got bitten 5 times with the bullet. The way forward, the manhaj is not the bullet. The manhaj is the bullet. And because of that, the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, Man mata wa lam yaghzu wa lam yuhaddith nafsahu bil ghazu mata ala shubatin min al-nifaq. Anyone who died and didn't do jihad, neither did he make his intention to do jihad, he dies on a branch of hypocrisy. So the way forward, the manhaj is the bullet and not the ballot. So if a person say you're a Salafi, yes, you're a Salafi, you're a Salafi jihadi, you're not a Saudi Salafi. Salafi jihadi is a great honor. To be called a Saudi Salafi, it's a great dishonor. Because a Saudi Salafi means you conspire with the Crusaders, the Zionists, the Crusaders, against Islam and Muslims. You spy for the kuffar. And Saudi Salafi means you believe to dismantle the Sharia is a minor kufr. Forget about the Sharia, think about yourself. Saudi Salafi means you don't believe in fiqh al-waqi. That's why Abu Khadija said, I don't know who Afia Siddiqui is. Because they don't pay attention to fiqh al-waqi, current events. Why? Because they hate Muslims. They don't give a damn what's happening in Iraq or Algeria or Nigeria, in Afghanistan, in Shishan, in Somalia. They don't give a damn. All they care about is their paycheck coming from the Taghut. And they say fiqh al-waqi is not a principle of the deen, and to learn fiqh al-waqi is like learning the Injil. There's no benefit in fiqh al-waqi. And this statement is a statement of kufr, because Allah told you in the Quran that you should pay attention to fiqh al-waqi. Surah 6, verse 55. Isn't that so? Allah told you to pay attention to fiqh al-waqi in Surah 6, verse 55. وَكَذَلِكَ نُفَصِّلُ الْآيَاتِ وَلِتَسْتَبِينَ سَبِيلُ الْمُجْرِمِينَ. We have made the ayats, Allah's signs, clear to you. In details. Nufassil means in details. In order that you learn the ways of the criminals. So Allah told you in the Quran that you should learn the ways of the criminals. Yet, medically, as Saudi Salaf will tell you, fiqh al-waqi is not important. So they are contradicting this ayah. Because Allah has commanded you to learn the ways of the criminals. So how do you mean fiqh al-waqi is not important and it's not an integral part of our deen? And every time a munafiq speaks, we can use a verse from the Quran to checkmate him. Whenever a munafiq opens his mouth to speak, we can use an ayah from the Quran to checkmate him, because Allah said, I did not leave anything out of this book. مَا فَرَّطْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. I did not leave anything out of this book. The 17th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we believe in the miracles of the saints. This is our 17th principle. We believe in the miracles of the saints. So take for example the mother of Jesus. She wasn't a female prophet. That's the Aqidah of the Mu'tazilites, who claim she was a female prophet. Who believes that? The Mu'tazilites. Allah spoke about her in Surah 3 verse 37. So her Lord, Allah, accepted her with goodly acceptance. فَتَقَبَّلَهَا رَبُّهَا بِقَبُولٍ Hasan. He made her grow in a good manner and put her under the care of Zachariah. Every time he entered the mihrab to visit her, he found her with supplies, with sustenance. She was supplied with sustenance. He said, O Maryam, Ya Maryam, Anna laki hadha. O Maryam, from where have you got this? Because these fruits came to her out of their rightful season. From where have you got this? She said, this is from Allah. Verily Allah provides sustenance to whom He please without limit. بِغَيْرِ حِسَابٍ. So this is our evidence that we believe in the miracles of the saints. So for you to reject the miracles of the saints, not only do you reject one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you are rejecting the Quran itself. Here is a miracle in front of your very eyes. The miracle of Maryam. She got fruits in her mihrab, her private domain, and Zachariah was shocked. He said, Anna laki hadha. Where did I get this from? She told Zachariah, قالت هو من عند الله. It is from Allah. إن الله يرزق من يشاء بغير حساب. These fruits that you are seeing that came to me out of their rightful season, they are from Allah, and Allah provides for whom He please without any measure. So one of the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we believe in the miracles of the saints. Now, before Ummah conquered Egypt, they had a pagan practice. When the river Nile was low, they threw a young baby, a virgin, in the river Nile as a sacrifice. Ummah said, Egypt is now a Muslim country, you cannot continue with your pagan practice. of dumping babies in the Nile for the Nile to rise. And Omar wrote a letter to the Nile and told the Nile to rise by the will of Allah. Omar wrote a letter and told them to drop it to the river, and the river rose. This is a miracle of the saints. Another miracle of Omar, when the Sahabas were fighting at a battle, the Kuffar were advancing from behind, and Omar was in Medina, and they were in Persia fighting. And he screamed out, "Look out from behind." And they could hear the voice of Omar telling them, "Look out from behind." And they were able to defeat the enemy because they heard the voice of Omar saying, "Look out from behind." This is another example of the miracles of the saints. When the Mujahideen were defeating the Soviet Union, they saw many miracles. The Kafir soldiers said men in white clothing would come and cut off our heads, and then they would disappear. So when the Sahabas fought at the Battle of Badr, and Allah sent 1,000 angels to fight alongside them, do you think it's only for the Sahabas? No, it's not. It's for you as well. Allah will send angels to help you as well. So the miracle of the saints will forever continue until the day of judgment. The many miracles of the saints will continue in the Ummah of Muhammad until the day of judgment. So this is the 17th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We believe in the miracles of the saints. The 18th principle is that we only use the books of the classical scholars for our creed. For our creed. And this is the 18th principle. We only use the books of the classical scholars for our creed. The scholars of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. For your creed, the best books you can ever read is the books of Ibn Kathir, Ibn Taymiyyah, and Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali. These are great books. Don't hesitate to buy books of Ibn Kathir, Ibn Taymiyyah, and Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, Imam Ibn Rajab al-Hanbali for your creed. Now, there is a scholar called Zamakhshari. He wrote a tafsir called Kashaf. Four volumes. His tafsir is brilliant. Yet, he was a Mu'tazilite. So, if he was a Mu'tazilite with dodgy Aqidah, he even says the shaitan was an angel in his tafsir. Very weird opinion. The shaitan was an angel. Why am I telling you that his tafsir was brilliant? His tafsir is a masterpiece, even though he had dodgy aqidah. Why his tafsir was brilliant? Because his tafsir was brilliant from the angle of language. So whenever you read his tafsir, he can tell you where is the noun, where is the pronoun, where is the verb, where is the adverb, where is the adjective. So if you want to become an expert in the Arabic language, you can buy his tafsir and read it. His tafsir was brilliant. But can you read his tafsir for Aqidah? No, you cannot. You cannot read the tafsir of Zamakhshari for Aqidah. You are only allowed to read it if you want to become an expert in the Arabic grammar. So when I say his tafsir was brilliant, you need to say, wait a minute, Shaykh Faisal, what do you mean his tafsir was brilliant? This man was a Mu'tazilite. Explain yourself. His tafsir was brilliant from one angle, the angle of the Arabic language. Then there was another tafsir, Tafsir Qurtubi. Qurtubi was Ash'ari, but his tafsir was brilliant. What do you mean his tafsir was brilliant? Qurtubi was Ash'ari. His tafsir was brilliant from the angle of fiqh. His tafsir is 25 volumes of fiqh. You can't go through university until you have Tafsir Qurtubi. You can't. The Tafsir of Ibn Kathir is only 4 volumes. The Tafsir of Qurtubi is 25 volumes. He go through the details of the ayah. When you read Tafsir Ibn Kathir, it says if you slander a pious, believing Muslim woman, you get 80 lashes. Full stop. Qurtubi went further. Qurtubi said, if a Christian girl is brought up, if a Christian girl is living in a Muslim family, and you accuse the Christian girl of zina, you receive 80 lashes. Because she is being brought up in a Muslim family, you will tarnish the image of the Muslim family. Ibn Kathir doesn't go into those details. Ibn Kathir, with his tafsir, which is only 4 volumes, he doesn't go into these details. He said if you slander a pious, believing Muslim woman, you get 80 lashes, full stop. Qurtubi went further. Qurtubi said if a Christian girl is being brought up by a Muslim family, and you accuse that Christian girl of zina, you have to receive 80 lashes, because by accusing her of zina, you tarnish the izzah, the honor of the Muslim family who is looking after her. That is the difference between Qurtubi and Ibn Kathir. He takes the ayah, and when Ibn Kathir will use 2 pages to explain the ayah, Qurtubi explained the ayah with 50 pages. Not 2 pages, 50 pages. So Tafsir Qurtubi is 25 volumes, while the Tafsir of Ibn Kathir is only 4 volumes. Qurtubi's Tafsir was a brilliant Tafsir, even though he was Asha'ira. So if he was Asha'ira, from what angle his Tafsir was a brilliant Tafsir? From the angle of fiqh. When you want to be firmly grounded in fiqh, you read the Tafsir of Qurtubi. We, the members of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we only read the Tafsir of the classical scholars with the right Aqidah for our creed. Whenever a person is a munafiq, he will take the Tafsir of the Zanadiq, the Zindiq. The Shiites have their own Tafsir. Allah said in Surah Baqarah, verse 67, Inna Allah ya'murukum an tadhbahu Baqarah. Allah has commanded you to kill a cow, a Baqarah. In the Tafsir of the Shiites, they said the cow is Aisha. The Baqarah is Aisha. That's their Tafsir. How can you go to the books of the Shiites for your Aqidah? You answer that question. Only a munafiq will go to the wicked scholars for his Aqidah, because he doesn't care about his spirituality. When he goes to shop in the supermarket, he's very careful what he puts in the basket. He wants the best milk, the best orange juice. He doesn't want orange juice with a lot of acid in it. He wants pure orange juice, because the acid will destroy his kidney. He's very careful about his physical well-being. But this munafiq, he doesn't care about his spiritual well-being. So he will take his deen from the worst kafirs under the heavens. That's why when they come to Pal Talk, they go to the chat rooms of the munafiqeen and the zanadiqa, the zindiq, the heretics. This munafiq is very careful what he eats, because he wants to live for 100 years like the Queen's mother. The Queen's mother lived for 100 years. This munafiq wants to live for 100 years like the Queen's mother. So when he goes shopping in supermarket, he only puts the best food in the basket. He doesn't want cheap food, which is called the economy food. He wants orange juice, which is pure. Because the orange juice, which is not pure, it has a lot of acid and it will destroy his kidney. It will destroy his kidney. He wants the best food. He cares about his physical well-being. This hypocrite, he doesn't care about his spiritual well-being. So he will take his deen from the worst kuffar under the heavens. And how the shaitan leads you astray? The shaitan says, well, you know, the madkhalis, they have a sheikh who is good at reciting the Quran. Go and learn tajweed from them. Then the shaitan said, okay, go and learn hadith from them. Then the shaitan said, okay, go and learn tafsir. And then the shaitan said, go and learn seerah. Then he said, okay, go and learn fiqh. Go and learn how to make ghusl properly. Learn fiqh. And then the shaitan said, okay, learn aqidah. You see, once you learn aqidah, you are finished. The shaitan got you where he wants you. Once you learn aqidah from the deviants, you are finished. The shaitan said, now I got you where I want you. It's called istidraj. Istidraj in Arabic. In English we say sequential persuasion, subliminal seduction and classical conditioning. Sequential persuasion, subliminal seduction and classical conditioning. Istidraj. So as a member of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you are not allowed to take your creed, your aqidah from anyone who doesn't belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. When you want to read a tafsir for creed, you read Tafsir Ibn Kathir. That is where you'll get the right creed. Sequential persuasion, subliminal seduction, and classical conditioning. Classical conditioning, sequential persuasion, and subliminal seduction. That is a web of the Satan. How can you take your creed? And how can you read the books of the Shiites? When I was in university and the time came for me to graduate, my Shaykh said, go and refute the Shiites. That's your thesis, your dissertation. And when I was researching upon them, the things I came across, it made me want to vomit. The kufr that came out of their books when I was in university, researching the Shiites, it makes me want to vomit the things I read from their books. They said Allah is a liar who is always making mistakes, and Aisha had an affair. That's their aqidah. The Shiites in Afghanistan, the Azara, they have Azara with Chinese looking eyes. In Afghanistan, they buried their dead with a piece of stick. And they said the purpose for the stick is for the dead to whack the angel in his head when he comes to ask him, who is your Lord, who is your Prophet, and what's your religion? They buried their dead with a stick. The Azara of Afghanistan with Chinese looking eyes, Shiites. And the purpose of the stick, when the angel comes to ask him, who is your Lord, who is your Prophet, what's your religion? He'll use the stick and hit the angel in his head, whack the angel in his head for interrogating him. That's the purpose. That's what Jahil these people are. Very, very Jahil. They are the lowest of the low. I don't know why these retards call themselves Muslims. The 19th principle. We take the 19th principle is that Hadith is Hujjah. And this principle contradicts, nullifies, checkmate the creed of who? The Parvezi. Hadith is Hujjah. That's the 19th principle. Now, those who reject Hadith, they are called the Parvezis, the followers of Ghulam Parvez. Maybe you can Google this personality, Ghulam Parvez, the founder of the movement, the Hadith rejectors, Quraniyun. Quraniyun, the Hadith rejectors, or the submitters. They call themselves the submitters. Quraniyun, we believe in Quran but not Hadith. That's why they call themselves Quraniyun. We believe in Quran but we don't believe in Hadith. Who is the founder of this movement? Ghulam Parvez. Now, what is the straw that broke the camel's back? Why he spent his entire life campaigning against hadith for people not to believe in hadith? The straw that broke the camel's back was when he read a hadith that says the Prophet consummated a marriage with a 9-year-old girl. So when he read that hadith, the Prophet, okay, shukran, that's the link, Ghulam Parvez, yes. When he read that the Prophet consummated a marriage with a 9-year-old girl, that was the straw that broke the camel back. He said, as of today, I will never believe in any hadith. We have refuted that claim that the Prophet consummated a marriage with a 9-year-old girl. Aisha migrated from Mecca to Medina when she was 17. And she got married after she migrated. So she wasn't 9 when she consummated, she was 19. But the person who transmitted the hadith, he became senile at the time when the hadith was transmitted. So because he became old and senile, Hisham ibn Urwa, instead of saying Aisha was 19, he said she was 9. And Imam Malik never collected hadith from Hisham ibn Urwa when he moved to Iraq, because when he moved to Iraq to live, he became senile. They collected hadith from him before he went to live in Iraq. But after he moved to Iraq, they didn't collect hadith from him because then he became senile. And when you study Mustalah hadith, hadith literature, you'll know that you are not allowed to collect hadith from a man who is senile. It's not allowed. The hadith cannot be classified Sahih if you collected it from a man who became senile due to old age. These Parvezes who said we believe in Quran but not hadith, we put it to you, you don't believe in neither Quran nor hadith. You don't believe in anything. Because if you were a believer in the Quran, consequently you would believe in the hadith. Now let's take a look at Surah 16 verse 44. What did Allah Ta'ala say in Surah 16 verse 44? Now bring me the ayah. Allah Ta'ala said in Surah 16 verse 44, وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرَ لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ وَلَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. We have revealed unto you the dhikra, the reminder, for the purpose that you will explain it to the people. لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ. We have revealed unto you the reminder and the advice, the Quran, that you may explain it clearly to men what is sent down to them. So this ayah tells you that the purpose of Muhammad is to explain the Quran for you. Allah told you to pray, but Allah did not tell you how to pray. How do you know you have to recite Surah Fatiha in every rak'ah? So if you are praying Fajr, you recite Surah Fatiha twice in each rak'ah. If it is Dhuhr, you recite Surah Fatiha 4 times. How do you know how to pray in details? From hadith. Because Allah Ta'ala said, we have revealed unto you the Quran, O Muhammad. We have revealed unto you the dhikr. For what purpose? So that you will explain it to the people. وَأَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ الذِّكْرَ لِتُبَيِّنَ لِلنَّاسِ مَا نُزِّلَ إِلَيْهِمْ وَلَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. That is one ayah. The second ayah, Surah 3, verse 31. Allah said, قُلْ إِن كُنْتُمْ تُحِبُّونَ اللَّهَ فَاتَّبِعُونِي يُحْبِكُمُ اللَّهُ وَيَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ ذُنُوبَكُمْ. Say to the people, O Muhammad, if you love Allah, then follow me, Muhammad. Allah will also love you and forgive you of all your sins. And Allah is the most forgiving, the most merciful. Surah 3, verse 31. This is another ayah that tells you that it is compulsory on you to follow the hadith. So I put it to you, the Parvezi, when you say that you believe in Quran but not hadith, I say you're a liar, you don't believe in anything. If you were a believer in the Quran, consequently you would believe in hadith, because the Quran has commanded you to follow the hadith. The third ayah, yet another ayah, that makes it compulsory on you to follow the hadith. Surah 59, verse 7. وَمَا آتَاكُمْ الرَّسُولُ فَخُذُوا وَمَا نَهَاكُمْ عَنْهُ فَانْتَهُوا. Whatsoever Muhammad gives you, take it. And whatsoever Muhammad forbid you, abstain from it. Surah 59, verse 7. All these, if you follow Quran but not hadith, you are a fake Muslim. And Allah told you in Surah Nisa 150, those who separate between Allah and His Rasul, you are the real kafirs, by following Quran but not hadith. Allah told you to pray, but Allah did not tell you how to pray. If you want to learn how to pray, okay, bring me 151 as well. Surah Nisa 150 to 151. If you adopt that as your way to follow Quran but not hadith, you are the real kafir. The other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, principle number 20. Not only do we follow hadith, but we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. The Mu'tazila said we beg to differ, we will never take a hadith which is ahad into our aqidah. They claim that hadith ahad is dhanni ad-dalala. And if something is dhanni, it is doubtful, how can you base your aqidah on dhan, on doubt? Not only do we follow, but we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. Not only do we follow hadith, but we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. That is the 20th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Not only do we follow hadith, but we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. The Sahabahs were praying facing Jerusalem, and not only do we follow hadith, but we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. Hadith ahad means a hadith in which one Sahaba transmitted the hadith. One Sahaba heard the Prophet saying something, or one Sahaba saw the Prophet saying something. It did not reach the level of mutawatir, in which 10 Sahabas saw the Prophet doing it, or 10 Sahabas heard the Prophet saying it. So, since one Sahaba heard the Prophet saying it, and it is possible for the Sahaba to make a mistake in transmitting the hadith, this hadith is not hujjah. How can the hadith be hujjah when it is dhanni ad-dalala? Dhanni ad-dalala means the hadith is doubtful. Abdullah ibn Umar, while the people were offering Fajr prayer in Quba, near Medina, someone came to them and said, it has been revealed to Allah's apostle tonight, and he has been ordered to pray facing the Kaaba. So turn your faces to the Kaaba. Those people were facing Sham, so they turned their faces towards the Kaaba. While they were still praying, they turned around. So these people, they acted upon the testimony of one man. They acted upon the testimony of one man. They turned around while they were still praying in Salah. So who told you that the dalil is dhanni? What about the Bedouin who came out of the desert and said, "Oh Muhammad, I've seen the moon, Ramadan has started." The Prophet said, "Do you testify there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is His messenger?" The man said, "Yes, I testify." The Prophet said, "Tell Bilal, if you testify to that, tell Bilal to call the adhan so that the people will know Ramadan has started." The Prophet commanded the entire Ummah of Muhammad to fast based upon the testimony of one man. A Bedouin came to the Prophet and said, "I have sighted the moon." Al-Hasan added in his version, "This is of Ramadan." He asked, "Do you testify that there is no God but Allah?" He replied, "Yes." He again asked, "Do you testify that Muhammad is the apostle of Allah?" He replied, "Yes." He testified. He had sighted the moon. He said, "Bilal announced to the people that they must fast tomorrow." Are you trying to say that the Prophet did a disservice to the Ummah? Because the Prophet commanded the entire Ummah to fast based upon the testimony of one man. So who told you that if one man testified to something, it is dhanni ad-dalala. The Mu'tazilites, they like to use that expression, dhanni ad-dalala. Dhanni ad-dalala means the dalil is dhanni. It is doubtful. Dhanni means doubtful. And then they'll say Allah Ta'ala told us to abstain from dhan in the Quran. Allah told us in the Quran to abstain from dhan, and Allah said, Inna ba'da dhan ithm. Some dhan is a sin. So if some dhan, some suspicion is a sin, how can you take hadith ahad into your aqidah? How can we base our aqidah upon dhan? That's the argument of the Mu'tazilites. Because they argue and they dispute with AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH about this issue. Why do you think I'm bringing you these hadith? To teach you how to refute them? Because we debate with the Mu'tazilites about this issue on many, many occasions. So they are saying, how can you base your aqidah upon dhan, upon suspicion? How can you base your aqidah upon a hadith which is ahad? If you want to base your aqidah on a hadith, the hadith has to be mutawatir. If one Sahaba heard the Prophet saying something, what if the Sahaba made a mistake? How can you base your aqidah on a mistake? This is the argument that they give us when we debate with them on this crucial issue. Now I bring you another hadith, and this hadith can be the knockout punch for the Mu'tazilites. It's not just the Mu'tazilites, the Khawarij as well. They said we will never take hadith ahad into our aqidah. It is also the stance of the Khawarij. Never will we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. We base our aqidah on hadith which is mutawatir, not ahad. I bring you yet another hadith, and this hadith can be the knockout punch. When the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam was sending Mu'adh ibn Jabal to Yemen, he said to Mu'adh ibn Jabal, the first thing you should invite the people to is La ilaha illallah. That is aqidah. And then if they obey you, invite them to salah. If they obey you, invite them to zakah. And when you collect zakah from them, don't take the best part of their wealth. If they have 3 sheep, don't take the fattest sheep, take the one in the middle. And fear the dua of the man who is oppressed, because there is no barrier between him and his Lord. When Mu'adh bin Jabal went to Yemen to teach the people their deen, they didn't say to him, by the way, Mu'adh bin Jabal, you are one man. We can't learn aqidah from you. Muhammad made a mistake. He should have sent 10 Sahabas to teach us our deen. That's mutawatir. When one man went to Yemen to teach the people their deen, that is ahad. Are you trying to tell us that the Prophet did a disservice to the people of Yemen? Is that what you're trying to tell us? The Prophet did a disservice to the people of Yemen because the Prophet sent one man to teach them their deen. Is that what you're trying to insinuate? So your aqidah, your stance that we will never take hadith ahad into our aqidah, I'm afraid your stance is wrong. It is the stance of the Mu'tazilites, and this stance is wrong. We, the members of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we take hadith ahad into our aqidah. I bring you yet another hadith, and this is the 4th hadith to refute their argument. When the Rasul was getting ready to migrate from Mecca to Medina, a man said, I heard Medina has beautiful women, therefore I'm going to jump on the bandwagon of Muhammad and migrate. Maybe I will be fortunate to find a pretty girl to marry. And he did what he said he wanted to do. He jumped on the bandwagon of the Prophet, and when he got to Medina, he found a girl, and her name was Qais. So they gave him the nickname Muhajir Qais, the man who made hijrah for the sake of Qais. Everybody was making hijrah for Allah and His Rasul. He was making hijrah for a girl. And the Prophet said, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ وَإِنَّمَا لِكُلِّ امْرِئٍ مَا نَوَىٰ فَمَنْ كَانَتْ هِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ فَهِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ وَمَنْ كَانَتْ هِجْرَتُهُ لِلدُّنْيَا يُصِيبُهَا أَوْ امْرَأَةٍ يَنْكِحُهَا فَهِجْرَتُهُ إِلَى مَا هَاجَرَ إِلَيْهِ. Actions are by intention, and every man will have what he intended. So he whose migration was for Allah and His Messenger, his migration was for Allah and His Messenger. And he whose migration was to achieve some worldly benefits or to take some woman in marriage, his migration was for that for which he migrated. Did you know that the Prophet only told one man about this scenario? Umar. That a man was migrating for a woman. One man, Umar. All the scholars of hadith say that this hadith is ahad. This hadith is not mutawatir, because only Umar transmitted it. This hadith is ahad. And this hadith is talking about your intention. And your intention is the most integral part of your aqidah. So how can you say we don't take hadith ahad into our aqidah? This hadith is talking about what? Your niyyah, which is the most important aspect of your aqidah. To practice ikhlas niyyah, to purify your intention. Yet the hadith is ahad. So where did you get your dodgy aqidah from that we don't take hadith ahad into our aqidah? It doesn't make sense to me. Look, your situation is pitiful, appalling, and pathetic. We have used so far 4 hadith to flush your dodgy aqidah down the drain. 4, not 1 hadith. 4 hadith we used to flush your dodgy aqidah down the drain. That you cannot take hadith ahad into your aqidah. The first hadith we brought was the hadith of the changing of the qibla. The Sahabas turned around and faced Mecca when one man told them the qibla has been changed. The second hadith, a Bedouin came out of the desert and said, I've seen the moon, Ramadan has started. And the Prophet commanded the Ummah to fast based upon the testimony of one man, one Bedouin. The third hadith, when the Rasul sent Mu'adh in Jabal to Yemen, he taught the people aqidah as well as fiqh. He taught them everything. And the people accepted his teachings. They did not rebel and say, we need 10 Sahabas to teach us. 1 Sahaba is not sufficient. They accepted it even though it was ahad. The fourth hadith we brought you to refute you, the hadith, a man was migrating from Mecca to Medina for the sake of a girl, and when he got to Medina, he found a girl and he got married. He got what he wanted, a girl. And the Rasul spoke about the man, and the Rasul told one person. Who is that person? Umar ibn al-Khattab. Innamal a'malu binniyat. Actions are by intention. All the scholars of hadith say that this hadith is ahad, yet the Muslims take it into their aqidah. The Muslims practice this hadith and they take it into their aqidah. If you stand up to pray dhuhr and you didn't make your intention to pray dhuhr, your salah is batil, batil, batil. Nullified, nullified, nullified. If you stand up to pray asr and you didn't make your intention to pray asr, you have no barakah for that salah. Your salah is batil, batil, batil. If you stand up to pray maghrib and you didn't make your intention, how do you make your intention? You say in your heart, nawaitu an us-Salih ثلاث ركعات صلاة المغرب مستقبلا به القبلة. Well, that part is not really necessary. All you need to say is, I intend to pray 3 rak'ah Salat al-Maghrib. If it is dhuhr, I intend to pray 4 rak'ah Salat al-Dhuhr. If you don't say that in your heart before you pray dhuhr, you have no barakah. You are only going through the exercise, the actions, but you get no barakah for that salah. Why? Because you did not make your intention. How do scholars know that you have to make your intention? Because of the hadith, innamal a'malu binniyat. Actions are by intention, and every man will have that which he intended. And when you are fasting in Ramadan, if you don't make your intention before Salatul Fajr, the Adhan of Fajr, you have no fast for that day. And you need to make 30 intentions for the 30 days of Ramadan. Or 29 days, it depends on how many days. That is the correct opinion. You need to make 30 intentions for the 30 days of Ramadan. If you don't, you have no fast. you are only getting hunger and thirst. How did the scholars know that you need to make 30 intentions for the 30 days of Ramadan that you fast? Because of the hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Actions are by intention. This hadith is ahad, yet the entire Ummah of Muhammad is presently acting upon the hadith. So where did you get your dodgy aqidah from, that we don't take hadith ahad into our aqidah? Indeed, your creed is extremely dodgy. The other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH: we believe the Quran was revealed and not created. The other principle: we believe the Quran was revealed and not created. We believe the Quran was revealed and not created. Imam Shafi said, anybody who said the Quran was created is a kafir. Abu Yusuf said, I debated with my teacher Abu Hanifa for 6 months until Abu Hanifa agreed with me that anybody who said the Quran was created is a kafir. Ahmad ibn Hanbal said, don't even give them salam and don't pray behind them because they are kuffar. Who are they? Those who claim the Quran was created. Allah told you in Baqarah 120 that the Quran is the ilm of Allah, Allah's knowledge. And Allah Ta'ala doesn't create any of His 99 names and attributes. I debated with my teacher Abu Hanifa for 6 months until he agreed with me that anybody who said the Quran was created is a kafir. Do you know why that aqidah is dangerous? There is no such a thing called a perfect creation. So if you say the Quran was created, you are saying it is an imperfect book. But if you say it was revealed, Kalamullah, revealed, then it is a perfect book. That is an attack on the deen, an attack on the Quran to say it was created. And the Jews came up with that aqidah. The Quran was created. And the Mu'tazilas adopted it. Allah Ta'ala said, were you to follow the Jews and the Christians, were you to follow their desires after that which you receive of knowledge, the Quran, then you would have against Allah neither any wali nor any helper. So Allah said in Baqarah 120 that the Quran is the knowledge of Allah. So the Quran is one of Allah's 99 names and attributes, Allah's ilm, and Allah doesn't create any of His 99 names and attributes. The other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and this is principle number 22. We believe our Iman rises and falls. Our Iman fluctuates. Our Iman does what? Fluctuates. Our Iman rise and fall. There are people out there who believe our Iman is static. It doesn't go up nor down. The Aqidah of Hizb Tahrir. Our Iman is what? Static. It doesn't go up nor down. This is not the Aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, and such an Aqidah contradicts the Holy Quran. Surah 3, 173. Allah told you that this Aqidah is wrong. It contradicts Surah 3, 173. And the only reason why Hizb Tahrir is able to con the Muslims with this dodgy Aqidah is because they don't read the Quran. Their Quran is at home gathering dust. They don't read the Quran, so anybody can con them in regards to their deen because they don't have time to read the Quran. Their Quran is in their homes gathering dust. Al-Ladhina, Surah 3, 173. Al-Ladhina qalum an-nas inna an-nasa kad jama'u lakum fakhshawhum fazadahum imanan wa qalu hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. Those believers to whom the hypocrites said to them, verily the people, the pagans of Mecca, have gathered against you an army, therefore fear them. But it only increased them in Iman, and they said, Allah alone is sufficient for us, and He is the best disposer of our affairs. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakeel. So if Allah is telling us that He caused them to grow in Iman, this was at the Battle of Uhud, how can you listen to Hizb ut-Tahrir and believe your Iman is static? That means you don't read the Quran as well. Another ayah, Tawbah 124, وَإِذَا مَا أُنزِلَتْ سُورَةٌ فَمِنْهُمْ مَنْ يَقُولُ أَيُّكُمْ زَادَتْهُ هَذِهِ إِيمَانًا فَأَمَّا الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا فَزَادَتْهُمْ إِيمَانًا وَهُمْ يَسْتَبْشِرُونَ. Surah 9, 124. And whenever there comes down a surah, some of them, the hypocrites say, which of you has had his Iman increased by it? As for those who believe, it has increased them in Iman and they rejoice. Yet another ayah to prove that the Aqidah of Hizb ut-Tahrir is wrong. To peddle falsehood in the Ummah of Muhammad, claiming that our Iman is static. This is not our Aqidah. The Aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH says our Iman rise and fall. Okay, I have given you evidence that the Iman rise. I will not give you evidence that the Iman can fall as well. Since I brought you evidence that the Iman rise, I will not bring you evidence the Iman it also falls. The hadith says, لا يزني الزاني حين يزني وهو مؤمن. The fornicating person is not a believer when he's in the act. A fornicating person is not a believer in the act. The Prophet did not say he's not a Muslim. The Prophet said he's not a mu'min. The hadith, what the Prophet meant is, the man is still a Muslim, but he's not a mu'min. That is a shar for the hadith. That is a shar for the hadith. The man who is in the act with the woman fornicating, he is not a mu'min, but he is still a Muslim. That is our aqidah. The Mu'tazila and the Khawarij will say, no, you don't understand. He's a kafir when he's on top of the woman committing zina, he's a kafir. That is the aqidah of the Khawarij. They don't realize the man is not a mu'min, but he's still a Muslim. He's not a believer, but he's a Muslim when he's in the act. We make a difference between the mu'min and the Muslim. Only the Khawarij will say, when he's in the act with the woman, he's a kafir. I'm sorry, that's not our aqidah. And the reason why you say he's a kafir when he's in the act with the woman is because you are weak in Tawheed. And you don't make a difference between mu'min and the Muslim. You don't make a difference between major kufr and minor kufr. You don't make a difference between major haram and minor haram. You paint every kufr with the same brush. You don't classify knowledge. You're the Khawarij. You don't classify knowledge. You're a Jahil. A Khawarij is like the flies that fly around the light bulb. Confused.com. Have you ever been to a hot country, a tropical country in the Caribbean or in Africa? And you see some flies that fly around the light bulb? That's a Khawarij. He's neither here nor there. He's trying to tell us when the man is on top, the woman committing zina, he's a kafir. Because the Prophet said he's not a believer in the act. We say to you, the Prophet said the man is not a believer when he's in the act with the woman, but he's still a Muslim at the end of the day. Because there's a difference between a mu'min and a Muslim. If you don't classify knowledge, you become confused.com. When the Rasul said, Sibabul Muslim fisq wa qitaluhu kufr. To insult your Muslim brother is a sin, but to fight him is kufr. What kufr the Prophet is talking about? I'm asking you, the Khawarij, you, the dog of Jahannam. This kufr the Prophet is talking about. For you to fight your Muslim brother is kufr. Is it major kufr or minor kufr? You have to say it's minor kufr. Because Ali and Muawiyah fought each other at the Battle of Siffin. Aisha and Ali fought at the Battle of the Camel. But because you are so jahil in regards to Tawheed, you don't know that there are two types of kufr, major kufr and minor kufr. You paint every kufr with the same brush and end up making takfir on people. You can't call a person a kafir for committing an act of kufr until the kufr is major kufr. For example, to do black magic, that's major kufr. To drop the Quran in the dustbin, that's major kufr. To spy for the MI5, the MI6, the CIA, the FBI, that's major kufr. You are not allowed to make takfir on a person for committing a kufr until the kufr becomes major kufr. When you do not classify knowledge, you are nothing but a headless chicken. Confused.com. You are neither here nor there. The classification of knowledge is important to keep you on the Sirat al-Mustaqim. When you don't classify knowledge, you become a Jahmiyyah, a Jabriyyah, a Mu'tazila, an Asha'ira, a Murji'ah, a Qadariyah. We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadar. Why we call them Qadariyah? We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadar. When Ibn Abbas heard about them, he said, take me to them so that I can cut off their nose, and take me to them so that I can dig out their eyes. When they die, don't wash them, don't pray over them, and don't bury them in our graveyard. Who are they? The Qadariyah. We call them Qadariyah because they deny Qadr. And we continue the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. I put it to you that it's our principle that the Iman rise and falls. Your Iman rise when you do good deeds, and your Iman falls when you do bad deeds. Your Iman rise when you are in good company, and your Iman falls when you are in bad company. Therefore, choose your company meticulously, fastidiously, and carefully. Because the Rasul said, Al-Mar al-Adin Khalili, all of you belong to the religion of your friend. So choose carefully who you have as a friend. Also on Judgment Day, a man will cry out, Ya waylata laytani lam attakhidh fulanan khalila. Woe be unto me, I wish I did not choose such and such a person for my friend. Surah 25, verse 28. Surah 25, verse 28. What will you say on Judgment Day? Ya waylata laytani lam attakhidh fulanan khalila. Woe be unto me, I wish I did not choose such and such a person for my friend. But then it's too late. Your evil friend took you away from the deen, and now you are heading to the hellfire like a lamb to the slaughter. The other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. I hope I'm not bringing too many hadiths too quickly and too many ayahs too quickly. I went to Ibn Abbas and found him drawing water from the well of Zamzam. The bottom of the clothes was wet. Okay, they are the worst members of this Ummah. Do not visit those who fall ill from among them. Don't pray the funeral janazah for those who die from among them. If I saw one of them, I would pluck out his eyes with these two fingers of mine. Okay, shukran for bringing the hujjah. That's what I learned from the lips of my sheikhs. That Ibn Abbas wanted to pluck out their eyes. The 23rd principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. If you worship Allah because you love Allah, you are a Sufi, a goofy Sufi. You worship Allah for one reason. What's that reason? Because you love Allah. A goofy Sufi will tell you to your face, I don't fear Allah, I love Allah. They'll tell it to your face. Nobody is evil in character like a goofy Sufi. Nobody commits zina more than a goofy Sufi and drink alcohol. He'll tell you, I don't fear Allah, I love Allah. If you worship Allah just because you love Allah, you are a goofy Sufi. If you worship Allah just because you fear the hellfire, you're a Khawarij. You worship Allah with one principle because you fear the hellfire, you're a Khawarij. If you worship Allah just because you hope to go to Jannah, you're a Murji'ah. What are you? A murji'ah. If you want to belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you need to worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. You have to be balanced. You can't be lopsided. Because Allah said, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Likewise, you have made you Muslims a balanced nation, to be a witness over mankind, while He, the Messenger Muhammad, will be a witness over you. To be balanced, Baqarah 143. To be balanced, you need to worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. If you worship Allah because you are afraid of hellfire, you're a Khawarij. If you worship Allah just because you hope to go to Jannah, you are a Murji'ah, a liberal. A Khawarij, a Puritan. In order to belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, following the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, you need to worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. Then you are balanced. I'll stop here and take 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard. We have 28 principles to cover. I'll stop here and take 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard. If you worship Him because you hope for Jannah, you are a murji. You need to worship Allah with love, fear, and hope. We need to balance. Yes, we have to be balanced. Why? Because Allah said in Baqarah 143, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةً وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. Likewise, we have made you Muslims a balanced nation, for you to be a witness over mankind, while He, the Messenger Muhammad, will be a witness over you. I'll stop here for today and take 5 questions in regards to the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, which we have already covered. We have 28 principles to cover, and we have covered 23. The rest we'll cover tomorrow, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, the first question, who is the Khawarij of today? The first question, who is the Khawarij of today? First of all, the Prophet said the Khawarij, they are harsh with the Muslims and they are kind to the kuffar. They will kill the Muslims and they will leave alone the kuffar. The apostate regimes, like the Pakistani regime, the Saudi regime, the Jordanian regime, who lock up Abu Muhammad al-Maqdisi for no crime. They are Khawarij because they are friendly with the kuffar of the West. Very, very harsh with the Muslims. They kill the Muslims and leave alone the kuffar. These apostate regimes, the Pakistan regime, the Saudi regime. The Saudi regime, they are such Khawarij, they helped Bush with his crusade against Islam. Didn't you know that? When the Americans want to fill up their tanks and their planes to go and kill Muslims, who gave them petrol? The Saudis. They are the Khawarij of today, the dogs of Jahannam. The Rasul said the Khawarij will be friendly with the kuffar, but they'll kill the Muslims. The Markhalis, the Saudi Salafis, they are the Khawarij of today. They hate Muslims. They hate Muslims so much, they said, you don't need to study fiqh al-waqi'. To study fiqh al-waqi' is like studying the Bible. So they are the Khawarij of today. All the Munafiqun who love the kuffar, friendly with the kuffar, and harsh with the Muslims, they are the Khawarij of today. They have the audacity to call the Mujahideen Khawarij. The Mujahideen are killing the kuffar. They're not killing Muslims, they're killing the kuffar. So how can you call the Mujahideen Khawarij? They are fighting to liberate land and man, Bilad and Ibad. So how do you call the Mujahideen Khawarij? We say to you, the Munafiq, look at yourself in the mirror, go and look at the man in the mirror, and you'll know who is the real Khawarij, who is the real dog of Jahannam. And you, the Madkhali, you are the real Khawarij, the real dog of Jahannam. Next question, please. I'm taking 5 questions. They are such Khawarij. They hate Muslims. They don't study fiqh al-waqi'. No wonder Abu Khadija said, I don't know who Afia Siddiqui is. How can you not know who Afia Siddiqui is? That's embarrassing and disgraceful. The Pakistani doctor who was raped multiple times by the Americans and dumped into prison for a crime she didn't commit. How can you not hear of Afia Siddiqui? Why you don't know who Afia Siddiqui is? Because you're a Khawarij. You don't love Muslims. You don't care about what's happening in Iraq and Afghanistan and in Shishan and in Somalia, in Kashmir. You don't care about these things. All you care about is your paycheck coming from the apostate regimes. And that is a Khawarij. They hate Muslims so much, they don't know who Afia Siddiqui is, and they pass a fatwa, Babar Ahmad should not be helped. Babar Ahmad should not be helped. Why? Why the fatwa? Because they hate Muslims. That's why they said Babar Ahmad should not be helped. They are the real Khawarij. They will kill the Muslims and leave alone the Kuffar. So all the people who are friendly with Kuffar and kill Muslims, they are the Khawarij. All the people who spy on the Muslims and help the Crusaders to catch the Mujahideen, they are the Khawarij. They are the dogs of Jahannam. Our role towards prisoners is to free the prisoners. Our role towards prisoners is to set them free. It is compulsory on us to set all our prisoners free. Next question, please. That's another question. Our role towards the prisoners. Didn't you see the Mujahideen? They always set their prisoners free. I was wondering if Shaykh could tell us his journey to Islam all the way to becoming Shaykh. I think it will be interesting, but this is just a request. Many people said I should write my autobiography. I was swamped with many people telling me to write my autobiography. Because the request has been so frequent, I will give it a thought. I became Muslim at age 16 in Jamaica when I was in high school. My teacher, who was teaching me business education, introduced me to Islam when I was 16. He didn't introduce everybody to Islam in the classroom. He picked and chose some people to introduce to Islam when I was 16 in Jamaica. I took Shahada at age 16 in Jamaica. And I met Bilal Phillips and Dr. Hakim Quick, and they held a meeting about me behind my back, and I didn't know that the meeting was for me to go and study in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Bilal Phillips and Dr. Hakim Quick, they held a meeting about me to send me to study in Saudi Arabia. That meeting took place behind my back, and I didn't know. However, they sent me to study in Saudi Arabia. Bilal Phillips and Dr. Hakim Quick. I met them when I was 16, and they decided that I should go to study in Saudi Arabia. It's a very, very long story. I need to put aside a separate sit-in for this. Where are the other questions? Some people, they intentionally take our words out of context and call us jihadi and openly say that we are inciting violence. We don't know who is watching. So are they snitching on us as they are making us look as if we are going to break laws? Militant mullah. Also, can you add to that? Are they munafiqs? These people are called agent provocateurs. An agent provocateur, he asks you a question for you to answer, and he is secretly taping you. In his pocket, there's a pen, but the pen is a camera. So he has a pen in his pocket, but that pen is not an ordinary pen, it's a camera. And he asks you questions that are incriminating, and when you answer, he reports you to the MI5, the MI6, the FBI, the CIA. They are called agent provocateurs. So be careful of answering incriminating questions in front of these agent provocateurs, because they'll put a spin on what you say and take it out of context. If you are living in Europe and America and you are frustrated with the kufr because you are living among white and black kuffar who are the worst people in the world, we call them human filth, it's better for you to migrate to a Muslim country rather than to stay and plant bombs in their society. If you plant bombs in their society, they're going to take revenge. Now look at September 11. They have already killed 2 million Muslims to take revenge for September 11. 1 million in Iraq, 1 million in Afghanistan. 2 million to take revenge for September 11. So the white man is very good at taking revenge. If you are living in their society and you are frustrated with their kufr, their zandaka, their evil, it's better you migrate rather than to stay among them and plant bombs in their society. And this person who is asking you incriminating questions and then put a spin on what you are saying and take things out of context, he is called an agent provocateur. And what he does when he comes to you to ask a question is called entrapment. What he's doing is called entrapment. To ask you incriminating questions for you to answer so that they can convict you with something like inciting murder. He's an agent provocateur and he's carrying out entrapment on behalf of his kafir paymasters. So be careful of speaking to the munafiqeen, especially online. Don't discuss things online that are incriminating, because these people are practicing entrapment on behalf of their kafir paymasters. And they are munafiqeen. It's easy to know a munafiq, it's easy to know a spy. A spy always asks incriminating questions. And Allah said, when they talk, they tell on themselves. Surah Muhammad verse 30. When they open their mouth to speak, the munafiqun, they expose themselves, they tell on themselves. وَلَتَعْرِفَنَّهُمْ فِي لَحْنِ الْقَوْلِ. It's easy to know a spy, they always ask incriminating questions. Next question, please. Yes, this is the ayah. وَلَتَعْرِفَنَّهُمْ فِي لَحْنِ الْقَوْلِ. The munafiqun, when they speak, they expose themselves, they grass themselves up, they tell on themselves. Since we know that there is no such thing as past, don't you think that the Taliban might be making a mistake when they say they will negotiate peace with the US government? After all, the US government broke many treaties with the American Indian during the genocide against them. What the USA is doing, they are looking for an exit strategy because they realize that this war dragged on for longer than Vietnam and there is no light at the end of the tunnel for them. So they are negotiating to put an end to the conflict because it has already bankrupted their economy. They are now borrowing money from China. Can you believe it? The white man is borrowing money from the Chinese. What a disgrace. This is the ultimate disgrace. The white man is borrowing money from the Chinese, who are communists. This is the ultimate disgrace. And the reason why their economy is bankrupt is because Allah Ta'ala told you that they will spend their wealth to fight Islam, but it will become a source of anguish for them. Surah 8, verse 36. إِنَّ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا يُنْفِقُونَ أَمْوَالَهُمْ لِيَصُدُّوا عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَسَيُنْفِقُونَها ثُمَّ تَكُونُ عَلَيْهِمْ حَسْرَةٌ ثُمَّ يُغْلَبُونَ وَالَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا إِلَى جَهَنَّمَ يُحْشَرُونَ. Now you know why they are borrowing money from China. It's in the Quran. Verily, those who disbelieve spend their wealth to hinder men from the path of Allah. And so they will continue to spend it. Why they will continue to spend it? Because they hate Islam and they fear Islam. So they'll spend the wealth and spend it and they'll spend it. فَسَيُنْفِقُونَهَا. But it will be a source of anguish for them because their economy will become bankrupt. Then they will suffer a humiliating defeat. ثُمَّ يُغْلَبُونَ. They shall suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Mujahideen. And those who disbelieve will be gathered into the hellfire. Now, why is it that the Americans bombed the Pakistani army and killed them? Kafirs killing Kafirs. The Americans, the Crusaders, are bombing the Barelus. Kafirs killing Kafirs. When the Americans bombed the Pakistani army, you should have celebrated that day. Because it was Kafirs killing Kafirs. Because the Americans are looking for a scapegoat. Why are we losing the battle? I think Pakistan is helping the Mujahideen. Let's bomb and kill them. We paid Pakistan millions of dollars to help us to win this war, and we are still losing. Let's kill the Pakistanis. They are helping the Mujahideen. Kafirs killing Kafirs. Can you believe it? You should have celebrated when you see the Crusaders killing the Pakistani army, because they are 5-star Kafirs, the Pakistani army. So why were they frustrated? Why did they take it out on the Pakistanis? Because they are losing the war. They said that the Taliban, they are a ragtag army. So how can you be a superpower and you are defeated by a ragtag army? And Allah's blessing will never be with you because you're a crusader. Allah's blessing is with the Mujahideen. And you have disgraced yourself by urinating on the bodies of dead Muslims. What you did was a nail in the coffin for your civilization. How can you tell people about human rights? You have no human rights. You are a human filth. You, the Gora, the white kafir, you're a human filth. You don't know what is human rights. What you did on camera was disgraceful. What about the things that we didn't see on camera? What about the many 6-year-old girls you rape in Iraq and Afghanistan? We only saw that on camera. The half has never been told. What about the many 6-year-old girls you rape in Afghanistan and in Iraq? We only saw that on camera. What about the other crimes against the Ummah that you committed that were not captured on camera? A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Okay, where are the other questions? What about the other crimes you committed against the Ummah that were not captured on camera? That is the point I'm making. Your crime is so gruesome against the Ummah. What about the thousands of other crimes you committed against the Ummah of Muhammad which were not captured on camera? The many 6-year-old girls you raped in Afghanistan and in Iraq. You the Gora, the white kafir, a human devil. What about the other crimes you committed against the Ummah which were not captured on camera? Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. Are there 10 or 12 Sunnah prayers in a day? And can you explain some of their virtues, the benefits? The Sunnah prayers, you have 2 before Salat al-Fajr, and the Prophet never leave them off. And you have 2 or 4 before Dhuhr. You have 4 before Asr. But the scholars say when you do your Sunnah, if it is 4 rak'ah, you should split it up, give the taslim, stand up and pray 2 more. This is the preferred opinion. When you pray 4 rak'ah Sunnah, you do 2, give your salam, then you stand up and do 2 more. That is the preferred opinion. As for Maghrib, the Hanafis don't want you to pray Sunnah before Maghrib in their masjid. So if you go to the Hanafi masjid, don't pray any Sunnah before the Maghrib. You can pray that in a Hanbali masjid, but not a Hanafi masjid, because you are only creating fitna, because the Hanafis don't like it. As for the Sunnah after Maghrib, now you ask me what about their virtues? The Prophet used to pray the 2 Sunnah after Maghrib in his house, not in the masjid. And then he would say to his companions, don't turn your homes into graveyards, pray in your homes. And he used to pray the 2 Sunnah after Maghrib in his home. As for the 2 Sunnah before Fajr, the Prophet never leave it off. They are the most important Sunnah in Islam. The 2 Sunnah before Fajr. The Prophet never leave it off, not even as a traveler. And as for the Sunnah before Isha, you do 2 Sunnah before Isha, and you can do 4 after. These are the Sunnahs. I think that was the last question. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilaik. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalam ala imam al-anbiya'i wal mursaleen, Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd, brothers and sisters in Islam. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome back to this, another of our sittings. We hope that this will be the last segment of the crucial topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. And the reason why this topic was put together is because there are many people out there who claim to be of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH because it is a prestigious title. AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH means you are not from a deviant group. And AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH means the saved sect. So people want you to believe that they are of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. They want you to join their Jama'ah. They want you to give them your zakah. They want you to end their masjid, and so on and so forth. But when you study their creed carefully, meticulously, you will arrive at the conclusion that they are lying. They are not of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Now take for example the Barelvis. The Barelvis who worship the graves instead of Allah, they claim that they are AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. This is the official label for the Barelvis, the grave worshippers. They call themselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. What a deception. even though Allah dismissed them in Surah 39, verse 3, as liars and kafirs. Anyone who pray to somebody beside Allah and put between himself and Allah an intermediary and call upon the intermediary, hoping that the intermediary will transmit their dua to Allah, and this is the Aqidah of the Barelwis, the Sufis, and the Shiites. Allah said, you are a liar and a kafir. This ayah is for anyone who worships the inhabitants of the graves, praying to them and begging them for things. Now, these grave worshippers who call themselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, they use rationale, they use logic to worship the graves. So they say, if you go to the doctor, you can't see the doctor, you have to see the receptionist, and the receptionist will give you an appointment. When the receptionist gives you an appointment, then you can see the dentist or the doctor. You can't just see the doctor like that. The doctor has a receptionist who gives you an appointment. Likewise, you can't pray to Allah like that. You have to go through Muhammad. That is the logic that they use. Don't you know why the doctor needs a receptionist? The doctor needs a receptionist because he can't see 50 patients in one day. So the receptionist will say, Monday is not available, Tuesday is not available, Wednesday is not available. The only day which is available is Thursday. That is the only day available. Do you want to come on Thursday? Why the receptionist is there to tell you which day is available? Because the doctor is weak. A doctor is only a man, he's weak. He cannot attend to 50 patients in one day or 100 patients because he's weak. Allah can listen to the dua of 1,000,000 people simultaneously. So, how dare you compare Allah to a doctor or a dentist? Claiming you can't see dentist just like that or the doctor, you have to go through the receptionist. Likewise, you cannot pray to Allah just like that. You have to pray through Jesus or pray through Muhammad. That is their logic. The Christians use that logic and the Barelwis use that logic. Because they are comparing Allah to a man. If you compare Allah to a man in your mind, in your heart, already you are a mushrik, a pagan. Because Allah said, قُلْ هُوَ اللَّهُ أَحَدْ اللَّهُ الصَّمَدْ لَمْ يَلِدْ وَلَمْ يُولَدْ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ وَلَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ كُفُوًا أَحَدٌ. Allah Ta'ala has no co-equals. Allah has no co-equals. So the moment you compare Allah to a man in your brain, in your heart, already you are a mushrik. So there are many people out there who call themselves AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, but they are liars. In life, brothers and sisters, people will always claim what they are not. In life, people will always claim to be what they are not. Look at the Christians. They said that the word Christian means a follower of Christ. What did they say? Christian means a follower of Christ. If you are a follower of Christ, why are you not circumcised? A man who is not circumcised is like a dog. You give women cancer of the cervix, you are not clean. How can you be a follower of Christ? You are circumcised. When I was on tour of Africa, I've just finished touring 12 countries. I was in Swaziland, I was in South Africa, I was in Botswana. These countries have a high level of the AIDS virus. Because the majority of the black people in these countries are Christians and they are not circumcised. Then the government is broadcasting, come, we will circumcise you for free. It's too late, khalas. Nearly half your population has AIDS. It's too late. You abandon the teachings of Jesus and follow Paul, a Jew who used to be called Saul, and then he changed his name to Paul. And Jews are very good at doing that. They change their names so that you cannot tell they're Jews. He told Christians you don't have to be circumcised. And look at the disaster which is facing Christendom. Millions of Christian men have the AIDS virus because they are not circumcised. You are not pure, and you give women cancer of the cervix. How can you be a follower of Christ? You are not circumcised. How can you be a follower of Christ? You eat pork. When did Jesus eat pork? Jesus was of Jewish heritage. So how can Jesus eat pork? You are a pagan. You worship three gods: God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. When was Jesus ever a pagan? How can you say you follow Jesus? And how can the Jews say they follow Abraham? When did Abraham insult Allah? You say Allah is faqir and you are rich. Surah 3, 181. لَقَدْ سَمِعَ اللَّهُ قَوْلَ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ فَقِيرٌ وَنَحْنُ أَغْنِيَاءٌ. You insult Allah. When did Abraham insult Allah? How can you, the Jews, say we are of the Abrahamic faith and we follow Father Abraham? How can you say that? And you slander the prophets of Allah. When did Abraham slander the prophets of Allah? And the Madkhali, how can you say you follow Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah? You believe that to dismantle the Sharia is a minor kufr. So you are trying to insinuate when Allah turned the Jews into apes and swine in Ma'idah 60, Allah was overreacting. Because Allah turned them into apes and swine for something minor. A Madkhali, a Saudi Salafi, believes Allah was overreacting when He turned the Jews into apes and swine. When you want to checkmate a Madkhali, always remember Ma'idah 60. Then you say to the Madkhali, was Allah overreacting? Don't forget the ayah, Ma'idah 60. That is a knockout punch for the Madkhali. If it was minor, why Allah turned them into apes and swine? Are you trying to insinuate Allah was overreacting? Did your bandit say we follow Abu Hanifa? But you believe Allah is everywhere. Abu Hanifa used to make takfir on people who believe Allah is everywhere. Abu Hanifa said if you don't believe Allah is over the arsh and the arsh is not on earth, the arsh is over the seven heavens, you're a kafir. So how do you follow Abu Hanifa? And you, the Breli, how are you AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? You don't worship Allah, you worship the graves. How dare you call yourself AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH? Now, why did I bring you these examples? The Jews, the Christians, the Madkhali, the Saudi Salafi, the Breli. And I have another example, the Shia. How do you checkmate the Shia? You say that the word Shia means a lover of Ali, a follower of Ali, a lover of Ali. Okay, if you want to follow Ali, Deobandis, could you spell it the way I spell it? Deobandis. How can you claim follow Imam Ali? Imam Ali, what did he do? He gave his bay'ah to Abu Bakr and Umar. Deobandis means the Tablighi Jama'ah. It means the Tablighi Jama'ah. Imam Ali, he gave his bay'ah to Abu Bakr and Umar. And he gave his daughter in marriage to Umar, Kulthum. So if you follow Ali, why don't you give your bay'ah to Abu Bakr and Umar and stop making takfir on them? If you make takfir on Abu Bakr and Umar, that means Ali is a kafir as well. Only a kafir give his bay'ah to a kafir. If Abu Bakr is a kafir, Ali is a kafir as well. Because only a kafir give his bay'ah to a kafir. Look how stupid you the Shiite is, claiming you follow Imam Ali. So in life, people lie. And people like to claim to follow somebody, and when you examine their creed, they don't follow the personality that they claim to follow, they follow their evil and corrupted desires. That is how people are. People like to pretend to be the opposite of what they are. So you have to have your head on your body. Don't be stupid, don't be naive. People like to pretend to be the opposite of what they are. Even when a man wants to get married to a woman, he pretends to be an angel. You marry that man and go home with him and see what happens. Many sisters were tricked. When a man wants to marry a woman, he pretends to have the iman of angel Jibreel. You marry that man and go home with him and see what happens. You'll see the real man. You'll see the real man. He might refuse to give you nafaqah. Nafaqah means money to buy food and to pay bills. He might beat you up. He might even kill you in the house. Every week, 3 women are killed in the UK by their husbands or ex-husbands. Every week, 3 women are killed in the UK. So this is the reality of life. People like to pretend to be the opposite of what they are. Because you are living in a world full of deception. You are living in the Dajjal era. And the word Dajjal means to deceive. It also means to spread. It also means a liar. And when Imam Malik was asked about a hadith scholar transmitting hadith, disseminating knowledge, Imam Malik said, Dajjal min ad-Dajjajila. He is a Dajjal from the many Dajjajila. Dajjajila is the plural of Dajjal. This is how life is. People like to pretend to be the opposite of what they really are. And because of that, a woman needs a wali. Because men can be very deceptive. A woman needs a wali. Because men can be very, very deceptive when they want to get married to a sister. And any woman who marries without a wali, her marriage is batil, batil, batil. If she's a revert, she has to appoint her own wali. If she's a revert, she has to appoint her own wali. If her father is a munafiq, like a Salafi, a Shiite, a Brahmi, then she has to appoint her own wali. Father is a munafiq, like a Brahmi, a Saudi Salafi, a Shia, in that case she has to appoint her own wali. So there is no marriage without a wali. If your wali is messed up, if your wali is a jerk, then you appoint your own wali. Just to recap, we said that hadith is hujjah. Hadith is hujjah. And those who reject hadith, they have the audacity to quote an ayah from the Quran to reject hadith. Can you believe it? Those who reject hadith, they have the audacity to quote an ayah from the Quran to reject the hadith. The ayah they quote is Surah 6, verse 38. Ma farratna fil kitab min shay. We did not leave anything out of the book. So they said, look, Allah said in the Quran, Surah 6, verse 38, Ma farratna fil kitab min shay. We did not leave anything out of this book, the Quran. So they said, since Allah said we didn't leave anything out of the book, this means we don't need hadith. We're not going to refute the ayah, we are going to refute their understanding of the ayah. When Ibn Taymiyyah met people like that, he would say to them, because this Aqidah existed long before Muhammad Parvez. You claim everything is mentioned in the Quran. Listen to how Ibn Taymiyyah checkmate them. You claim that everything is mentioned in the Quran. Show us from the Quran where we were told to abandon hadith. Since you claim everything was mentioned in the Quran, and it is a logical claim, but sometimes a man uses a good speech and he wants batil from the speech. Kalimatul haq yuriduna biha al-batil. Sometimes a man will use a speech which is haq, but wants to use the haq to spread batil. The Khawarij said, in al-hukma illa lillah. There is no lawgiver except Allah. The Caliph Ali said, Kalimatul haq. When they said Allah is the only lawgiver, it is haq. But they used that speech to spread batil. Kalimatul haq yuriduna biha al-batil. Now you, the hadith rejector, you quote an ayah and you use the ayah to reject hadith. And the ayah you quoted is, Ma farratna fil kitab min shay. We didn't leave anything out of the Quran. So since Allah said we did not leave anything out of the Quran, we don't need hadith. Everything is in the Quran. That's your logic. The classical scholars said to them, since everything was mentioned in the Quran, show us from the Quran where Allah told you to abandon hadith. Where is the ayah where Allah told you to abandon hadith? It's the opposite. It's the exact opposite. Surah 3 verse 31. Allah said, Kuntum tuhibbuna Allah fattabi'uni. Say to them, O Muhammad, if you love Allah, then follow me, Muhammad. Tell the people, if you love Allah, follow Muhammad. Surah 3 verse 31. يحببكم الله ويغفر لكم ذنوبكم. Allah will also love you and forgive you of all your sins. Surah 16 verse 44. In Surah 16 verse 44, Allah Ta'ala told you that the purpose of sending Muhammad is to explain the Quran for the people. Surah 16 verse 44. وأنزلنا إليك الذكر لتبين للناس ما نزل إليهم ولعلهم يتفكرون. We sent down the Quran to you, O Muhammad, for no other reason but for you to explain it for the people. This is the other ayah to prove to you it's compulsory to follow hadith. وأنزلنا إليك الذكر لتبين للناس ما نزل إليهم وَلَعَلَّهُمْ يَتَفَكَّرُونَ. Now, when the Prophet died, there was fitna as to where to bury the Prophet. Some say bury him in Mecca because he was born in Mecca. Some say bury him in Medina because he established the Islamic State in Medina and he built his masjid in Medina. Some say bury him in Jerusalem because he prayed with the other prophets in Beit al-Maqdis in Jerusalem when he went to Al-Isra wal-Miraj. So bury him in Jerusalem. 3 opinions came up in the Shura meeting. And then Abu Bakr Siddiq said, I heard the Prophet saying, a Prophet is buried exactly where he dies. So they had to bury the Prophet in Medina. If it wasn't for hadith, how will we know where to bury the Prophet? A Prophet is buried exactly where he dies. If it wasn't for this hadith, how will we solve the fitna? When Omar conquered Persia, he found fire worshippers, Zoroastrians. And Omar did not know what to do with them. Abdurrahman bin Auf said, I heard the Prophet saying, Sunnu bihim sunnata ahl kitab. Treat them the way you would treat ahl kitab. In other words, charge them the jizya the way you would charge the Jews and the Christians jizya. So Omar charged them jizya, and it was Abdurrahman bin Auf who said, I heard the Prophet saying that. Now, Omar did not know the hadith. When Omar was the caliph, he did allow the main Sahabas to leave Medina. Sahabas like Ali, Uthman, Abdurrahman bin Auf, Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas, Talha, Zubair. These are the major Sahabas who came into Islam from the early stages. Omar did not allow them to leave Medina. Because if a problem should come up, he would consult them as to how to solve the problem. When Omar was the caliph, news spread that a woman was having an affair. And she was heavily pregnant. And the news became so strong in Medina, it reached the ears of Omar that this woman was having an affair. So Omar sent for the woman. When she was going to the office of Omar, she was horrified and petrified and terrified. So she miscarried her baby. This hadith, I read it in a rare book in At-Tabarani. That book is not in English. Maybe you can find it. This hadith is in At-Tabarani. This book is not even in English. Omar panicked when she miscarried her baby. So he held a shura meeting and asked the Sahabas what to do. And they said, you don't need to compensate her because you are the Caliph. If you hear a rumor, it is your duty to investigate it. Ali was in the meeting and Ali kept quiet. So Omar turned to him and said, what is your opinion, Abul Hassan? He didn't say Ali, he said Abul Hassan. What's your opinion? Ali said, I don't agree with these people. It is your fault why she miscarried her baby. You know the Muslims are afraid of you, so you shouldn't have investigated the matter directly. You should have deputized somebody else to investigate the matter on your behalf. So you have to compensate the woman, and the compensation is 5 camels. According to Sharia law, if you cause a woman to miscarry her baby, you punched her, you kicked her, and caused her to miscarry her baby, you have to pay her 5 camels. And Omar said in the Shura meeting, I prefer the opinion of Ali because it is closer to taqwa. He did not go along with the majority because we don't believe in majoritarianism. That is democracy. We go along with the haqq, not the majority. That is democracy. We go along with the haqq. So if the haqq is with one man and the other 9 is on batil, we choose the haqq even though one man is with the haqq. We don't believe, put up your hands, and the majority has the say. That's democracy. We don't go along with that. We go along with the hujjah. We accept the hujjah. We go along with the haqq. Because Allah said, فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ. When you dispute in a matter, refer the matter to Allah and His Rasul. We go along with the haqq. We don't go along with the majority. Because there is no democracy in Islam. We were with a combination of love, fear, and hope. And those who worship Allah with love alone, they are on the manhaj of Sufi. A Sufi will tell you to your face, I don't fear Allah, I love Allah. And nobody is evil in character like a Sufi. They have no al-wala wal-bara. Every time a battle is taking place between the Muslims and the Christians, they cheer for the Crusaders against the Muslims. Nobody is evil in character like a goofy Sufi. No al-wala wal-bara. They cheer for the Crusaders against the Mujahideen. They call Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. If you worship Allah because you fear the hellfire, you're a Khawarij. If you worship Allah because you hope for Jannah, you're a Murji. You have the man Murji'ah. You need to worship Allah with a combination of love, fear, and hope. That is the manhaj of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Not until you worship Allah with a combination of 3 things, you don't belong to AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. What are these 3 things? Love, fear, and hope. You love Allah, you fear the hellfire, and you hope to go to paradise. Then you are a balanced Muslim. You are not a lopsided Muslim. We believe in seeing Allah in the next life. That is the other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Believe in seeing Allah with our naked eyes in the next life. This is the other principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Now, the Shiites and the Mu'tazilites, they don't believe a person can see Allah, neither in the dunya nor the akhirah. Their evidence for that is that when Musa begged Allah, can I see you? Allah said to Musa, Lan tarani, you'll never see me. So they use that ayah, Lan tarani, you'll never see me, as their evidence to say that it's impossible to see Allah. Now, Surah 50, verse 35. They don't know the tafsir of Surah 50, verse 35. There's an ayah in the Quran that tells you, Surah 50, verse 35, that you'll see Allah. لَهُمْ مَا يَشَاءُونَ فِيهَا وَلَدَيْنَا مَزِيدٌ. there they will have all that they desire. When you go to Jannah, you'll have what you desire. And we have something extra. Mazid means something extra. What is the mazid? The mazid means to look at Allah, to look at the face of Allah. That is the tafsir of the ayah. And any other tafsir is a tafsir of the zindiq, the people of Zandaqa. This is the only legitimate tafsir for this ayah. Any other tafsir is a tafsir of the zindiq. When you go to paradise, you'll have anything you want. And then Allah said, Ladayna mazid, we have mazid. What is mazid? To look at the face of Allah. So when you go to paradise, Allah will say, do you want anything else? You'll say, how can we ask for anything else? You have given us this paradise. The most delicious food, the most of drink, the most beautiful of women. For the women, the most handsome of husband, the best of clothing. How can we ask for anything else? The most beautiful of homes to live in paradise. How can we ask for anything else? Allah will say, I have something extra for you. What is the mazid? What is the extra? To look at the face of Allah. The aqidah of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. One of our principles is that we will see the face of Allah on the day of judgment. Yet I bring you another evidence, another ayah. Surah 75, verses 22 to 23. Surah 75, verses 22 to 23. وجوه يومئذ ناظرة إلى ربها ناظرة. Surah 75, verses 22 to 23. وجوه يومئذ ناظرة إلى ربها ناظرة. On that day, their faces will be brilliant, shining, looking at their Lord. How can you go against this ayah? Let me see you go against this ayah. وجوه يومئذ ناظرة إلى ربها ناظرة. I want to see you go against this ayah. Ayah is clear. So how dare you claim we won't see Allah in the hereafter? The Aqidah of the Shiites and the Mu'tazilites. And the Shiites, they copied the Aqidah of the Mu'tazilites. Not 100%, approximately 90%. They copied the Aqidah of the Mu'tazilites. So the same way the Mu'tazilites reject that Allah is above the Arsh, Shiites reject that Allah is above the Arsh. Because they copied the Aqidah of the Mu'tazilites, not 100%, but at least 90%. So if you are refuting the Shiites and you read their books, sometimes you think you are reading the books of a Mu'tazila. Because their Aqidah is very, very close. You read the books of the Shia to refute them. Sometimes you wonder, this book, was it written by a Shia or a Mu'tazila? Because their Aqidah is very, very close. The Sahabas asked the Prophet, will we see our Lord on the day of judgment? The Prophet said to the Sahabas, do you have to push against each other to see the moon when it is full? And no cloud around it? They said, no. We can stand up and look at the moon. We don't have to push against each other to look at the moon when it is full. The Prophet said, you will see Allah on Judgment Day in the same manner. As for seeing Allah in the dunya, it is impossible. And anyone who says, I see Allah in the dunya, that person is a liar. Seeing Allah will take place in the hereafter. Now, in the hereafter, Allah Ta'ala will expose His shin. And when Allah Ta'ala exposes His shin, everyone will bow down to Allah except the munafiq. The munafiq will try to bow down to Allah, but he will fail because his back will be like one single vertebra. He will fail miserable to bow down to Allah Ta'ala. Because when he was in the dunya bowing down, he was bowing down to show off. So when the time comes for him to bow down, he can bow down. Surah 68, verse 42. Surah 68, verse 42. يَوْمَ يُكْشَفْ عَنْ سَاقٍ وَيُدْعَوْنَ إِلَى السُّجُودِ فَلَا يَسْتَطِيعُونَ. This is another ayah to prove to you, you'll see Allah. On Judgment Day, Allah will expose his shin. And everyone will bow down except the munafiq. He will try to bow down, but his back will be stiff like one single vertebra, one single bone. Because in the dunya, he used to pray to show off. In the masjid, he would pray. At home by himself, he would never pray. He will only pray when eyes are looking at him, the eyes of men. Self at home, he will never pray. So when Allah exposes his shin on Judgment Day, everyone will bow down except the munafiq. The munafiq will fail miserably to bow down. This is a third ayah, a third evidence I brought you from the Quran to prove to you that you will see your Lord on the Day of Judgment. And this is a principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 25th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH: we don't make ijtihad when the text is clear. 25th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH: we do not make ijtihad when the text is clear. If you make ijtihad when the text is clear, you are seeking to corrupt al-Islam. So, whenever you study fiqh and usul fiqh, am I kidding? We don't make ijtihad when the text is clear. Okay, yes. If you make ijtihad even when the text is clear, you have made up your own religion. You are a zindiq and you have made up your own religion. If a man should approach you and ask you a question, am I allowed to believe in fortune telling? Can I go to the soothsayer, the palm reader? And you say to him, let me do ijtihad and get back to you. You are wrong to say that, because the Prophet said, if you go to a soothsayer and believe in him, you reject faith in what came down to Muhammad. It is shirk for you to believe in the palm readers, the soothsayers, the fortune tellers. So if the text is clear, how can you make ijtihad? How can you make ijtihad when the text is clear? If you make ijtihad, ijtihad means independent judgment. And this is one of the ways in which we arrive at conclusions in regards to Sharia. How do you extract the Sharia? Quran, Sunnah, Qiyas, Ijma, Ijtihad. You use Qiyas to extract the Sharia. For example, Allah said if the slave girl should commit zina, give her lashes, not 100 lashes, 50 lashes. But Allah did not mention the slave boy. The scholars have to use Qiyas to say if the slave girl receives 50 lashes. If a slave girl receives 50 lashes for her zina, then the slave boy should receive 50 lashes. That is called Qiyas. And half of the Sharia is extracted by Qiyas. Ijtihad is one of the ways in which you extract Sharia. And you use ijtihad when Allah kept quiet about the matter. For example, in the time of the Prophet, there was no artificial insemination. So if you ask a scholar about artificial insemination, he has to use ijtihad, because this practice wasn't done in the time of the Prophet. So he will say to you, based upon my understanding of Quran and Sunnah, because when he makes ijtihad, he's going to make ijtihad in the light of Quran and Sunnah. If the sperm is from a man to his wife, then it is halal. But if the sperm is from a strange man to a strange woman, it is haram, and it is the same like committing zina. That is ijtihad. So if a woman goes to a sperm bank and they say to her, fill out a form and tell us what type of sperm you want to be injected inside your womb. And she put on the form, I want the sperm of a white man because I don't like black people. And the man has to be tall, 6 feet, because I don't like short people. I want my child to be tall, not a midget, a dwarf, to be tall. And he has to have blue eyes and blonde hair. That's the type of sperm I want. And the man has to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, a scientist. I don't want the sperm of a man who's a fool. I don't want my child to be a moron when he grows up, a fool. That's what she puts on the form. And the man, the sperm she's buying from the sperm bank is a total stranger to her. She doesn't even have a clue who the man is. That is haram. Because the hadith says the worst thing is for the sperm of a strange man to be in the womb of a strange woman who he is not married to. And what the woman did to buy a particular sperm is called eugenics. And then another woman will come to the sperm bank and say, I want the sperm of a black man because I want my child to be half caste. I like kids who are half caste. I think half caste kids are pretty. So I want the sperm of a black man because I'm a white woman. And the man has to be an athlete, an active. He has to be like a runner or a footballer. To be of a certain height. And the black man cannot be half caste black man because black men who are half caste, they are classified as black as well. The man has to be completely black. Not a half caste black man, a man who is completely black. She puts that on the form and she buys the sperm to be injected in her. That is called eugenics. This practice is called eugenics and it is haram. Scholars have to do ijtihad on artificial insemination because it wasn't done in the time of the Prophet. Blood transfusion. You need ijtihad for that. Blood transfusion is halal if the person blood you are taking has no AIDS virus in the blood. And the blood has to be of the same blood type as you. Then it becomes halal. You need ijtihad for that. Those of you who say the door of ijtihad is closed, that statement is sanity. How can you close the door of ijtihad when science is discovering new things every day? For example, the stock market, buying shares on the stock market. You need ijtihad for that as well. Because there was no shares on the stock market in the time of the Prophet. How can you close the door of ijtihad when new things are being presented in front of the Ummah every day? To buy shares in the stock market is haram if the company is a newly developed company. What if the company is fake? You can only buy shares if the company is a blue chip company like Microsoft or Pepsi. A blue chip company. Blue chip company means a company that doesn't go bust. That's the meaning of the word, a blue chip company. It doesn't go bust. Then you can buy shares. But if it's a newly developed company, a company coming out of nowhere, it is haram to buy shares in the stock market because it's a gamble. What if the company is some fake company to rip off people money? That is the answer for this. So, how can you close the door of ijtihad when new problems present themselves to the Muslims on an everyday basis? Scientific problems, social problems, economic problems on an everyday basis. So, for you to say the door of ijtihad has been closed, you have rendered Islam irrelevant and not workable in modern day time. You have made Islam become obsolete. The door of ijtihad is open until the day of judgment. So who are those who are able to make ijtihad? For you to make ijtihad, you have to be a mufti. So who gave you the authority to be a mufti? A panel of us give you ijaza to do ijtihad. Ijaza. Ijaza means permission to pass fatwas. So the person who makes ijtihad has to be firmly grounded in the Arabic language, firmly grounded in rhetorics and grammar, firmly grounded in hadith, firmly grounded in knowledge of fiqh, firmly grounded in knowledge of tafsir, firmly grounded in knowledge of seerah. If you don't know the seerah, how can you make ijtihad and pass fatwas? Why do you think you have people today who call for Sharia in Dar Harb? Because they don't know the seerah. The seerah says the Prophet called to Allah in Dar Harb. And when the Prophet was in Dar al-Islam, then he called for Sharia. That is the seerah. But if you don't know seerah, you're going to call for Sharia in Dar Harb like what people are doing today in the UK. Some people. So how can you make ijtihad when your knowledge of seerah is null and void? You need knowledge of Islamic history, the Khulafa al-Rashidin, because the fiqh doesn't stop with the Prophet. Fiqh doesn't stop with the Prophet. What about the fiqh of Abu Bakr, the fiqh of Umar, Uthman, and Ali? Because Abdurrahman bin Auf divorced one of his wives when he was on his deathbed because he didn't want her to inherit. What did he do? He pronounced talaq on one of his wives when he was on his deathbed because he didn't want her to inherit his property. And when he died, Uthman still made her inherit. That is the fiqh of Uthman, and he was a faqih. He was a faqih. And the fiqh continues even to Hassan and even to Muawiyah. You have to accept the fiqh of Muawiyah as well. Because somebody went to the Prophet and complained and said, I saw Muawiyah praying and he only do 1 rak'ah for witr. I saw Muawiyah praying and Muawiyah only performed 1 rak'ah for witr. And the Rasul said, leave Muawiyah alone because he is a faqih, he is a scholar of fiqh. So if the Rasul pronounced Muawiyah a scholar of fiqh, you have to accept the fiqh of Muawiyah. One day the Sahabas conquered a land and they brought back a pretty girl to the palace of Muawiyah. She was a right hand possessed. And they said, this girl is so pretty, only the Caliph is allowed to marry her. Only the Caliph can have her. She's so beautiful. Muawiyah lifted up her dress and looked at her leg. And the reason why men like women with thick legs is because they have a high libido. Omar did the same thing. Lift up the dress of Kulthum to look at her leg, the daughter of Ali. And she said, if you were not the Caliph, the Amir al-Mu'mineen, I would slap you across the face. Muawiyah said, this girl is too young for me, give her to Yazid. A Shaykh was in the palace of Muawiyah. The Shaykh said, oh Muawiyah, Amir al-Mu'mineen, that girl is haram for your Yazid. He said, why? Why is she haram for Yazid? He said, because you are the father of Yazid and you just looked at her leg. Therefore, she is haram for Yazid. This athar is found in the Muwatta of Imam Malik. What I've just quoted unto you can be found in the Muwatta of Imam Malik. And Muawiyah accepted the verdict of the Shaykh who was in his palace. A man killed a man when Muawiyah was the Caliph. His son was a toddler. Toddler means approximately 2 years old. When his father was murdered. When the toddler reached puberty, Muawiyah asked that the boy should be brought to his palace. Muawiyah said to the boy, when you were a toddler, a man killed your father. Now you are at puberty. I put it to you this question: do you want blood money for the death of your father, or do you want us to kill the man who killed your father? The boy said, he killed my father. I'm sorry, I don't want no money. I want him dead. I don't want no money. I want him dead. He killed my father. Muawiyah said to the murderer, I'm sorry, I have to kill you because the boy doesn't want to accept blood money. I'm sorry, I have to kill you because the boy doesn't want to accept blood money. And Muawiyah killed the murderer. That is the fiqh of Muawiyah. You have to accept the fiqh of Muawiyah. Because when he was the caliph, he implemented the Sharia. And the Rasul said, leave Muawiyah alone because Muawiyah is a faqih. When somebody approached the Prophet and complained, I saw Muawiyah performing witr and he's only performing 1 rak'ah, the Rasul said, leave him alone because he is a faqih, a scholar of fiqh. Another reason why you have to accept the fiqh of Muawiyah is because the Prophet trusted him to be Katib al-Wahi. He wrote down the revelation. He wrote down the revelation, Katib al-Wahi. And by the way, the blood money is 100 camels. If you kill a Muslim, the blood money is 100 camels. We are not allowed to make ijtihad when the text is clear. If you make ijtihad, even when the text is clear, you are seeking to corrupt al-Islam. When you debate a Saudi Salafi, a Madkhali, and you say to them, Shaykh bin Baz passed a fatwa and he allowed the American troops in the Holy Land. And these troops, these are very evil troops. Didn't you see what happened? One of my students sent me a link yesterday that the British soldiers are raping the children in Afghanistan. Did you see the link? I have 50 students online every day surfing the net and sending me links. One of my students sent me a link yesterday. The British troops are in Afghanistan raping the Muslim kids. Okay, admins, bring me the link. I think you have it because one of you sent me the link. These troops are very, very evil. They urinated on the bodies of Muslims. Now they are raping Muslim kids in Afghanistan. Where is the link I asked you for? Is that link okay? British troops raping the 7-year-old and the 10-year-old kids in Afghanistan, boys and girls. That's what the link says. These are very evil troops. This is the army of the Dajjal. They rub the menstrual blood of women in the faces of the Mujahideen that they capture. The Abu Ghraib scandal. Recently, they urinated on the bodies of dead Mujahideen, the American troops. Shaykh bin Baz gave his wallah to the American army. British troops rape kids in Afghanistan. Okay, shukran for the link. I hope you know what is happening in the world. Some people don't want you to know what is happening in the world. These are the hypocrites. They don't want you to study fiqh al-waqi because they want you to know how evil their kafir pay masters are. Fiqh al-waqi means the fiqh of current events. Did you know that some Muslims don't want you to know what is happening in the Ummah? The Saudi Salaf said, don't study fiqh al-waqi. It's like studying the Bible. Because they don't want you to know the treachery of their kafir paid masters. A'udhu billah. Shaykh bin Baz passed a fatwa allowing the American troops to be in the Holy Land. The fatwa of Shaykh bin Baz was called the Satanic Fatwa. Bring me the link for that as well. The Satanic Fatwa. That fatwa was called the Satanic Fatwa of bin Baz. Bring me that link. The Satanic Fatwa of Shaykh bin Baz. Now, as Saudi Salaf will say to you, the hadith says, when the scholar make ijtihad, if he is right, if he is wrong, he gets 1 reward. If he is right, he gets a reward. Because the Saudi Salaf, he assumes you don't know about Islam, he threw that hadith in your face. When the scholar makes ijtihad, if he is wrong, he gets 1 reward, but if he is right, he gets 2 rewards. You say to the Saudi Salafi, may the curse of Allah be upon him, you say to him, it is haram to make ijtihad when the text is clear. It is haram to make ijtihad when the text is clear. And what is the text? No two religions are to be found in the Arabian Peninsula. There is a book called Fatawa regarding women. In this book, you have a lot of fatwas by Bin Baz, Uthaymeen, and Albani, and even Ibn Jibreen has fatwas in the book. Fatawa regarding women. Somebody asked Shaykh Bin Baz, can we bring a maid from the Philippines into Saudi Arabia to work? She is a Christian maid. Shaykh Bin Baz quickly answered the question, no, no, haram, haram, you cannot bring a Christian maid into Saudi Arabia to work. She will corrupt Saudi Arabia. And then Shaykh Bin Baz quote the hadith, no two religions can be found in the Arabian Peninsula. This same person, Shaykh Bin Baz, passed a fatwa allowing 500,000 American troops in the Holy Land. So if one Christian maid is not allowed into Saudi Arabia because she'll corrupt the land, how can you bring 500,000 American troops in the land? Prostitutes and homosexuals and lesbians, Jews, prostitutes, homosexuals, lesbians, atheists. These are the same people that were brought in the form of American troops. So after the Sahabahs, with the Prophet fought 27 battles to cleanse the Arabian Peninsula of Kufr and Shirk and Zandaka, Shaykh Bin Baz brought it back. So Shaykh Bin Baz betrayed the blood of the Sahabahs by bringing back kuffar in the Holy Land. And this person, Shaykh Bin Baz, was a Jew. He's from a Jewish lineage. The word Baz is a Jewish tribe. And the biggest fan of Shaykh Bin Baz was Ishaq Rabin of Israel. Ishaq Rabin said he wished that every Muslim would follow Shaykh Bin Baz. Don't you know why Ishaq Rabin said that? Because Shaykh Bin Baz was a Jew. From Jewish stock, from Jewish heritage. So for him to pass a fatwa allowing the army of the Dajjal, this same army that urinates on the bodies of dead Mujahideen, for him to wallah to such an army, it is very, very easy for Shaykh Bin Baz to give his wallah to the army of the Dajjal because he was a Jew. So the Rasul fought many battles, 27 battles, to cleanse the Arabian Peninsula of Kufr and Shirk, and Shaykh Bin Baz betrayed the blood of the Sahabas by bringing back the kuffar in the Holy Land. Now, the Mujahideen in Chechnya, they planted a bomb and killed the Mufti of Grozny, the Mufti of Chechnya. They said he wasn't a proper Sheikh because he gave his wallah to the Russians and said the Russians can come into Chechnya, to occupy Chechnya. You made takfir on the Mufti of Chechnya, Shishan, and killed him with a bomb. His name is Ahmedov. But you justify the fatwa of Bin Baz to allow the kuffar in the Holy Land. That means you're a munafiq. Because you kill one Mufti and said he's a kafir because he gives wallah to the Russians, yet you justify the fatwa of another Mufti. So you are a munafiq. You don't have a set standard. You keep chopping and changing. And the reason why you quickly make takfir on the Mufti of Grozny is because he's a white Muslim. And because Shaykh Bin Baz is supposed to be an Arab, you justify his fatwa. So you are a racist and a hypocrite. A racist and a hypocrite. You justify the fatwa of one person and make takfir on, on another Mufti. You're a racist and a hypocrite. Where is the link for the Mufti of Grozny who was killed by a huge bomb because he passed a fatwa allowing the Russians to come into Shishan, to occupy Shishan with a brutal occupation? When he was killed, all the Muslims were happy and they said he deserved to be killed because he wasn't a sheikh, he was a milkshake. All the Muslims were celebrating his death and said he wasn't a proper sheikh, he was a milkshake. That's why he was killed. My question to you, why do you justify the fatwa of one sheikh and kill another sheikh? Why the double standard? Okay, post it to the the person with the satanic fatwa. Give it to the admins to post, please. Somebody found the satanic fatwa of Bin Baz. Could you give it to the admins to post on main? Give it to the admins to post on main. Why the admins take so long to find the fatwa? It's called the satanic fatwa of Bin Baz. The admins take so long to find the fatwa? I don't know. It's called on the internet the satanic fatwa of Bin Baz. How can you give your wallah to the American army that urinated on the bodies of dead mujahideen? I would never like to be in the shoes of Bin Baz on the day of judgment. Okay, this is Ahmed who was killed by the huge bomb, the Mufti of Grozny, because he gave his wallah to the Crusaders, the Russians, to kill Muslims, to occupy Shishan. So why do you kill one Mufti because he gave his wallah to the Russians, and then you justify the fatwa of another Mufti? That means you're a hypocrite and you're a racist. You don't have a set standard. And when a person is a munafiq and a racist, they don't have a set standard, they keep chopping and changing. So whenever a Saudi Salafi say to you, Shaykh bin Baz made ijtihad. Okay, shukran for bringing the link. Could you save that fatwa, please, because you took so long to find the fatwa? The satanic fatwa of Bin Baz. Whenever a Saudi Salafi say to you, Shaykh bin Baz did his ijtihad to let the American troops in the Holy Land, whenever a Mufti should do ijtihad, if he is wrong, he gets one reward, and if he is right, he gets two rewards. You say to the Saudi Salafi, it is haram to make ijtihad when the text is clear. And the text says no two religions can be found in the Arabian Peninsula. Osama bin Laden told the King Fahd, I'll bring my troops to protect Saudi Arabia. And King Fahd was shocked. How can a citizen have so much power? He can bring troops to protect Saudi Arabia. So they took away his Saudi citizenship and kicked him out of the country. He went to the Sudan, then he went to Afghanistan. King Fahd was shocked. How can one citizen have so much power? He can bring his troops, the Mujahideen who fought with him in Afghanistan, he can bring them to Saudi Arabia to protect Saudi Arabia. How can one single citizen have so much power? He has a whole army underneath his control. So they told Osama bin Laden, we will not use your troops, we will use the Americans. Because the king was afraid, what if when Osama bin Laden finished fighting Saddam Hussein, he turned on me, on top of me? I prefer to trust the Crusaders. I'm sorry, I prefer to put my trust in the Crusaders, not Osama bin Laden. That's why they brought the Crusaders in the Holy Land. And Bin Baz justified it with his fatwa, a satanic fatwa. And when Bin Baz passed the fatwa, he didn't quote one ayah or one hadith to pass his fatwa. This satanic fatwa, the Mujahideen said he didn't quote one ayah or one hadith to pass his fatwa. That's why it is called a satanic fatwa, because he couldn't quote one ayah or one hadith with his fatwa. So the 25th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we do not make ijtihad when the text is clear. Why? Because of Surah 4 verse 65. Because of Surah 4 verse 65, we don't make ijtihad when the text is clear. فَلَا وَرَبِّكَ لَا يُؤْمِنُونَ حَتَّى يُحَكِّمُوكَ فِيمَا شَجَرَ بَيْنَهُمْ ثُمَّ لَا يَجِدُوا فِي أَنفُسِهِمْ حَرَجًا مِمَّا قَضَيْتَ وَيُسَلِّمُوا تَسْلِيمًا. Nay, by your Lord, they'll never become true believers until they allow you, Muhammad, to judge between them in their disputes. And when you pass the verdict, they do not have any resentment to your verdict, but instead they submit wholeheartedly. That's the reason why we don't make ijtihad when the text is clear. Another reason we don't make ijtihad when the text is clear is because of Surah 33, verse 36. Surah 33, verse 36. وَمَا كَانَ لِمُؤْمِنٍ وَلَا مُؤْمِنَ إِذَا قَضَى اللَّهُ وَرَسُولُهُ أَمْرًا أَن يَكُنَ لَهُمْ الْخِيَرَةُ مِنْ أَمْرِهِمْ. it is not right for the believing man or the believing woman that whenever Allah and His Messenger have decreed a matter, that they should have their own opinion in regards to this matter. So, because of this ayah, Surah 33, verse 36, we, the members of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we don't make ijtihad when the text is clear. Whenever Allah and His Rasul should decide on a matter, we don't come with our own opinion in regards to that particular matter. The 26th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We do not go against the ijma' of the Ummah. If you go against the ijma' of the Ummah, you become a zindiq. A zindiq is worse than a kafir, because a zindiq means a heretic. A zindiq is a heretic. So when the Ummah agree upon a matter, we don't go against the ijma' of the Ummah. That is the 26th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The ijma' of the Ummah says Muhammad is the last prophet. So you, the Ahmadiyya, the Qadiani, how can you say Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is a prophet after Muhammad? The man who died in the toilet with feces coming from his mouth, his nose, his ears. What a disgraceful state to die in. How can you claim that there is a prophet after Muhammad? You have gone against the ijma' of the Ummah. How can you say Allah is everywhere? The ijma' of the Ummah says Allah is above the arsh. Because when the man said to Imam Malik, how is Allah over the arsh? Imam Malik said, Al-istiwa' ma'loom. The word on is known. Wal kayf majhul. How Allah is above the arsh, it is unknown. Wal iman bihi wajib. To believe that Allah is above the arsh is wajib. Why Imam Malik told the man to believe that Allah is above the arsh is wajib? Because these things are known of Islam by necessity. Allah said in Surah 20 verse 5, Ar-Rahman al-Arsh istawa. Khalas. You can't make ijtihad as to where Allah is because the ayah is clear. Ar-Rahman al-Arsh istawa. So Imam Malik told the man to believe that Allah is above the arsh is wajib. You can't have the aqidah of the goofy Sufi. Allah is everywhere. What do you mean Allah is everywhere? Even in the brothel and the disco and the casino, the toilet? A'udhu billah. A'udhu billah. That's Christianity and Judaism. You, the goofy Sufi, you are the Christians of the Ummah. The ijma' of the Ummah says to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is major kufr. So when you, the Madkhali, the Salafi, say it's minor, you have gone against the ijma' of the Ummah. Haven't you read the fatwa of Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah? What did these two classical scholars say? They said it is known of Islam by necessity that whosoever abandon the wise Sharia of Muhammad and follow the Sharia of somebody else, that person is a kafir. They said what? It is known of Islam by necessity, and it is a consensus of all the Muslims. So if Ibn Taymiyyah said it is the ijma' means consensus of all the Muslims. This means it is compulsory on you to believe that to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a major kufr. Okay, listen to what Ibn Kathir said. Ibn Kathir was the student of Ibn Taymiyyah. So whosoever abandons the wise Sharia which was revealed upon Muhammad ibn Abdullah, the seal of the prophets, and goes to another abrogated Sharia for judgment, he becomes a kafir, full stop. So how about the one who goes to Al-Yasik, the man-made law? That's the Bible of the Tatars. Al-Yasik, I hope all of you know what this book is, Al-Yasik. The Bible of the Tatars. A cocktail of different religions. For judgment and gives it precedence over the Sharia. A Madkhali, a Salafi, when they quote this fatwa of Ibn Kathir, they embellish the fatwa. They put words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir. Embellish means to put words in the mouth of the author. To add and subtract from the writings of the scholar is called to embellish the fatwa. A Madkhali will say you have to dismantle the Sharia and you have to legitimize your kufr. As long as you did not legitimize your kufr, you are a Muslim perfect in Iman. That is the Aqidah of a Madkhali, a Saudi Salafi. May the curse of Allah be upon them. Ibn Kathir did not say you have to abandon the Sharia and then you have to legitimize your kufr. Ibn Kathir said the mere abandonment of the Sharia makes you a kafir. So when you, the Madkhali, say you are not allowed to make takfir a leader who dismantled the Sharia until he legitimized the kufr. You need to wait for him to legitimize, to make it halal, istihlal. If he did not do istihlal, I'm sorry, he's a Muslim perfect in Iman. That is the Aqidah of a Saudi Salafi, a Madkhali. They embellish the fatwa of Ibn Kathir because they think you don't have the time to go and read the fatwa yourself. So since they say you don't have the time to read the fatwa yourself, we can embellish the fatwa and get away with embellishing the fatwa. We can put words in the mouth of Ibn Kathir and the Muslims will not realize it because they don't have the time to read the fatwa for themselves. That's what the Salafis are thinking. But they think wrong. I'm going to copy and paste the fatwa of Ibn Kathir and analyze the fatwa meticulously, scrupulously. So they are thinking wrong. Allah's rising over the throne is known, and how is unknown. To have faith in it is obligatory, yes, wajib, compulsory, and to question it is an innovation. Then he said to the questioner, I do not think except that you are an evil man. So he ordered him to be expelled from halqa, to be expelled from the dars, because this man was a munafiq and hypocrisy spreads like the AIDS virus. Hypocrisy spreads like the AIDS virus, that's why he was kicked out of the halqa, the dars. You try to embellish the fatwa of Ibn Kathir, claiming that whenever a man dismantles the Sharia, he has to make it halal what he did. As long as he didn't make it halal, he is a Muslim perfect in Iman. This is a creed of the Saudi Salafis. May the curse of Allah be upon them. To dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is major kufr. Ibn Kathir and Ibn Taymiyyah said it is the ijma' of the Muslims that it is major. So when you say it is minor, you have gone against the ijma' of the Ummah, and this makes a Saudi Salafi a zindiq, a heretic. You have now become a zindiq, a heretic, because you went against the ijma' of the Ummah. Allah warned people who went against the ijma' of the Ummah. Went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming Muhammad is alive in the grave and we can pray to him and beg him for what we want. Abu Bakr said, those who worship Muhammad, Muhammad is dead, and those who worship Allah, Allah is alive and cannot die. The brothers went against the ijma' of the Ummah. The Shiites went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming Aisha had an affair and the Quran is a corrupted text. They believe Allah broke His promise to protect the Quran. The Quran is a corrupted text. That's the Shiite Aqidah. The Qadiani Ahmadiyya went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming Mirza Ghulam Ahmad is a prophet after Muhammad. The Saudi Salafis, the Madkhalis, went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming to dismantle the Sharia of Muhammad is a minor kufr, even though it is the ijma' that is major kufr. The Goofy Sufis went against the ijma' of the Ummah by claiming Allah is everywhere when Imam Malik told the man to believe Allah is above the arsh, it is wajib, obligatory, mandatory, compulsory. All these jokers in the pact, whether it is a mad Madkhali, a Saudi Salafi, a Rafidite, a shady Shiite, a goofy Sufi, whatever the joker in the pack is, they all went against the ijma' of the Ummah. Every single one of them. Allah warned you in Surah Nisa 115, if you go against the ijma of the Ummah, your destiny is in hellfire to abide forever and ever. Surah 4 115. Allah warned you, if you are one of those who go against the ijma of the Ummah, your destiny is in hellfire to abide forever and ever. So Allah Ta'ala said, وَمَن يُشَاقِقْ الرَّسُولِ مِن بَعْدِ مَا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُ الْهُدَى وَيَتَّبِعْ غَيْرَ سَبِيلِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ نُوَلِّهِ مَا تَوَلَّى وَنُصْلِهِ جَهَنَّمَ وَسَاءَتْ مَصِيرًا. Whosoever contradicts and opposes the Rasul, the Messenger Muhammad, after the right path has been shown to him clearly, and follows a way other than the path of the believers, we shall keep him in the path he has chosen and dump him in hell. What an evil destination! What a wretched abode! What a hapless journey's end! So Allah warned you in Surah Nisa 115, if you go against the ijma of the Ummah, your destiny is in hellfire to abide forever and ever. This is the plight of the Saudi Salafis, the mad Madkhalis, the shady Shiites, and the goofy Sufis. The Ahmadiyya, the Qadiani, the corrupted Qadianis, the shady Shiites, the goofy Sufis, the mad Madkhalis. They are all guilty of going against the ijma of the Ummah. We, the members of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, one of our principles, we do not go against the ijma of the Ummah. The Saudi Salafis, the mad Madkhalis, the corrupted Qadianis, the beleaguered Brahmis, the shady Shiites, the goofy Sufis, they are all guilty of going against the ijma of the Ummah. Every single one of them is guilty of this crime, this kufr, and this zandaqa. The 27th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We take our creed from the Ta'ifah Mansura. We take our aqidah from the Ta'ifah Mansura. This is the 27th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We take our creed from the Ta'ifah Mansura. Who are they? The Mujahideen. You put in brackets the Mujahideen. They are the Ta'ifah Mansura. We take our aqidah from the Ta'ifah Mansura. You ask the Ta'ifah Mansura, the Mujahideen, is there any covenant of security? They'll say there is no covenant of security. You're going to ask us a goofy Sufi, a person like Hamza Yusuf, or a modernist like Tariq Ramadan, a Zindiq like Yusuf Qaradawi. Hamza Yusuf, a goofy Sufi. Tariq Ramadan, a modernist. Yusuf Qaradawi, a Zindiq, a heretic. You ask them, is there a covenant of security? They say, yes, you have to obey the covenant of security. There's a covenant of security. Even though the Americans were seen urinating on the dead bodies of Muslims, the covenant is not broken. You have to respect the covenant. That's their aqidah. Even though the British soldiers are raping Muslim children in Afghanistan, there's a covenant of security. Even though the Gora, the white kuffar, are raping Muslim women in front of their husbands, there's a covenant of security. You can't break it. The only thing you can do is to march in front of embassies and say, down, 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 down. Nara takbir, and then you go home and drink tea and eat biscuit, and that's it. You have done enough for today. March in front of embassies and say, Nara takbir, and then you go home and drink tea and eat biscuit. That's it. You have done enough for Islam. You can't do jihad, there's a covenant of security. Even though the kuffar use the Quran for target practice, and they rub the menstrual blood of women in the faces of the Mujahideen, and the Abu Ghraib scandal, the Bagram Airport scandal, the Guantanamo Bay scandal, and the urinating on the dead bodies of Muslims scandal, and yesterday the raping of Muslim children by the British soldiers in Afghanistan, all these scandals. The covenant is not broken. You have to respect the covenant of security. That's it. You cannot go for jihad because there's a covenant of security. This is the aqidah of the munafiqeen. This covenant of security argument is the argument of the hypocrites. I put it to you, the 27th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is that we take our creed from the Ta'ifa Mansura. We take our creed from the Mujahideen because they are the Ta'ifa Mansura. And the Mujahideen, they said, and they continue to say, this covenant that you are preaching is a myth, it doesn't exist. The kuffar, they don't believe in covenant of security. They are killing and raping. They rape our children in Afghanistan. It's only you, the munafiq, preaching the covenant of security because you're a wimp and a hypocrite, a low-life scum of the earth and a hypocrite, and you turn your back on jihad. You are preaching the covenant of security. The kuffar don't believe in it. They are killing our children and raping them. That's what they are doing. They are urinating on the dead bodies of Muslims. They don't believe in the covenant. It's only you, the munafiq, believe in the covenant of security. You should be ashamed of yourself preaching this kufr in the Ummah. You should go and hide your hypocritical face in Alaska or Antarctica. You with your covenant of security. Go and hide your face in Alaska and or Antarctica. The Rasul said, Man matrakakum al jihad illa dhullu. Anybody who abandons jihad, they become dhullu, the lowest of the low in the land. Allah said, Kutiba alaykum al qital wa huwa kurhun lakum. Fighting is prescribed for you, yet you hate it. But sometimes in life, you hate something which is good for you, and sometimes in life, you love a thing and it is bad for you. Baqarah 216. Kutiba alaykum al qital wa huwa kurhun lakum. Fighting is prescribed for you, but you hate it. And because you hate it, you are preaching the covenant of security. Baqarah 216. Because you hate jihad, you are preaching the covenant of security. Even though the covenant was broken 1,000,000 times over. And the Quran, they don't cease to shock the Ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They are evil personified. These kuffar, they don't cease to shock the Ummah of Muhammad. Sometimes you wonder, are they really human beings? They are so evil. They're worse than animals. Allah said in the Quran, these kuffar are worse than animals. Surah 25, verse 44. You wonder, can they be classified as human beings? They are so evil. Evil is beyond measure. They are so evil, even Iblis is ashamed of them. These kuffar, the atrocities they commit to the Ummah of Muhammad in Iraq and Afghanistan, in Shishan. They are so evil in Kashmir, in occupied Palestine. Even Iblis is ashamed of them. Allah said they are beneath the level of the animals. That's how evil these kuffar are. And you with your aqidah of covenant of security. Only a munafiq believes in this. The 27th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, we take our aqidah from the Mujahideen. And the Mujahideen, they say that the covenant of security that you are preaching, it's a myth, it doesn't exist. You are not allowed to take your aqidah from people who call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. It is haram to take your aqidah from people who call the Mujahideen Khawarij and terrorists. It is haram to take your aqidah from people whose manhaj is the bullet. You are only allowed to take your aqidah from people whose manhaj is the bullet. The bullet, not the ballot. The ballot, that's democracy. Democracy means the demons have gone crazy. That's what democracy means. The demons have gone crazy. That's why they make it permissible for men to have sex with their daughters and for their soldiers to have sex with animals in the army. They have gone crazy. Democracy means the demons have gone crazy. Democracy. Oh, women marry women, men marry men, men marry animals, men having sex with their sisters and their daughters. Why? Because democracy means the demons have gone crazy. Democracy. The 28th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. The 28th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. We believe that the journey of the Prophet ﷺ wal Miraj took place with body and soul in a state of wakefulness. The Ahmadiyya, the Qadi, may the curse of Allah be upon them. Believe that Isra wal Miraj was a dream. A'udhu billah. What a dodgy aqidah. What a jerk. What a jerk. What a dodgy aqidah. What do they say? Al-Isra wal Miraj was just a dream. Why they say that? Because they don't want to acknowledge Al-Isra wal Miraj as one of the miracles of the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam. They don't love the Prophet. They love Mirza Ghulam Ahmad because he was Indian. So they're racist. They don't love the Prophet. They love Mirza Ghulam Ahmad because he was Indian like them. So what do they say? Isra wal Miraj was only a dream. Either contradicts the Quran. Allah said in Surah 17 verse 1, Subhanalladhi asra bi'abdihi laylan min al-masjid al-haram ila al-masjid al-aqsa alladhi barakna hawlahu linuriyahu min ayatina innahu huwa as-sami'ul basir. Surah 17 verse 1. Glorified and exalted is He, Allah. Taken His servant, His Abd, by night on a journey from Masjid al-Haram in Mecca to Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem, whose precincts we have blessed, in order that we might show Him our wonderful and marvelous signs. Allah said, I have taken my Abd, my servant. The word Abd, servant, means body and soul. Body and soul. To prove to you how stupid these Qadianis are, who said it was in the form of a dream, when the Rasul was in Mecca, the Kuffar went to him and said, Muhammad, what is the latest? What is the latest? And he said, I was taken to Jerusalem last night. They were saying, we used to accuse you of being a madman, now we are sure you are a madman. To go to Jerusalem is 1 month to 1 month from. So how can you go there and come back in one night? Why is it that Quraysh found it impossible to believe? Because the Prophet told them he went there in body and soul. If the Prophet had told Abu Jahl, I went to Jerusalem in a dream, Abu Jahl wouldn't have found it unbelievable. Because many times you are sleeping in your bed and you see yourself in China or India in a dream. Many times. Or in America, in a dream. So if the Prophet told them, I went to Jerusalem in a dream, they wouldn't have found it unbelievable. The reason why they found it unbelievable and they make a big hysteria about it, the Prophet was making history, they were making hysteria. The reason why they found it unbelievable is because the Prophet told them, I went to Al-Isra wal Miraj in body and soul in a state of wakefulness. That's why they said it's not possible. So the Rasul went to Al-Isra wal Miraj not in the form of a dream. Had it been a dream, it would have never been a miracle. Why it's a miracle? Because he went in the form of body and soul in a state of wakefulness. Then the Kuffar rushed to the gates of Mecca. They said, Abu Bakr, did you hear what Muhammad claimed? What did he say? He said he went to Jerusalem and came back in one night. Abu Bakr said, did Muhammad say that? They said, yes, he's making that claim. That's what he's telling us. Abu Bakr said, did Muhammad say that? They said, yes, he said it. He's claiming that. Abu Bakr said, if he said it, I believe. If he said it, I believe. Every day revelation came down from the heavens to Muhammad So what if he goes to Jerusalem and came back in one night? Every day revelation came to him from the heavens, come to him on an everyday basis. And because of his strong iman, he was given the title Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. It's because of this incident he was given the title Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. The truthful one, the one who is firm in his iman, the one who doesn't waver, he doesn't shake with his iman, the one who is truthful to Allah and His Rasul, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq. So for you to claim that Rasul went to Al-Isra wal-Miraj in the form of a dream, you are trying to say it wasn't a miracle. Whose Aqidah is this? The Qadianis. The Ahmadiyya, may the curse of Allah be upon them. The 29th principle of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH is we believe our actions are a part of our iman. We believe that our actions are a part of our iman. Now, who claims our actions are not a part of our iman? Hizb ut-Tahrir. We are going to use a Quranic verse to flush their dodgy Aqidah down the drain, and we are going to use Hadith as well. We'll start off with Hadith, then we bring the Quranic verse. The Prophet said, to remove a harmful thing from the road is a branch of iman. What the Prophet said? Imatat al-adha an al-tariq. To remove adha, to remove a harmful thing from the road is a branch of iman. Iman is consisted of 70 and odd branches. The highest is to say La ilaha illallah. This branch is to remove a harmful thing from the road. And to feel shy is a branch of iman. If you say to a Muslim, you are shy, the Muslim will say, to be shy is a branch of iman. If you say to any Muslim, you are shy, the Muslim will reply to you, to be shy is a branch of iman. The Prophet was shy like a virgin in her bedroom. Say our actions are not a part of our iman, we say to you, the Prophet said, to remove a harmful thing from the road is a branch of iman. Is that the hadith I want? I don't think that's a hadith. Iman is consisted of 70 and odd branches. Afdaluha qawl la ilaha illallah. The highest branch is la ilaha illallah. The lowest branch is to remove a harmful thing from the road. And to feel shy is a branch of iman. Shy is a branch of iman. Okay, I brought you the hadith, the Quranic verse to prove that your actions are a part of your iman. Baqarah 143. And Allah will never, Baqarah 143. And Allah would never make your iman, your faith, go to waste. It's a long ayah, I only want the piece that I'm talking about. Abu Hurairah reported that the Prophet ﷺ said, iman has some 60 or 70 odd branches, the best of which is to say La ilaha illallah, and the least of which is to remove a harmful object from the road. Yes, this is the hadith I want. This is the hadith I learned from the lips of my sheikhs, not the previous one. And modesty is a branch of iman. Yes. Sahih Bukhari. Was prayed to Jerusalem for 17 months. And then they were told to change the Qibla and pray to Mecca. They approached the Prophet and said, what about our Salah? We prayed to Jerusalem. Will we get any barakah for that? When they said to the Prophet, what about our Salah? We prayed to Jerusalem. Will we get any barakah for that? Allah revealed, Baqarah 143, وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ وَمَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيُضِيعَ إِيمَانَكُمْ. And I, Allah, will never allow your iman to go to waste. Your iman means your Salah to Jerusalem. Salah is action. It has qiyam, it has ruku, it has sajda. It has taslim. Salah is action. And Allah said, your Salah to Jerusalem is iman, and I will never allow your iman to go to waste. So where did you get your aqidah from? Our actions are not a part of our iman. Indeed, this is dodgy aqidah. And the reason why they have this aqidah, the murji'ah, they want to say, regardless of what you do, you are still a Muslim. Even if you do black magic, you are still a Muslim because your actions are not a part of your iman. This Aqidah contradicts Quran and Sunnah. Brothers and sisters, this is the end of our topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH, the 29 principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. Our topic is called the 29 principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. I will now pause and take 5 questions in regards to what you have just heard. Allah revealed an ayah saying He will never allow your salah to go to waste. Okay, that ayah is Baqarah 143. The ayah that Allah revealed to say to the Sahabas, I will never allow your Iman to go to waste, is Baqarah 143. This is the ayah used by the scholars to say your actions are a part of your Iman, because Allah said, your salah to Jerusalem was Iman, and I will never allow your Iman to go to waste. So those who say your actions are not a part of your Iman, their Aqidah contradicts Quran and Sunnah. The Prophet also said to remove a harmful thing from the road is a branch of Iman. I'm taking 5 questions in regards to the dars you have just heard. We have finished the topic, the principles of AHLUS SUNNAH WAL JAMA'AH. How do I ponder of the Quran to my life? I spoke to someone and he said, be careful when reflecting over Quran, you might do qiyas by accident. This has affected my tilawat. Also, how do I apply Quran to my life? Is there any principles I want to affect my life with Quran? But people are restricting its application and confusing me. You need a scholar to teach you, to be your mentor, because when you have no Shaykh, the shaitan becomes your Shaykh, and the scholar will help you to apply Quran and Sunnah to your life. Only Allah doesn't have a Shaykh. The Prophet Muhammad had a Shaykh. His Shaykh was the angel Gabriel. And the angel Gabriel taught the Prophet how to apply Quran to his life. Who do you think taught the Prophet how to pray properly? The angel Gabriel. Only Allah doesn't have a Shaykh. Everybody else needs a Shaykh. Anybody who has no Shaykh, the shaitan becomes your Shaykh. And Allah Ta'ala told you, وَفَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ. Surah 12, verse 76. وَفَوْقَ كُلِّ ذِي عِلْمٍ عَلِيمٍ. Surah 12, verse 76. Above every person with knowledge is always somebody with more knowledge than him. Everybody needs a Shaykh, only Allah doesn't need a Shaykh. Your Shaykh will teach you how to apply Quran and Sunnah to your life. A person without a Shaykh, the shaitan is a Shaykh. Next question, please. Alaikum Shaykh. I told someone there's no covenant of security. They tried to debate me. Their argument was, don't I live amongst them and buy and sell with them, and also how I make my living. So the person claimed there is a covenant of security. I stick to my opinion that it's no covenant. The Sheikhs that I am acquainted with in the Arabian Peninsula, Sheikh Hamoud ibn Uqla, were one of the scholars of Najd. They have refuted this dodgy of the covenant of security. When the woman went into the marketplace, the Muslim girl, and they made her naked in the market, Banu Qainuqa did that to her. The Prophet told Banu Qainuqa, you have broken your covenant of security, and they were asked to leave Medina. When the Kuffar supported Salman Rushdie to slander Allah and His Rasul and dismantle the Caliphate in 1924, and when they urinated on the dead bodies of Muslims, they have broken their covenant of security. And when they rape Muslim kids in Afghanistan, they have broken their covenant of security, because the Ummah is one body. The person who said there is no covenant, the person who is preaching the covenant of security is a munafiq, and he doesn't believe the Ummah is one body. That's why they preach the covenant of security. So they are saying when the Muslim kids got raped in Afghanistan by the British, it's not my kids, so it's not my business. This person is a munafiq. What he's saying is that it's not my kids, so it's not my business. He doesn't believe in the hadith, the Ummah is one body. You need to make bara from this person, because he's a hypocrite and a waste of space. Tribalist, racist, permissible to pray behind, is he still considered a Muslim? If a person believes in the superiority of white over black or black over white, not on the grounds of taqwa, he's a kafir. Because Allah said in Surah 49, verse 13, Inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. The best of you is the one with the most taqwa. Surah 49 verse 13. If you're going to disregard the ayah and say, if a man is white, even though he's a Christian, he's better than a Muslim who is black, that's a kafir. Or, I'm going to prefer a Hindu over a white Muslim because he's Indian and I'm Indian. That's a kafir. Because he is ignoring the ayah, the best is the one with the most taqwa. His racism and tribalism cause him to prefer kuffar over Muslims. Then he becomes a kafir. So racism can make you become a kafir. When you prefer the kuffar over your Muslim brothers in the name of racism. And this is what is happening in the UK. The Barelwis, they prefer Hindus over white and black Muslims. A Barelwi prefers a Hindu over a white or a black Muslim, claiming he's my Indian brother. A Barelwi is a racist and a kafir. And he's a mushrik as well. He commits shirk. That's all in the UK. The Barelwis, they prefer Hindus and Sikhs over black Muslims or white Muslims, claim Indian brothers. A Barelwi is a racist and a kafir. And a waste of space. A hypocrite and a waste of space. Send your questions to admins instead of sending them to me directly. Admins are there to collect your questions, so send the questions to admins directly. Assalamu alaikum, Shaykh. There are some hardcore Hanafis that follow the teachings of Imam Abu Hanifa, even if they are shown proof from Quran and Sunnah that goes against the specific teachings of Imam Abu Hanifa. A sister can marry without wali. Can we make takfir on them? You're not allowed to make takfir on people because they follow Abu Hanifa rigidly. That would be extremism. But the Hanafis should be more lenient and stop practicing rigidity in school of thought. They are rigid in their school of thought. It's called rigidity in school of thought. Now, when I was studying in Saudi Arabia, the sheikhs were Hanbalis, but sometimes they say Abu Hanifa is correct. For example, the Ahmad ibn Hanbal said if you make wudu and you didn't say Bismillah, your wudu is batil. Anyone who makes wudu and he didn't say Bismillah, his wudu is batil. That is Hanbali fiqh. But the sheikhs said that the correct opinion is that wudu is Bismillah is sunnah, not fard. So if you forgot to say Bismillah, your wudu is still valid. So the sheikhs, they used to shop around and look for the correct opinion. The Hanafis, they are very rigid in following their madhab, and they will never relinquish their opinion and follow Quran and Sunnah. They prefer the opinion of the madhab. It is called asabiyah in regards to school of thought. They are practicing asabiyah in regards to school of thought, and they are not open-minded. This is very, very unfortunate. I wouldn't make takfir on the Hanafis because that would be going over the limit. I've never heard any scholar making takfir on Hanafis. But you're allowed to make takfir on anyone who says Allah is everywhere. You're allowed to make takfir on anyone who says Allah is everywhere because Abu Hanifa himself used to make takfir on people who say Allah is everywhere. To make takfir on those who say Allah is everywhere because Abu Hanifa himself used to make takfir on people who say Allah is everywhere. And you make takfir after you establish the hujjah. What's the hujjah? Surah 20, verse 5. You are not allowed to make takfir until you establish the hujjah. What's the hujjah? Surah 20, verse 5. 5 questions. Said when asked of his opinion of the one who says, I do not know whether Allah is above the heavens or on earth, he has disbelieved. That person has disbelieved. Because Allah says, the most merciful rose over the throne. The most beneficent rose over the throne. And his throne is above the 7 heavens. He was then asked, what if he said that Allah is above his throne, but he doesn't know if the throne is in the heavens or on earth. Allah is over the arsh, but I don't know if the arsh is on earth or above the heavens. And whosoever, then Abu Hanifa said, he has also disbelieved. He has disbelieved. because he has denied that he is above the heavens. And whosoever denied that he, Allah, is above the heavens has disbelieved. This was the Aqidah of Abu Hanifa. So the people today who said they follow Abu Hanifa, they are lying. They don't follow Abu Hanifa, they follow their evil and corrupted desires. Are you allowed to take the dividends of the shares of blue chip companies? Yes, because what they do, they take your money, they invest it, and then they give it back to you. Blue chip companies, to buy shares in blue chip companies is halal. To buy shares in newly developed companies is haram because it's a gamble and it can be a scam to steal your money. I'm taking 5 questions. I'm sure I've answered more than 5, but okay, I'll take one last question. For Muslims in US to have counsel on American Islamic relations defend them. They are also known for collaborating with kuffar like Hassan Shibli in Tampa, Florida, putting Albanian brother behind bars. You are not allowed to cooperate with this organization because they give their wala to the Taghut and they do not practice al-wala wal-bara. That was the last question. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك نشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت نستغفرك ونتوب إليك.